Are we ready? Are you ready, chat? I can hear you. Oh, doesn't want to get copyright strike. I don't want to. College work for the master's mayor is okay. That's fine. That's fine, man. TJ is a big boy. Bad crash at the Nürburgring. No. Wait, I'm the cat. Look at me. I'm the captain now. Guy lost it, went up in the fence and rolled? Really? Alright. Alright, let's see what we got. Let's see. Wow, there's a lot of live streams here. I don't see anything. Serious? Do we have a link somewhere? You see that spa flooded? I did see that, yeah. Wonderful Floridian morning. You're awesome. I hope you had a great morning. Nice. I just woke up. You know what's weird? Streaming 8 hours of Kerbal, like, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying this is any particular burden or anything. I want to do this. It's just a lot of work. It is, I will say this, it is easier to stream for like 14 hours when you're playing Minecraft, you know, then Space News, and then some Kerbal, and then some After Hours after that. It is easier to do that than it is to play Kerbal for like 9 hours straight. Doing the engineering that we're doing and all the thinking and stuff. Like, yeah, dude, these last couple of weeks, man. I mean, I've been like, or last couple of days, like when we've been in crunch mode, I've been sleeping real good. I don't get a lot of sleep, but the sleep that I get, I'm out. I'm out, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Hey, Iron, what's going on? Vin, how you doing? No problem, sirs. It's, yeah. Tough, man. It's a lot of thinking, a lot of, yeah. I like it. It's fun. I enjoy it. Hey, Brain, what's going on? I'm trying to see if there's anything like that. No. Alright. Oh. Alright, well, I think we're, have you tried Trailmakers? What's that? Can you imagine 20, 30 years space agencies hire people with extreme KSP or other aeronautics sims? KSP is not an aerospace engineering degree, man. It never will be. Lance, you just met with the Student Astronaut Challenge Shuttle Simulator Group creators at Florida High. I'm going to develop digitized switch panels for them. That's cool, man. Neat. What's this? Tweet from Tori Bruno. Those watching the live feed may have observed some ringing of the RL10's new carbon nozzle extension. Well, it did its job, boosting the RL10's eye-watering performance to an even bit higher. We want to make sure we fully understand that behavior before flying in this configuration again. Yeah, the nozzle was shaking. Yeah, that wasn't normal. I know, but dreams, man, dreams. Look, if you're really into this stuff, Alucard, if you're really into it, just use the time that you'd use playing KSP to just go back to school, man. Like, all that energy that you could use, all that energy you use playing the game, you could use to go get a degree. It's probably easier because you don't have to teach yourself. Like, straight up. Hang on. I gotta get the joystick. There we go. Because we flying today. Wait, not playing KSP.
Go and throttle up.
Been busy with exams, Maka. How you been? This week's been rough, but I'm getting through it. Yeah, getting through it. Let's load up Kerbal. Car originally did say it was expected. Nah, I mean, maybe, I don't know, maybe he meant that it did what they wanted it to do. Who knows? Who knows, man? Josh, 55-month resub. Thanks, man. All right. So I'm thinking about getting a Assetto Corsa. Is it worth it without a wheel and pedals like you have? Wheels and pedals make it a lot more fun. You don't need to have them, but they make it a lot more fun. Hey, Chief. What's going on? All right. So my station starts to wobble when my spaceplane docks to it. Auto strut from the wheels. How would I avoid that? Put a robotic part underneath your docking port. Robotic parts bypass auto strut. So they cut auto struts. Auto struts can't go through robotic parts. That should fix it. Or put an anchor weight on your station arrow. Put like a huge counterweight near wherever your spaceplane is docking. Is Falcon 9 flying tonight or tomorrow? It's tomorrow for me. Decent. So the RAF is doing a fundraiser near me, and they came out to play. Yeah, I like that. That's good. I don't know how we're gonna do racing tonight. The Falcon 9 launch is quite literally in the middle of racing. Has there been any update on the 22 upper stage? It came back down, Jim. Something came off of it. Replay of the crash. Let me see. I'm looking. What did he do? Yep, you're gonna feel. Seriously, he's gonna feel that one in the morning. He's gonna feel that one in the morning. I didn't have time to watch yesterday's VOD. Very brief summary, please. Alright. Just watch. Hey, Steiner, what's going on? Yeah, you can feel that one later. Yeah, it's a great noise though, Geeson. Don't lie. Yeah, I still gotta work some of the kinks out. Hey, Ismic, what's up, man?
Finally, for March of 1989, near normal precipitation, I should say, I'm sorry, near normal temperatures in March, and above normal precipitation, an active storm track will keep cooking on the East Coast here in March as well. And the storm dates, the 5th and 6th, 10th through the 12th, the 16th through the 18th, 22nd through the 24th, and the 29th and the 30th of the month.
Yeah, Venrith, I really like poking KSP to see what I can get away with, man. And we'll send you a copy of that forecast. Back to story. So I think we got it. I think it's pretty close. Thank you for the jaw-dropping summary. You're welcome. Steiner, I don't know how we're gonna make the big one work, dude. I have no idea. I don't know how that's gonna happen. Delta V, it's sitting at 4,000 sea level in that configuration with the hump on the back. And the payload bay has 2.2 tons of fuel in it. It will work, I'm confident. If your boy doesn't screw up the damn scent profile, then yeah, it's possible. Uh-oh. I may have just done a bad. Because those hydraulics can't hold it up. Don't crash. Boink. Are the engines going to burn through those plates? No. There's nothing in the way. Well, we know it can handle that. Land student astronaut challenge. Cool, man. Oh, that's really cool, dude. I can see the link, yeah. Oh, no, if it was no, Chivo. Yeah, if it was fueled, it would have fallen right through. You want me to really blow your mind? Watch this. Hey Nero, what's up, man? Install the guide rails on the pad. Yeah, probably gonna need them. So the thing is that I was just using the little toe thingamajigger to test it going back and forth. I put this thing up on the ramp, and believe it or not, we've integrated this thing 4 or 5 times. I think that was the 5th time. I did it a bunch last night just to see what would happen, and then I left the pad overnight to see what happens, and it's not drifting very much. There are some places where we probably should end up running some struts here and there, and the whole pad does seem to be bending a little bit under load. See how the I-beams are popping through the girder segments? That's probably not good, but other than that, this thing held up pretty well. Are you sure that the small landing gear will hold it when it lands? Yeah, Chief, I've landed this thing on this gear before, dude. Sure, why not? The thing is, if we take number 5 here, this is 5, doesn't really have another name. If we take 5, no, we're not taking a break, and we drive it off here, I don't think these wheels are enough to move this thing up this. It will move down for sure. Those panels are going to scrape the ground. Skrrr. Do we have bigger tanks now? We do. Yeah, Altio, but see, yeah, here's the thing. I don't think I can get this thing up there. I got it up there by literally putting it on the pad and hitting the go button. But because we bottomed out like we did before, yeah, I'm not sure that that's gonna work. I don't think 4 wheels is enough to move this thing. It's 45 tons with no fuel in it. Load was the issue with all the wheels, Steiner? Oh no. Retro boosters on the truck. A lot of folks in chat were saying just put jet engines on it, and I'm not even sure if jet engines are powerful enough. But whatever solution we come up with, you know what I'll do? Whatever solution we come up with, I'll take this thing, and I'll take number 5, and we'll just leave it. We'll just leave it here. It'll be fine. I don't think 2 Junos are enough. I don't think 2 Panther engines are enough. Push-pull configuration. I'd rather just put it on a big transporter, Chief. What I was envisioning in my head, and now keep in mind, it doesn't need to have the bracket anymore to tilt the thing up because I'm not using that other pad for this, right? It's basically, we kind of go back to square one with this, but here, let me just turn on the background music. There we go. We kind of go back to square one with this, but all I need is a transporter. That's it. This thing right here. All I need is something like that. I mean, I also want this, and that, and that, and that, and you know what? I'll take the Econoline. That's fine. Oh, the Airstream 310 though. Yeah, I want that. But I really want this W250 and that K10. Actually, that's a Suburban. It's not a K10. Yeah. That's. But also, I want this, and I want the thing that's moving it. You know what? I'll take everything in this picture. Can I just have all of the things? What's the difference between the 2 cars up front? Well, that one is a Dodge. You can tell because it says Dodge on it. That one right there is a Chevy. That's either a Suburban or a quad cab because there's a back seat. I never noticed that before. This thing though, I want something like this. Oh, that's all I need. The weird thing with the wings, let's be clear, Angry Pixel, there are no weird things in this picture. There's just a Chad tier space plane with Chad tier wings. You just you wish you had wings like that. Oh, another W250. I want that. I want it. I want that. Yeah, boy. So you want an SPMT? No, I want the shuttle transporter. There's the flame trench. Mr. Beast did a video of burying anything people fit into a triangle he made. So if you get the chance and he makes a big enough triangle, of buying anything, not burying. Sorry, I can't read. Yeah, I saw that video. Well, is it bad if I watch Mr. Beast? I watch him from time to time. This is a good channel, dude. The guy, Jimmy's a good dude from what I can tell. Yeah. Dude, I've been watching his videos. I think the first video I saw from Mr. Beast was a video where he towed a real car with RC cars. Yeah, the old school Mr. Beast non-clickbaity titles were hilarious, dude. Those were great videos. What was that 12-engine shuttle? That thing right there, Altio? It's an X-33. It's not. It's not an X-33. This was one of the shuttle concepts. This was one of the shuttle concepts that was proposed, but never done. Basically, what they were going to do is get a space shuttle, right? And the space shuttle would have been a little bit bigger. Yes, I said that right. Bigger than, just a little bit bigger than it is now, and it would have had way more ohms propellant and no main engines. So, actually, kind of like Buran, believe it or not. Yeah, kind of like that. And then this thing is the first stage. And it gets it almost all the way up into space. It gets it like 2/3 of the way there from using hydrolocks. These are all J2 engines right there. And this thing does a once around. It goes around, comes back, and lands. It's a flyback first stage. Really friggin' cool. Really cool concept. Yeah, Canards, I know. Yeah, I know. Oh. Very nice. It's pretty cool. So, yeah, Chief, I need something like the transporter. Oh, fucking me dead. I need something like that shuttle transport. Bird. Don't ask me how I got this picture. You can't find this picture on the internet. Well, you can here, but you know what I mean. No, not the crawler. The transporter. Not the crawler transporter. The shuttle transporter. I gotta find a better picture of it. I have it in my shuttle archives here. I mean, there's one picture of it right there. And there's a bunch of pictures of it right there. See the Kometo? I need something like that. It is the thing that SpaceX uses. Yeah, there it is. This one right here. I have another picture of it. Oh, there's the other concept, by the way. SpaceX uses this exact thing? Yes. Two pictures, taken almost 25 years apart. Same transporter right there. See? That one's even further apart. They used the transporter when they needed to move Atlantis to the museum. There it is in 1985, quite literally on the other side of the country. This is at Vandenberg, when they did fit tests with Enterprise in late 1985. This is in 2011. And that's it in 2015. The same vehicle. SpaceX bought it from NASA for 30 grand. I'm serious. No, drummer. No, they wouldn't borrow it. It's SpaceX property. So, SpaceX bought that thing in a government auction. Government auctions have to be disclosed. The price has to be disclosed because it's a government auction for transparency. SpaceX scored that. I said for 30 grand. They scored it for 37 G's. The shuttle transporter. They bought it for 30 grand. Yep. Yep. And they use it to transport Falcon 9s. Every Falcon 9 that's landed at the Cape since like 2016 has been transported back to Cape Canaveral Air Force Station on this thing. And it's been used to transport countless shuttles. So the USAF bought it, and then when they folded out of the shuttle program in '86, they transported this thing back to NASA. This thing has moved almost every shuttle. The only one this thing hasn't touched is Challenger. Yeah, that's the only one. This thing has moved Columbia, Discovery, Atlantis, Endeavour, and Enterprise. I know because what they used to do at the beginning of the shuttle program, what they used to do was literally roll the shuttle on its landing gear into the VAB transfer aisle, lift the thing up, then they would close the landing gear, and then they would take it vertical and put it on the pad. They didn't do that after NASA got that transporter. After '86, they would fold the landing gear up inside of the orbiter processing facility and move the orbiter in full flight configuration from the OPFs to the VAB. Yeah. And because of that, this thing has touched every space shuttle except for Challenger. Does it just use the ET attachment points? Mm-hmm. That's right. Yep. It's just the ET mounts on a modified self-propelled modular transporter. Yeah, that's all it is. Yep. I have one of these. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's go over here. Hold on 1 second. I built one. What am I thinking? I made one of these. Why not Challenger? Well, because it was the Air Force's Velo, and the Air Force never used Challenger for any Air Force missions. They never used it for any Air Force missions. They never used any shuttle for any Air Force. Well, we don't know that for sure, but long story short, it was the Air Force's, and NASA was running Challenger, and then after Challenger left us, the Air Force folded out of the shuttle program. Velo, what you were seeing is a second shuttle launch complex there. Just a quick story about this. Vandenberg, where the Air Force and now Space Force launches, had a fully operational shuttle pad. This is in California. This is not in Florida. There were 3 shuttle pads made. Not a lot of people know this. 3 of them were made, and I've studied this in great detail. We will watch your career with great interest. Actually, more keen-eyed, you will notice that 905, the shuttle transporter, just has external tank struts on it. That's it. They mounted external tank mount points on the top of a 747 to transport the shuttle around. Use the same points. Why not? You putting down my Air Force? Man, hell no. Oh, hey, guy. Wait, what's my guy have here? M16A1. Very nice. Good trigger discipline, my guy. Little kind of a weird way to hold the pistol grip, but alright. Yeah, alright. Oh, mama. Hello. Yeah. It's kind of a weird way to do the trigger discipline, but hey, whatever. Bird. Yeah, Velo, they had an entire shuttle launch complex built in California, and then Challenger happened, and then they folded. The Air Force said, "Nah, we shouldn't do this." For whatever reason, all the engineering documents and pictures from it were declassed because of the shuttle program. They declassified it. I have everything on this. Dude, I got a bunch of information about the pad and how it works. Look, this is the sound suppression system. This would have used a gravity sound suppression system. So, quite literally, Archimedes' principle. This is how a lot of sound suppression systems work on pads. How do you think they get that much water to flow on the pad? Why would you make a pump? Just make a water tower. And then you could just open the tap on the water tower and it'll shoot water down because of gravity. It's like the Romans here. It's crazy. It's very simple, the sound suppression system. I mean, simple, but it's not at the same time. Yeah, Hellfish. I haven't seen it, but yeah, here's the launch complex. Nice. Felonious, 4-month resub. Slick 6 was built for the Gemini program, Gemini Unmanned Orbiting Laboratory, and then they scrapped that, and then they changed it to the shuttle, and then they scrapped that, and then they changed it to Athena, and they used that a couple of times, and now Slick 6 is the home of Delta IV Heavy on the West Coast, and they're going to get rid of that very soon. Oh man! So these pictures here were a fitment test. The Air Force took Enterprise, and they took Enterprise, they took a couple of mass simulator SRBs, so these just have regular Play-Doh inside of them instead of adult Play-Doh. And they stacked the shuttle stack out there with Enterprise, just like it was used in the 70s at 39A. Oh, nice Chevy. Very nice. I'd buy that. Farm, where you at? Farm, you know you want that. I want that truck. That truck's sweet. Dude, pickup trucks are an addiction. I have no idea why. I have no idea what's going on. Like, I started off in light trucks, and I still do. Like F-100s, F-150s. Now I like heavy duty stuff, and now the heavy industrial trucks are revving my engine, so to speak. It's the weirdest thing. It's a terrible rabbit hole. It's just like space. It's a horrible rabbit hole. Truck addiction is absolutely look at that. Look, 77 F-150. Or no, it's probably F-100. Nice. Long bed, baby. What else we got over here? Ooh, a Datsun. Very nice. But seriously, look at these views. I found pictures on the internet of the pad under construction. Is that crazy or what? Those are the SRB hold down points. Tail service mast umbilicals. Farm, what can I say? I like stuff that does things. Funny how that works. Yeah, I got all kinds of pictures, Sneaky. Payload changeout room. Yeah, integration techniques. Well, that's in the VAB. That's a picture of Atlantis being put together. There's the MPTA from the shuttle program when they green run the external tank. You made me like trucks more and more. Tars, it's the weirdest goddamn thing. I don't understand why I get it, usefulness. That's why I like them, because you can do things with them. They have a purpose. Coming from the rocket science world, I like things with purpose. But, yeah, I don't know, man. It's the strangest thing. I just freaking love pickup trucks. I don't know how that happened. So, no, the F-150 wasn't a thing until 1980, Rogue. It was the F-100 before that. And before the F-100, it was the F-1, F-2, F-3, F-4, F-5, F-6, and F-7. From 1948 to 1952, Ford just used a single number designation. So, 48 F-1, 48 F-2, 1952 F-2, and then they switched to F-100 in 1953. Don't ask me why I know that. I mean, it's because I like trucks, but... Twins. Twins, also... Who knows what that is? I've seen it, Reagan, yeah. Yeah, Maka, I like the use, man. Nice, Dan. There you go. That ain't no El Camino. Close. Polonius, you know. One of the best things GM ever devised. That car right there. That's one of my favorite General Motors vehicles. It's a Buick. You know some guy parked his GNX there just so he could take a picture of his freaking GNX, or her, with 2 shuttles in the background. You know why? Because if I owned a Buick GNX, I would take a picture of it with 2 shuttles in the background. That is a cool freaking car. So before everybody's like, well, it looks like a grandma's car, it's got a turbo V6 in it from the factory that makes fast for the time. For the time, this thing was a rocket ship. They stopped making it. GM axed the project. Get this, because it's too good. Because it's not a really good brand image when that thing goes faster than a Corvette. It's a V6. It's a V6, Nikita. It's a 3800. Yeah, Doom. These things are sick, dude. I love GNXs. T-types are one of my guilty pleasures, man. Have you got a link? This is my personal archive. These are just pictures that I've saved, dude. This picture's floating around on the internet. I have all kinds of crazy pictures from the shuttle, and some pictures that you can't get. One of my buddies that worked on the shuttle program. So at the end of the shuttle program, guys, they let people that worked on the program go in and take pictures. It's not like you have to worry about ITAR or anything. I mean, you do with the engines, but the rest of the shuttle, nobody cared. So I got pictures of inside the shuttle's airlock. Yeah, inside Atlantis' airlock, inside of the OPF. Yeah, not many people have a picture like that. That was another shuttle concept. There's the transporter right there. Yeah, there's the mate demate. We could do a mate demate. That would actually be really useful. There's an MLP, mobile launcher platform. Bird. Look at all these birds. They're everywhere. That's a really nice picture of Columbia. Let's date this picture. So, we know it's not 1981, and we know it's not 1982. The reason is because of the orange tank. Okay? The first 2 flights for Columbia, right? Is it up here in the title? Nope. The first 2 flights for Columbia used a white-orange tank. They figured out you didn't need to paint it. And they saved about 2,000 pounds worth of mass by not painting the ET. It has the silts pod, so we know it's post-84. Columbia had a refit when Challenger started flying, and then Discovery and Atlantis. They refitted Columbia, and they tried to make it lighter, and they added the silts pod. Now, let's go take a look down here. That's a 79. 79 Ford right there. So this is the early 80s. Gotta be. Well, wait a minute. No, it can't be. Some dude just has a frigging old truck. Because that's an Econoline from the 90s. And dude's taking a picture of his Econoline. What the hell? Why are you taking a picture of your van? Oh, never mind. You know the answer to that question. I never noticed that. Yeah. So this must be the early 90s or something. It's for his OnlyFans. God damn it. Yep, see? You got all these pictures, all these freaking... There's pictures of the mate demate before they scrapped it. They scrapped them. They were an environmental hazard apparently because they painted them with lead-based paint in the 80s. Oops. That's at Edwards Air Force Base. I have isometric views, shuttle blueprints. That's inside of the OPF. You guys just like I like my job, I guess. Anybody know what that is? That sucks for him. Check last. Last. If you don't want to talk about it, okay, but why did that happen to Columbia via re-entry? Well, Velo, I don't mind discussing the engineering principles behind it and what happened, alright? I will say this. Columbia happened because of a freak accident. It was a freak accident. You could launch... this is just my opinion. I get it. You could launch 1,000 more space shuttles. That would never happen. Ever. The circumstances in which made... This is the thing about engineering, man. The circumstances that made Columbia not come home is the strangest thing you've ever seen. It's the strangest thing. So basically what happened is... Velo, on the shuttle, they have 4 types of thermal protection system. There's 4 types of heat shield on the shuttle. You have LRSI, right? HRSI, NOMEX, and reinforced carbon-carbon, or RCC for short, okay? I'm trying to find us a good picture. Here we go. Here's a good one. All right, so this is a picture of Endeavor's belly. The HRSI, high resistance silicate something or other. It's the black tiles. So they have black tiles, they have white tiles, they have thermal blankets, which is the white parts of the shuttle right there, and then you have RCC, all right? Now, you know how I always talk, Velo? You've been here for a little bit. I'm going to turn this off because there's background noise. You know how I always talk about how flying through at hypersonic speed when you're coming through reentry, it's like surfing. It's like a boat. Like you're hydroplaning over plasma. It's not hydroplaning because there's no water involved. That's kind of like what happens. You're kind of surfing. Like think of it like skipping a rock over water. I mean, some pods, some reentry vehicles do skip off the atmosphere to bleed off speed. The Apollo capsule did that. It's aeroplaning. Yeah, funny how that works. Yeah, I mean, I understand the absurdity of that statement. But, okay, you remember, Velo, you remember yesterday how I was talking about the Sabre engine? You were here for that, I think. And I was talking about how the Sabre engine has that bow shock, right? So, the RCC is the most important part here for this, okay? The tiles are basically, they're designed to have axial flow over them. What is that? What the hell does that mean in plain English? Like, what are you talking about? What axial flow? It's designed to have plasma flow parallel to it, right? The tiles don't take the reentry heat straight up, okay? They take inside. They take the heat inside of the bow shock. All right. I have a picture in my archives here somewhere of a shuttle wind tunnel test here. I just got to find the picture. I have so many pictures. Here it is, right here. So, you see right here where the tiles are? You see how the plasma shock, right? The bow shock from the plasma, right here. See how it's hotter? It's closer to the bottom of the shuttle? It's closer to the bottom of the shuttle during reentry. This is kind of what it looks like. This is what I mean about surfing a wave of plasma. It's literally surfing a wave of plasma. That's like... I don't know a better way to say that. Like, I can't figure out a better way to say that in layman's terms, right? So, if you look at the shuttle, these things are designed to have axial flow over them. Axial plasma flow, I think is what it's called. I'd have to go check. It might be called that, might not, I don't know. But the other thing is, Velo, is that the tiles, if you notice, they're placed in a very specific way, okay? They're placed in a very specific way to take this plasma that's flowing off the nose and skirt it out over the wings. Because if you expose heat to more surface area, right, it'll diffuse the heat, right? More heat, more surface area is less overall temperature, right? So the tiles actually they're made the way that they are, and they're shaped the way that they are to take plasma, right, and push plasma off the side. Quite literally like a boat hull. That's what it's supposed to do. Like a boat hull takes water and moves it out of the way. That takes plasma and moves it out of the way. It's not the same, all right? It's just an analogy, okay, to kind of help you picture it in your head a little better, okay? So the tiles, you know, people always say that what happened with Columbia, the tiles fell off. Oh, the tiles fell off. It had nothing to do with the tiles. The tiles are fine. What it did have everything to do is something that's designed to take radial plasma flow, right? So something that's designed to pierce the freaking heat. That's the nose cone. The nose cone and the wing leading edge, okay? That's the RCC, the reinforced carbon-carbon, okay? The reinforced carbon-carbon is something that they use as a heat shield for nuclear weapons, okay? Also, if you're a Formula One fan, they make the brake calipers out of that. Yeah, you're welcome, Formula One. They make brake calipers out of this for race cars because they can. Reinforced carbon-carbon is basically one of those things where it's like you're cheating material. Reinforced carbon-carbon can take, so it's like a carbon composite. It's basically like charcoal. It's not. Charcoal is completely different, but it straight up can resist entry temperatures of like plus 3,500 Fahrenheit. What's 3,500 Fahrenheit? Like 2,000 something Celsius. It can straight up just push the plasma out of the way, and it can withstand the heat. The nose cone right there, that little thing right there on the shuttle is the most important part of the entire thing. You don't have that nose cone on the shuttle, it doesn't come home. Secondly, the second most important part, these things right here. See these little stripes? There's more reinforced carbon-carbon on the wings. Can anybody tell me why? We were talking about hypersonic flow. Why do you think the wings have carbon on them? The leading edge of the wings. Why do you think they have RCC? Yeah, there you go, Chief. Something like that. Heat. Well, you guys are right, but consider this, all right? The shuttle right here, okay? So let's say we're looking at the shuttle from the top, all right? Here's the nose cone, right? Say we're looking at it from the top. Here's the windows, right? This looks like the Lego shuttle, right? Like the birds chirping in the background, right? And then there's the windows right there, right? And then here's the payload bay. All right. At speed, just like with a boat, the wake or the bow shock changes. So at speed, guess what? At higher speeds, the plasma does something like this. It hits the nose and then does something like that. Right? At lower speeds, it goes out here, right? And goes like that. The angle right here of the bow shock changes. It changes a lot depending on what speed you're going, right? Just like a boat that's just kind of cruising through the water is going to have not much wake, right? And one that's really going through the water is going to have a huge wake, right? Plasma does the same thing. And that's what I mean. I get it. Plasma is not water. We're talking about two way different types of physics here, but there are similarities, weirdly enough. The reason why I use boats and boat wakes to measure it is because people know what a boat going through water looks like. People don't know what a shuttle traveling at Mach 25 going hypersonic through the atmosphere and leaving literally a wake of plasma behind it. People don't know what that looks like. So I use boat wakes as a good analogy here. All right. So the angle does change, and check this out. Oh, GNX, nice. If you look, this is designed to take that angle change. That's why there's plasma, there's reinforced carbon-carbon all over this edge, because the nose cone is going to push most of it out of the way. But there are times during the reentry regime where the wings are outside of the wake. So they have more heat shield on the front of the wing to account for that, right? So, Velo, you asked what happened to Columbia. Columbia launched. Everything went fine. A piece from the external tank, some of the orange foam, came off. when the shuttle was up going through like max Q or something. It was going real fast. But it was still in the atmosphere. A piece of the forward bipod spray-on foam insulation, so the foam that was covering the shuttle's forward attachment point, came off and smacked Columbia's left wing right there, right in this area right here. Now, I don't think I need to tell you why that's a problem. It punched a hole about the size of a basketball through the wing leading edge. Now, reinforced carbon. Here's the thing, and this is I heard this from Charlie Bolden one time, who was a shuttle pilot and NASA administrator for 8 years, right? Before he was the guy before Jim. I heard him say, and his anecdote was that reinforced carbon is strong and it can withstand heat like crazy. Structurally, it's not very strong. Structurally, it has like the consistency of, I don't know, mild plastic. You could break it. Like if I had a piece of RCC right here, I could break it, no problem. It would be like breaking a cookie. It's not very structurally strong, but thermal, but being able to take the heat and being structurally strong is two different things, right? You don't use a heat sink on your computer to hold up the motherboard, right? I'm sure somebody's tried that, right? Not even like aluminum. No, it's very delicate. It's very delicate. It's very brittle. That's the word I'm looking for. So a piece of the foam came off on the way up and hit Columbia right there. Now, that's not... Dude, I don't think I need to tell you why that's a bad thing. I mean, obviously you have a puncture hole in the heat shield, but also this part right here is a major structural component in the shuttle. It's a major structural component right there. That's a big problem. If it was out here, still probably fatal, but out here, you'd probably maybe make it, maybe. But right here, it's a death sentence. And this is what sucks about this, okay? Right there, critical structural component. You know how I know? The shuttle's wing box is right there, where the landing gear attaches. Remember, those landing gear need to hold up a 60-ton orbiter when it lands on the ground. That is a critical structural point. And it hit literally in the shuttle's Achilles heel of its thermal protection system. The shuttle has had tiles come off before. They've had tiles get hit. Tiles fly off during reentry. It was one of those things that they just never developed it fully and certified it before they put the shuttle into service. And this is what I mean. That's what when I always say about underfunding the shuttle program. Tiles are one of those things. It's a good idea. It's a great idea. They just never really dialed it. In the beginning of the shuttle program, they never dialed it fully. It was fine by the end of the program. It was fine. Now, the cool thing is, in this picture, and this is the reason why I have this picture of Endeavour for multiple reasons, talking about Columbia. The reason why is, look, you could see where the wing bolts in. You could see where the wing subassembly bolts to the rest of the shuttle. Because the tiles bend and flex from that point because it's a subassembly. It's just like attachment joints in KSP. Stuff does bend. So the shuttle strakes are part of the fuselage right until about here. And then you could see the line right there. It goes up and around and back. The landing gear is also part of the fuselage. Actually, here, check this out. All right. Check this out. If we look at, believe it or not, we could look at pictures of Buran because Buran has a very similar structural frame. There's a picture of a Buran floating around with no wings. Not floating, but let me see if I can find it. I mean, that's a nice Sukhoi, and there's a nice other thing behind it. No, that's not it. But that's a good picture. That's another flight orbiter. It's sitting at Menino. It's not doing much. I gotta find the thing about the other orbiters. Here we go. So there's Boria right there, and then 3K, and then 4K. There's GLI. There's a picture floating around somewhere of a Buran with no wings attached. I think it was when it was on the barge, and I think it was 3K, if I'm remembering right. There we go. Here, perfect. Check this out. Well, it is still floating, but also that... They were taking it to refurbish it, by the way. It's very similar structurally to the shuttle. The Soviets wanted to match the shuttle's capability because they had no idea what it did. True story. Look. Let's look at the side right here. It's one of the few times you'll ever see a picture of a shuttle with no wings on it. See the strake? Strake's part of the fuselage. See where it bolts? It's very similar. See how thick those beams are right there? That's the wing box for the shuttle. That's where the gear attaches. So more or less. You see the difference in structural between like right here and right there? That's what I'm talking about. And then there's the wings right there. The landing gear box, see how beefed up that is compared to the rest? And then you could see the RCC mounts because the Soviets were going to use RCC as well. Because they have nuclear weapons as well. And the Russians nowadays still do. So do we, for what it's worth. But see how this picture is great because it uses the structure right there. Oh, DS, don't worry about it. I don't care. I had fun. Did you have fun? Who cares? I appreciate the apology, but don't worry about it, man. It's no problem. What possibilities were the Soviets so afraid of that they had to equal it? King, that's a whole nother tangent. Literally, the Soviets got confused when we went from using the Saturn V to the shuttle. They said, they have the Saturn V. They went to the moon. Why would you make this? So they saw that the Air Force was involved, and they said, screw it. The Air Force is involved. This must be some kind of weapons system. And what they defaulted to, and this may have been through misinformation, or it may have been real. I have no freaking idea. Cold War espionage. They defaulted to that the shuttle was a mobile nuclear missile or nuclear launch facility. Basically, they'd launch the shuttle up with a bunch of nukes in a rotisserie rack inside of the payload bay, deploy them, and yeah, it was a way to hold nukes up in space. And also, they also thought that it was going to steal Salyut 7. Now, once again, whether that's misinformation from us or whether the Soviets' fears were not unfounded, I have no freaking idea. I wouldn't throw it past us trying to steal a space station. That sounds like us. But also, I would also believe if, like, we just said that to just freak them out. But they literally made Buran Energia because they looked at the shuttle, they saw that the Air Force was involved, and they said, look, we have no idea what the hell that thing does, but we're going to match it and then we will figure out what it does later. Seriously, that was the reason. That's the reason why the Buran program happened. They literally did a Cal Naughton Jr. I'm confused by your tactics. I'm going to keep acting tough until I figure out what's going on. Seriously, that's the reason why the Buran program existed. Yeah. It's a great program. It's great engineering. Even if it is like a little bit of a knockoff. Like the fuselages are eerily similar. But Buran isn't the same thing. It has no engines in the back. I mean, it does, but it's not the same. Energia is the real contribution here. That's the real engineering prowess. That shows the engineering prowess of Glishko. Valentin Glishko who was a hell of a fucking aerospace engineer. Excuse my language. Really good. Glishko is the guy that's responsible for the oxygen-rich stage combustion cycle. NPO Energomash, yeah, they don't call it Glishko for no reason. Yeah, real good. Excuse my language. I gotta time myself out for 10 seconds. So, now does the shuttle hatch work? Hold on a second, guys. I gotta finish explaining this to Velo. So, right there is a critical structural component. And basically during re-entry, at one point during re-entry, the bow shock went right through and punched a hole and literally cut the shuttle's wing off. It cut the shuttle's wing off. And Columbia, the funny thing is about Columbia is because it was the first shuttle, it was way overbuilt. They made it really heavy and they over-engineered it structurally on purpose. Columbia could never move what Challenger, Discovery, Atlantis, or Endeavour could move into space because it's overbuilt. They built Columbia, they overbuilt it, and then they flew it, and then they figured out that they could make parts lighter based off of the first 4 orbiter flight tests, STS 1, 2, 3, and 4. So that worked in Columbia's favor to an extent. If you read the Accident Investigation Board, the Columbia Accident Investigation Board, Columbia made it through re-entry with 1 frigging wing. Seriously. Rick Husband flew that son of a... He flew that son of a with 1 wing through re-entry. Yeah. It's when it started to get into the air that stuff started to really go bad. Because, you know, you kind of need 2 wings to fly an airplane. Except if it's a B-2, but the shuttle is not a B-2 last time I checked. Yeah, we're going to flight test in a second. Yeah, the shuttle doesn't fly very well with 2 wings. With 1 wing, it's not going to fly at all. And that, once you start getting into the aero, it'll start tumbling, and that's game over. You know, it sucks. I watched that. I watched Columbia happen. It was not good. I remember it was on the weekend, if I'm remembering right. Or at least I remember, here, hold on. Maybe it wasn't. I have to go check. I can't remember. It was a long time ago. So, long story short, and here's why I say this is a 1 in a million thing. It was on a Sunday, Sugar, right? Did I get that right? February 1st was on a Sunday. I remember I watched it. It was terrible. I'm trying to look. No, Wookie, I don't show death on stream. I have a very, very strict rule about that. I do not show people getting hurt or people getting killed on stream. I don't care if it's Twitch allows it. I don't care if it's totally fine. Other streamers do it. I don't care. I won't show people getting hurt on the stream. I can't do that. I'm sorry. It's just not. The funny thing is like I could play a shooting game. We can go play Counter-Strike and shoot people in the face, but I won't. Like that's a video game, dude. I won't show people getting hurt. I can't, dude. I can't watch Columbia. I can't do it. Like you can call me a little bit. You can call me a little bit of a wimp. I can't do it. I can't do it. It's just. I can't watch Challenger either, for what it's worth. And that's not even like saying on stream. I just can't watch it. It just really, really, really deeply upsets me. I'm not going to show it. I won't do it. But, so, Velo, going back to it. Hey, my pick. What's up, man? Going back to it. Here's why I say Columbia is a freak accident. I've read the Accident Investigation Board. I've read sequence of events leading to mission failure. Yeah, Astro, we lost 7 good souls, man, which really sucks. On Challenger and Columbia. Like, and you know what? Like, Challenger was just a stupid, idiotic management decision. Columbia was just a freak accident. NASA wasn't doing anything wrong. But what a lot of people don't know about STS-107 is that it was super delayed. STS-107 kept getting scrubbed, okay? It kept getting scrubbed a bunch of times, all right? And the reason why it kept getting scrubbed a bunch of times, it was just a bunch of different things. Like, it got scrubbed because of this, it got scrubbed because of that. It scrubbed like 7 times, all right? The external tank on the space shuttle is only designed to be filled up with fuel and tested a certain amount of times before you start having problems. Why? Well, you're not going to engineer the external tank, which is expendable, to be reusable. That's a waste of money, right? So filling up the external tank and detanking it and tanking and detanking it and tanking it and detanking it and tanking it and detanking it over and over and over and over again, when you pressurize it and then depress and then pressurize and depress, it's like the tank is breathing almost. So it does cause and then also it's really friggin' cold. The delta T there and the delta P, change in temperature and change in pressure, keep going up and down and up and down and up and down, and it cavitates the foam. The foam starts to crack. But this is why I still say that Columbia is a freak accident. Dude, you could launch 1,000 more shuttles. This would never happen. Ever. They'd scrubbed a bunch of shuttles previously. No problems. No foam came off. This is just a freaking accident. Like, there had been shuttle flights that had scrubbed that many times before. They launched it into space, no problem. Some foam did come off the tank, but it never came off in places near the shuttle's thermal protection system. Like, there had been times where it was kind of near it, and there had been mishaps with the shuttle's thermal protection system on ascent previously, with STS-27, an SRB jettison motor went off while the SRB was still attached, and it almost blew a hole in the side of STS-27. Yeah. STS-27 re-entered with no tiles on some of the shuttle. Yeah, it made it through. Barely, but it made it. Show last. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like, there wasn't... That's the most screwed up thing about this. There wasn't... Like, it was just a freak accident, dude. Like, Chief, this is actually a good picture in context. Yeah, right? Yeah, half a wing full and belly tanks wrecked. So, yeah, Joe, I mean, Rick Husband's a bad mother trucker. He took manual control of it and flew the damn thing with one wing through re-entry. What a Chad. What a Chad. If you're going to go out, you go out like that, man. Hell yeah. What a legend. No, Josh, foam didn't come off on the ET on the first shuttle launch. What happened was they didn't get the sound suppressors right. And the SRBs overperformed on STS-1. And the sound, because they overperformed, the sound was so good that it overpowered the sound suppression system. And the sound shook some tiles off the back of the shuttle on the ohms pods. Yeah, that happened. Oh, yeah. How does the shuttle hatch work? I mean, it's basically a hatch from a pod. The shuttle is not like an airplane. The shuttle is an aluminum cradle, basically. And then there's aluminum on the top. And where the people stay, T-Man, is basically a pod that's sitting inside of an aluminum cradle. I could show you another picture, but let me finish this stuff here. So that's what the hole kind of looked like. Once again, it's right in the Achilles heel of the shuttle. This was from testing, right? They tested this. They basically used a spud gun to shoot spray-on foam insulation at the RCC because NASA was like, there's no way that's possible. There's no way that the RCC got punctured. But it did because freak accident, right? Dude, I will maintain this to this day. If that freaking foam comes off and it goes 2 inches higher, or like, no, not 2 inches. If it goes like a foot lower, it misses the shuttle completely. Do you know how hard it is? Do you know how fast something has to be going and to hit the leading edge of a wing? You know why that's so difficult? The wing is moving air. The wing is designed to move air around it. Trying to hit the very tip of a wing with anything when a plane is flying, every time you try to put something near the wing, it would be like a magnet, because right when the thing gets close to the wing, you're compressing air that the wing is already compressing, and it should shoot under it or over it, right? Dude, if this thing hits 6 inches over here and bounces off the tiles, it comes. Columbia's sitting in a museum nowadays. I will say that. I will maintain that till I'm blue in the face. If it goes a little bit higher, it goes over the wing. If it goes a little bit lower, it either hits the tiles and it's not a problem, or it misses the wing entirely. It is a freak accident. Like, that is a freak accident. Nothing more. Like, they learned a little bit about foam cavitation with the external tank, right? But that's a freaking accident. What can you do with that? They did everything right. Like, there were things about the foam coming off, right, on the tank, but it never hit the thermal protection system because the wings usually pushed it out of the way. Spoiler alert, wings move a lot of air in directions that the wings aren't at, right? Like, Columbia was scheduled to be retired. It was going to be the first one, Joe. The shuttle program, when I was in middle school, The shuttle program was scheduled to retire right around now, actually. Right around 2020 is when that was the plan before Columbia. After Columbia, we decided Constellation, and you've heard that story from me 1,000 times. They calculated the foam speed when it hit the wing. It was about 500 kilometers an hour. Yeah, I mean, once again, it's a freak accident, dude. I will say this till I'm blue in the face. A freak accident. There's, like, you could launch 1,000 more shuttles. That would never happen. Ever. Hey, Colt, welcome to Mission Control. You're going throttle up. Was the foam strike after or before Max Q? I don't remember off the top of my head, T-Man. If you want to go read the investigation report, it's called the Columbia Accident Investigation Board. So, CABE is what it's called for short. There's like nothing. There's nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do, man. Like, and yeah, like, what do you do? Can you explain STS-27 in more detail? Parachute mortar, I think it was, not a SEP motor. I said SEP motor before, Reagan. A parachute mortar went off on too early, because of some ground fault or whatever. And STS-27. Here's a picture of Atlantis landing. We almost lost Atlantis. It was very close, dude. And this is what I mean about, you know, when I say, like, oh, you can lose a few tiles. And if it hits the tiles, it scrapes the tiles a little bit, and it'll melt a little bit of the shuttle, but it's not going to rip it apart. This is how I know. You can lose tiles. You can lose tiles on the shuttle, and it's not that big of a deal. Just don't lose too many. I mean, you obviously don't want to lose any tiles, because that's deviance. If you didn't want the tiles to come off, all right, and they come off, you didn't engineer it right. You didn't engineer it how you wanted. But look, Atlantis is missing. This is STS-27 on landing. Look at that. Look at how much of the tiles are missing or scraped off. Right there was the worst offender, right there, because the tile straight up fell off. Like, there's no tile there. That's the shuttle's fuselage. It's just charred, so it looks like it's not. Hey, Jonathan, gifted a sub to T-Man. But what was the shuttle that had the steel beam that saved the crew? You're looking at it. There's a steel reinforcement plate right here on the shuttle's aluminum chassis to hold the forward RCS together. So right here is a critical structural bulkhead for the shuttle. This black line, give or take, there's a bulkhead right there. There's a huge wall, like the firewall on a car. The reason why there's a big wall right there is because, well, this is where people sleep, and this is where the maneuvering thrusters are, hydrazine thrusters. Yeah, hydrazine isn't good for you, so they put a huge structural bulkhead in here on the front of the shuttle. And if you look, it looks like there's a line right here. So this thing can actually be taken off like a battery pack. It's a sub-assembly that can be removed. So because there's a bulkhead right here, there's another bulkhead right here, this part of the shuttle, and because this is just a piece a sub-assembly that's attached, right? You can pull the maneuvering thrusters off in one piece. It's like a quick disconnect almost, right? Because the shuttle structurally doesn't have any reinforcement over here, right? And this thing just kind of sits in a cradle. There's a huge reinforcement bar right here. And the reason why STS-27 got so damn lucky is because the tile that came off was literally covering that reinforcement bracket. Here. I spelled Rockwell incorrectly. Here, you can see right there. There's a good picture. Or this one right here. And you know, T-Man, you asked about the shuttle's hatch. The shuttle's flight deck, the flight deck, mid deck, and third deck is basically a pod. It's a pod, like Orion. I mean, it's a little bigger than Orion, but it's a pod riding in an aluminum cradle. The shuttle ain't built like an airplane. It's very different. See the Mylar wrap around the crew tank. That is one gigantic subassembly, and when they built the shuttles, they had the bottom of the shuttle. They put that in there, and then they welded the aluminum chassis around it. But see right here? You could see the steel, you could see the reinforcement beams right there. Look at the stringers. See all the stringers right there? There you go. There it is. Straight up. See how thick that bulkhead is right there? And keep in mind, this doesn't have the top piece in there. That's from foam damage? No. On STS-27, I think it was a parachute mortar. Here, Atlantis' thermal protection system sustained extensive damage during the flight. Ablative insulating material from the right-hand solid rocket booster nose cap hit the orbiter 85 seconds into flight. Ablative. Oh, so the SRB's thermal protection system on the nose cone came off. The problem was compounded by the fact that the crew was prohibited from using their standard method of sending images to the ground control due to the classified nature of the mission. Yeah, STS-27 was a DoD mission. The crew was forced to use a slow encrypted transmission method, likely causing the images NASA engineers received to be poor quality, causing them to think the damage was actually just lights and shadow. Oh, Jesus. I forgot about that part. They told the crew the damage did not look any more severe than on past missions. Yeah, see right there. Accepting the fact that the thermal protection system could get damaged on launch is not a good thing. Yeah, Hoot was pissed. Hoot is a bad mother trucker of a shuttle pilot. You should read about Hoot Gibson. He has an awesome mustache. So, little thing on Hoot Gibson. He flew fighter planes in Vietnam, right? Came home, thought that wasn't enough to get cheap thrills. Joined NASA, joined the shuttle program, and flew the shuttle 6 times. And then, you know, after missions like this, you'd think the guy would have had enough. No. He became a commercial airline pilot after that, and literally did it until 65, when you can't do it anymore. The FAA mandates that pilots have to retire at 65. You can't be over 65 and fly a commercial airliner. So you'd think he'd had enough after that, right? No. He in his spare time nowadays, he races planes at the Reno Air Races. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Hoot got pissed. He was really mad at them. He's like, guys, there could be a hole in the TPS, and, like, you say it's not a big deal. I say it is a big deal. Oh, he was mad. Oh, yeah, you go read about this. Read. He was pissed. Yeah, I forget where it says over here, but yeah, look. I mean, look at that. You could see the aluminum chassis of the shuttle right there. See it? And then you could see the steel plate right there that saved their bacon. See, it's burned off. Re-entry, I mean, plasma's hot, man. It's like taking a blowtorch to things. And look, you could see that the tiles got all melted around here because re-entry heating was getting onto the side of the tile. Re-entry heating is not designed to get onto the side of the tile. Look what it did to it. It melted it. See, it melted that thing? Re-entry heating went through here and seeped out this crack and melted the tile behind it as well. See what I'm talking about, man? This is no good. Look. Re-entry heating went through here. It went through that crack, and then it probably melted this tile from the inside out. Look, there's heat scoring on the outside of the tile. I guarantee you re-entry heating went underneath this tile and cooked it back to front, which is not what it's designed to do. Like, look, like I said, it's more like water than you think. Water will go everywhere you don't want it to go. If anybody owns a boat, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It'll go anywhere anywhere you don't want water to go, water will find. Re-entry heating's the same way. I mean, 27 almost, like, it was close. That steel reinforcement stringer plate right there is what saved them. That's what, I mean, the nose of the shuttle would have came off otherwise. I mean, that's just good design from Rockwell. I mean, the shuttle's insane, dude. It's a hell of a piece of equipment. Yep. Oh, there's a picture of that bulkhead. Look at how strong that is. Or look at it, well, not strong. Look at how thick it is. See that? She thick. Like hydrogen. Yeah, I mean, it's almost like this is tough. See, look at, there's a bunch of good pictures of there. There's the crew tank being fitted right there. Great pictures. Yeah, dude, look at it's an aluminum cradle. That's all it is. But see, those are the aluminum stringers right there. That kind of is like how an airplane is designed. But see, the stringers are a different color right there because it's steel. They reinforce certain parts of the shuttle with steel. Like where stuff attaches. There's a chassis. That's what a space shuttle looks like right there. That's what its guts look like. Just chatting? Marcus, I mean, here. I have KSP open. Look. Here. See? There you go. Don't. I got some Vaseline if you want to complain even more. So anyway, yeah, I mean, it sucks. Columbia's a freak accident, dude. It's a freak accident. It's like, I'll say it once, I'll say it again. And guys, I would invite you not to regurgitate what I say. Go and read CABE yourself. Come to your own conclusions. It's public data. It's not like anything's classified. You can go read it yourself. I think it is, but what I think might not be right. Remember, I'm from the outside looking in, so what do I know? Thanks, I didn't understand how I got here. No problem, dude, no problem. Yeah, no, Marcus, what I like to do when I play some KSP, dude, this is a long-haul stream, my dude. It's a long-haul stream. I'm going to be playing KSP for, like, the next 10 hours. That's not an exaggeration. I'll probably play it until about, well, the Falcon 9 launch. There's a SpaceX launch happening early this morning. I stream for long periods of time. What I like to do, and I get it, I probably should do this under Just Chatting. You're probably right. I like to talk about rockets before I play KSP because I'm in it for the long haul. Like, so consider this like a warm-up, I guess. But yeah, I mean, sometimes those conversations end up going for a little while. But here, let's jump in. The thing is, if the crew was concerned enough to report it, surely Houston told them not to worry, or he should have started sounding alarm bells. More rocket talk? Well, let's talk and work. I just opened up the F-4 Phantom because reasons. I think the Falcon 9 heat shield uses the same component from the shuttle. No, it doesn't.
Go at throttle up.
There's not one piece of the shuttle's thermal protection system or any thermal protection system derived from the space shuttle on Falcon 9 to my knowledge. You don't need that heavy of a heat shield for a first stage. Jackery! Oh, Marcus, you got gifted a sub from Jackery. There you go. But yeah, sorry. You're being helpful with info for someone else. You're being... Oh, don't worry about it, dude. It's all good. Hey, look, man. I've been doing this for almost a decade, man. If I'm going to let every single thing somebody says ruin my day, dude, I wouldn't be a streamer, man. Because, look, I'm not going to sit here and be like some space... like, this isn't my safe space, dude. You're on the internet. Like, dude, I grew up going on the internet a lot in the 90s and the 2000s. Anybody that does that knows that the internet is a lot more tame nowadays than it was. At least at surface value. It's a lot more tame. Dude... some of the stuff that people said to me when I played Counter-Strike, like 1.5 and 1.6, they would be, like, arrested nowadays, dude. So, hey, it's all good, dude. Don't worry about it. Just chill and talk space with me, man. Here, look at this. So we're in my R&D save right now because I was trying to go find a shuttle transporter in here. But we can sit here and look at the XB70. I'm trying to buy a new keyboard. What's your favorite? Mr. Clutch, I've had a DOS keyboard professional. Yeah, DOS, like the streamer, but it's not his brand. The DOS keyboard professional, I've had it since 2011. It's literally never failed me. This keyboard right here. It's a little dirty. I apologize. I haven't cleaned it in a little bit. It's a DOS keyboard professional. I've had it for 11 years. I've dropped this keyboard before. Never, no problem. Nothing bad has ever happened with it. I've slammed this keyboard before because playing shooter games pisses me off. Yeah, nothing's ever happened. It's a full metal. Well, it's got plastic on the outside, but it's metal construction underneath because DOS keyboard professionals are based off of IBM Model Ms. And I like the Model M. It's one of my favorite keyboards. I've never thrown this keyboard on stream. I've slammed it a couple of times. Hey, Jeff, how are you? Sorry, I just pulled the thing out of the harness. There we go. There are other good keyboards. That's just what I use. I use a professional. It's a great keyboard. It's literally never failed me. It's working as well as the day that I bought it. Easily. Like, I don't get paid by Das Keyboard or anything. I'm kind of against sponsorships on stream. It really depends. I guess I wouldn't be not open-minded to something like that, but the keyboard has lasted a decade. I don't know what else you want. It's a decade of constant use. I probably have, how many hours do you think I have typing on this keyboard? Thousands. Not hundreds of thousands, tens of thousands maybe. Does this have the folding wings? The Valkyrie? Yeah, my Valkyrie does, yes. I mean, stuff that can last that long with my freaking caveman brain beating on it the entire time, yeah, it's fine. Ugh. I remember this. I never did it justice. Stupid. Oh, the WASD keys on this thing, drummer, are buffed. They're shiny compared to all the other keys. Oh yeah, I've seen that, T-Man. I saw it when I was getting up. All right, where's my shuttle transporter? No, not that transporter. What's this? What's this, Dish? Have you seen this? All the crazy proposed variants of the Valkyrie. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the straddle launch one. I like the passenger liner one. A passenger liner Valkyrie would have been insane. Yeah, someone's linked this article before, dude. I've seen this, but it's awesome. Some of the... Dude, it would be... Compression lift is a really good idea, man. So the Valkyrie, just a quick tangent on this. The Valkyrie has fold-down wings. The wings fold down, kind of like Starship's wings. Only Starship's wings don't fold down. It's kind of the opposite of that. So when it takes off, the wings are straight, right? And then at high speed, up in the upper atmosphere, the wings fold down. You know why? Because at supersonic speeds, you have a bow shock just like you do with plasma, right? This thing works like a trimaran boat would, but for air. The tip of the engine intake right there actually splits the bow shock, and it vectors the bow shock underneath the wing. And it's called the phenomenon is called compression lift. That compression lift, right? Compression lift makes it so you can have the wing make like twice the lift that it would because you're vectoring the shock underneath it. And that means the Valkyrie can stay up there. It can fly at super high altitude and generate way more lift than a regular plane could at that same altitude. When you get really high up like that with a plane, you really need to focus. Your engines are used. The planes at high altitude kind of fly like this because there's less atmospheric density, so your wings don't generate as much lift. So you have to use some of the engines, having them point kind of down to keep the thing going, right? Valkyrie doesn't have to do that. The Valkyrie at high speed, fold the wings down, and it'll generate lift for days. So the 6 engines that it has, yes, it has 6 mounted in the back right there. The 6 engines that it has can be focused on just going fast. The Valkyrie, they never tested it fully because the program got axed before they got any further. The Valkyrie goes as fast as an SR-71, probably faster. Well, we don't know that because we don't know how fast the SR-71 goes for sure. But yeah, what is this? Yeah, I don't remember that one, Dish. I like the... That's cool. Why do all the cool things get axed? It's not that all the cool things get axed, 619. I have a really big theory about this. It's not that all the cool stuff gets axed. It's that every aerospace project is cool. So the ones that got canceled, we get pissed because they're cool. But the reality of that situation is that all of them are really, really freaking cool. Because planes and spaceships are cool. Right? That's how I look at it. You know? Like, we would be sitting here saying the same exact thing about the SR-71 if the Valkyrie replaced it. We would be sitting here saying the same thing about the B-1 if the Valkyrie had gotten greenlit instead of the B-1 program. Because the B-1 is what replaced the Valkyrie. That's what put the Valkyrie on the chopping block, the B-1, the Lancer. I mean, for the most part. It's a little bit of overlap, but also no. Every plane is cool, man. Planes are cool. It flies through the air. What do you want? Like, that's cool. Like, I don't know what else to say. All right, let's go find this shuttle transporter and see if we can use it. Yes, it works. It is insanely difficult to land. Where is it? It's probably up here in the seas. I want you to save that stash, bro. Nah, I'm good. Please try. No, not right now. All right. CTSNG aircraft tug. Oh, that's a tow bar. Oh yeah, I tried to make a tow bar with a fifth wheel on the K200. That's an old version of the K200 with the bigger fuel cells. I modified it for career mode to have the smaller fuel cells because these are really late game. And there's the tow bar. Oh my goodness. So we drive underneath the thing, right? And these landing gear deploy, and they hold that landing gear in this hole right here. The problem is using landing gear to hold landing gear is not a good thing. Yeah, and putting that whole thing on a sprung wheel, also a bad idea. Yeah, I ended up driving this underneath, towed the shuttle for about 5 seconds, it Kraken struck, flipped the shuttle over, and landed the shuttle on its payload bay. Yeah, that was a bad idea. But I didn't know it was a bad idea until it became a bad idea. Here's another one, the docking port attachment system. You guys know how I use the small docking ports all the time, right? There's a reason why. This is the experiment to show why that works. I remember I did this on stream and chat got mad at me for being boring. Basically, what I tried to do is see how much overlap there is with docking ports and this is before robotics, keep in mind, by actuating air brakes up and down and moving these pieces right here. Moving these shuttles up and down to dock and undock the ports over and over again. And figure out how much overlap there is with docking ports as opposed to a node attachment. Yeah, good idea. I learned a lot about docking ports from that and how they work. There it is. There's the Kometo. Perfect. We still use Kraken Tech, Drummer. It's just not in the same way. We use Kraken Tech nowadays with same vessel interaction, dude. That's Kraken Tech. Why isn't it? Okay, here's the shuttle transporter. So the first thing that I'm looking at here is that this thing will absolutely positively not be able to get up that ramp. We might have to design a new vehicle. So this is the Kometo that I was talking about. This is the thing that SpaceX uses. It's a Kerbalized version of the thing that SpaceX uses to move Falcon 9s around and what NASA used to move shuttles around. I already talked about it if you want to go back in the VOD a little bit. I already said what this thing does. Do we know when the next KSP update drops? I'm going to guess sometime this month, human person, but I have no idea, no. Yeah, Euckerman, it's possible. I don't think we can use this. One, I think the thing is too tall, because for our X-33, I need a vehicle that drives underneath the thing and can raise its ride height and pick it up. And then that vehicle also needs to be able to move it up the ramp. So we're going to need something with a lot of torque, man. We need a lot of wheels to make a lot of torque to drive it up the side of the pad. We figured that out from the rocket truck that I made with this previously, right? Okay. I think the solution is to make the vehicle shorter but wider and stack more wheels so there are less wheels that lose contact with the ground when going up the ramp. Yeah, we might need to have like sets of wheels going sideways, Drummer. So the Kometo is cool, but once again, this isn't designed to go underneath the shuttle. What I designed, and keep in mind, this is pre-robotics. I did not use robotics to do this. I designed a mate-demate device using Kraken tech, and instead of hydraulic pistons like what we have now, I used air brakes to move a Stay-Putnik up and down a cylinder. So the air brakes deploy, right? And when they deploy, they push the Stay-Putnik up, and the Stay-Putnik is attached on a strut right here. And it can move this. It can move the entire bracket up and down. And that bracket holds the shuttle. And I could pick the shuttle up. This is pre-robotics, guys. I could pick the shuttle up and front and back, right? And I could place it on the Kometo, or I could place it on the 747. And I did that for testing, believe it or not. There was a mission where I drove this underneath it, and I picked up my shuttle, and I put it on here. We flew it around, did taxi tests, did 2 approach and landing tests, and did it without any recovery. Yeah. I would have probably, if you guys had funded the shuttle program, I probably would have just bought all of this stuff, because I already did a good amount of engineering. Some of it won't carry over, but this is the start of the OPF. I was going to make a processing facility, basically where I just store the shuttle when I'm not using it. This was going to be inside of a hangar. And then the Kometo could drive the thing in here, and these docking ports would extend and attach to the shuttle. The shuttle's integration points. On Collins, guys, I put the lift points for the shuttle in the exact same lift points that they are on the real orbiter. Everything on this is exactly where it is on the real shuttle. Привет, VY. Как дела? I'm just trying to see if there's any other solution we could have. This is the shuttle carrier. Oh, yeah. I was testing that. The Smart Reuse Shuttle C. I remember this. I took the nose cone, basically the nose of the shuttle and the back of the shuttle, and made it into one thing. Made it into a little mini shuttle. And the reason I did that is because I wanted to basically attach a fairing to the front of this and put it on a shuttle stack, Shuttle C style. But I didn't want to expend my engine, so... I remember now. I was doing aerodynamic tests there. What's this? What's Derek? Oh yeah, Derek. That's right. Yes, that is exactly what you think it is. Yes, it did work. I don't know if it does anymore. It's a grippy boy, karate. Yeah. And it works. Dude, this thing can throw a tread if you're not careful. This is why tanks can't turn at high speed. Tanks have to stop and then turn and then go in another direction. Because if you try to turn at high speed, you'll throw a tread. I've asked Abrams, Marines that use Abrams, I've asked them about this. Couldn't stream that part, though, because I was sitting inside of a damn tank when I asked it. I'm looking around here for any other transport options, guys, that I might have that could help me. Oh, the payload trailer. Yeah, then that's not going to work. Are treads appropriate for trying to get the SSTO up the ramp? What about using a walking style beam suspension? That would be hard to make, but I could do it. Do you have time for that? I could make treads. We can make treads. That's not a problem. How, honestly, I can make it. I can make it in one stream. I made Derek in less than the time it takes me to do Space News. I understand that's a lot of time. Shut up. How many parts is it? It's 293 parts, but I'll bet you I could cut down on it. I don't know, man. I'm thinking stacking rover wheels would be better, but then again, nothing breaks in this design. There's no... Nothing breaks. But this can throw a tread, and if it throws a tread when we're climbing up the ramp pushing the SSTO, then I'm screwed, because we lose traction and the SSTO falls back down on this thing, because I ain't gonna pull it up there. Pushing it is easier than pulling. And I've only really made treads once. Guys, if I had longer deadlines, if I had a longer deadline, I'd probably consider this. I'm serious. And I'm not just saying that to freaking be like, oh, you should have given me more time. No, that has nothing to do with it. This could be useful. I only tried making a treaded vehicle once. And this was it. And it does work. I got this thing to go about 30, 40 meters a second down the runway. Problem is, if you try to turn, the tread comes right off. And I don't know enough about tank treads mechanically to know how to fix that problem. Like, dude, I did this right. I did a little dive into Abrams suspension, and this has a tensioner. I have a tensioner in it to tension the tread. I'm pretty sure real tanks do this, but I'm pretty sure real tanks do this with the idler wheels. The idler wheels tension the tread, not the main thing, but yeah. Can you give a quick demo? Brian, I don't know if this even works anymore. Reposition the pad to go off the tile now. No need for the stronger transport. I don't know if that's possible. But serious, I don't know if that's a thing. Okay, let's just... This is the engineering mode save, so just... So the treads are different vehicles. Locked all this stuff out on power loss. It locked everything, so we'd have to go in here and unlock all of it. Yep, okay, nope, yep, that's gonna end poorly. Make an elevator? I could make an elevator. The problem is we got to think about scaling this down the road. If I can make an elevator that can move 45 tons, no problem. I can make that's fine, because that's how much the SSTO weighs. The small one. The big one weighs 200 tons with no fuel in it. So I don't know if that scales proportionally. Is this a crawler? Yeah, I attempted to make one. This was my first attempt. What we have to do here is on power loss, I need these things to free float. The problem with treads is that, well, it's not really a problem. This works. If I can get all this stuff to unlock, right? It works. The thing is if you throw a tread, there's no way to fix it. You got to recover the vehicle. I mean, throwing a tread on the battlefield is also not good. This is why tanks carry spare tread links. On the outside of the tanks, they have spare parts in real life to make sure that this kind of stuff doesn't happen. Because if you throw a tread, you're gonna have a bad day. All right, let's see. Did it move over in symmetry? It didn't. Here, let's just. There. All right, ready? Let's see if the right tread decides to work. Hey, all right. But would you really need to steer it? Probably not, Sim, to be honest with you. Here, we need to set these. They're not in symmetry. Oh, jeez. All right, ready? On power, I need to make sure that's the thing that seems to be different this time around. Because I used to just be able to make this thing work. I'm so concerned that I'm going to miss one. So I made these treads basically exactly like you would make treads on a tank. There's one part where it's linked together via a strut, and that's it. All the treads link together, and then there's one part with a latch, like a bicycle chain almost. It just reminds me of the time Das and I got to go. We had the privilege of being invited to the Miramar Air Show during the last TwitchCon. We got to go to the Miramar Air Show. It was amazing. And there were some Marine Corps Reserve guys there. And they were showing off an Abrams tank. And they invited Das and I to come hang out. And we got to sit in an Abrams tank. I mean, don't get me wrong, that's nothing they weren't doing, but they gave us like a private tour. Like, they were letting people sit in the tank all day. They gave us like a private tour of the damn thing. We couldn't film it because you can't film the interior of a tank. They get mad when you do that. But one of the Marines taught Das how to drive the tank, and he taught me how to load. So, you know, hey, Vasya, привет. So I know how to load shells into the main cannon on an Abrams. You know, if anybody here has done that, you have the reserve behind you. You got to open up the fire bulkhead, right? You pull the shell out, pivot it off your leg, and throw it into the breech, and then you back off, right? Like, I say throw it into the breach like it's some easy thing. That shell is not light by any means, right? Now, don't get me wrong. Yeah, Thrawn, add that to your resume. I don't know what the hell I'm going to do with that knowledge, but on the other hand, would you not want to be taught how to load the main battle cannon on an Abrams? Yeah, I have no idea what I'm going to do with that knowledge, but I don't want to not know how to freaking use a tank. Like, you can pick up chicks in a tank. Obviously. Yeah, but you could. I'm not saying I do. Alright, now let's try it. Oh, I gotta tension it before it throws a tread. Hold on. Yep, we threw a tread already. Oh, no, knock back into position. Gotta tension it more. Hang on. Treads are still flopping around. Ah! No! Well. No, human. Yeah, so I can make treads, guys. I mean, that was a first attempt. I could probably make it better nowadays. I don't hate that, Bill. Yeah. I'm gonna disengage these motors. Yeah, 10. I think we could use rover wheels. Let's we'll do one more test with Derek, and then we'll get back. I gotta re-engineer the pad to work. Give the pad reposition a try after this test, Steiner. Sure, why not? What is this vehicle? This is Derek. Oh, that's cool. Human, neat. This is Derek. Oh. It's pushing it out of whack. That's why they were throwing the tread. Alright, so lock that out. And now, just give it some... Okay, we gotta engage the drive. Engage the silent drive. And this should work now because the treads aren't gonna be... We aren't gonna try to... It's not gonna want to throw the thread. Throw the tread, excuse me. Yeah, see? We didn't tension it well enough. See that? See what's going on up there? That's no good. Oh, it looks like I may have missed one of the things because, yeah, it's doing it in order. I didn't unlock one of the hinges, but yep, there you go. Tracked vehicle. I can't remember why I made this. I think I made this just to see if I could. Here, let's gas it up and see how fast it goes. Ah! No, Derek was never part of a crane, but if this would need to be re-engineered, man. I would need to re-engineer this. I'll be honest with you, I can make this better, but I'll be even more honest with you. This is a project for another day. Yeah, it is a project for another day, dudes. I can make this. I can make this, and I can make it better. I'd have to study... I'd have to do some studying about track technology and how it kind of works. Yeah, we have a deadline, so... I was really looking to see if I had anything here in the engineering mode save to see if we could use it in the mission mode save. I'm going to have to scratch and make something. Tread lightly. No, tread softly. I mean, it's hard to do that, Karate, because tanks make a lot of noise. You ever heard a tank? You ever heard a tank go down the road, man? It's like... You hear the diesel motor or the jet turbine and that metal squeaking noise that tank treads make. If you've seen a tank go in real life, you know what I'm talking about. Or if you've seen, like, Saving Private Ryan, they dubbed that noise in, that squeak, 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 squeak. It's freaking, that noise is terrifying, dude. It's this noise right here. Hold on.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Gartox. Thanks, man. Here, this noise. Can you imagine hearing that coming towards you? Nah, I don't like that at all. Nope. Yep, nope. Thanks. I hate it. Alright, we're back into this save. So, we need to find another way to transport this thing, but... here, let's go back out to the pad. Stream chat. So, Gartox had a 30-month resub, and then stream chat off topic, but I passed my behind-the-wheel driving test yesterday. Hey, congratulations, dude! Gartox, how you doing? I can't watch much lately. Currently doing work for 3 people. It's all good, man. Guys, I don't get... You know what? I'll be honest with you. I appreciate you letting me know. Like, not because, like... You know, oh, that's Gartox, it's one less person that can't watch the stream, or one less person that can't sub. Like, I would rather, like, you know, like, it's not like, oh my gosh, I have to worry about this because people are unsubbing because they have to go work. No, dude, that stuff doesn't bother me. It never has. You know? It's all good, dude. You do you. Like, I get it. Work gets to be a pain in the butt, man. People, you know... Stuff changes over time. Like, it's all good, man. Don't worry about it. I'll be here when you get back. No problem. Doesn't bother me. I'll never forget the first time I heard a T-72 coming my way. It was a little terrifying until we blew it out. You're telling me the tank was terrifying until you turned it into butter? Yeah, okay. What shot it, Kazanku? That's the real question. What took it out? A jab? Holy crap, that dude. Like, it sucks that people died, but that must have been one of the coolest things to freaking see. I'm such a piece of crap for saying that, dude. Such a piece of crap for saying that. But also, seeing a jab actually do its thing in real life is pretty insane. Like, the Call of Duty has it and stuff, and I know good and well that it doesn't work like that, right? Like, but seeing it actually do its business must have been pretty freaking ridiculous to see. Hey, Goose. Alright, so... We have some structural problems with the pad here. That's not something that we don't need... That's not something that we can't fix. It's just we gotta run struts a little bit more strategically here. So... What do you guys think? See, okay, here's where I'm at. It's going to be really, 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 really difficult to get... Like, okay, I have this thing sitting off the side of the pad, so I can use the ramp. The problem that we're trying to solve right now is getting the SSTO to be able to go up this incline. That is a very steep grade to move a 40-ton space shuttle up, right? Huh, interesting, Sneaky. A stationary device like the uphill from a roller coaster. Well, Synthesis, I gotta be careful because I can't really have anything right here. If I have something inside of kind of this square right here, it won't let me put stuff out on the pad like I usually do. It'll say something's on the pad, do you wish to recover it? That's why this thing being where it is just hanging off the side right there. It's just enough where it doesn't, the game doesn't realize that it's on the pad, but it is. It doesn't count. Right? How'd you do it last night? MotoKid, I put the SSTO out right here, and we just backed it up, put it back and forth a couple of times. Now, there are other ways I can do this. There's another way I can do it. We've talked about putting it on the side of the plate right here. But the thing is, I don't know how we're going to do that. How am I going to get that done? Seriously, that's... I don't think I can gizmo that far out in the VAB. And even then, even if we did do that, this is entirely dependent on having this part of the pad be flat. The bottom surface needs to also be flat. But see, with the small SSTO, guys, I could construct a vehicle that can get up this. No problem. It's the large one that we might have a problem, because the large one is literally bigger than this entire launch complex. The large one will be, the wingspan on the large one is going to be from here to here. So I might be able to get the landing gear up here, but even if I do, I mean, the thing's going to be like 200 tons. That's why I'm looking at tracked vehicles to see if, you know, that could work, but I'm not sure. Can you dig in KSP? No, I can't, Ismic, or else I would have. What about chocks and an accordion action? Once again, I mean, that could work. My Moonlander didn't launch with a parachute, and now the dumb 1.8 service bay is useless as well. What a waste of a few hours. Yeah, welcome to my life, dude. Sometimes what you do doesn't work out, bro. It happens. It happens to me on stream, and then people give me crap for it, dude. So, hey, it's all good. Yeah, those just bent out of shape because they have no structural support. See, because this whole mechanism works, and we could re-engineer a jet-powered truck. Why not a crawler without treads and just regular wheels like you made before? I could do that, Mind Drive, but we got to remember, whatever I make needs to be able to fit underneath this thing. I need to be able to have it fit underneath. If it doesn't fit underneath, it's not worth my time. That's why this tug is so nice. I could use this to tow the thing off the runway and tow it back here. It's really useful in that regard, but it is fairly useless trying to get this thing up a grade. It works fine on flat ground, but the second I try to drive this thing up there, it ain't gonna make it. I mean, you saw what we needed to do to get this thing up there. Tug with eight wheels and a hinge. Here, what I'll do is, well, no, that's not gonna work. Stack loads of wheels. Stack loads of wheels and then attach them to suspension like the Mars rovers. Yeah, well, economically wise, Wookie, yeah, that kind of makes sense. But, see, honestly, man, it's not a bad idea. That's just going to take a while to engineer. Doom, like this, maybe? All right. What about a jet-powered tug? Jet-powered tugs could work, guys. I'm not 100% on that. Like this, maybe? Let me see. Just want to pause it here. Yeah. Doom, just, yeah, keep it clean during the day, man. I try to act at least semi-professional during the day, bro. Semi-professional. Alright, so, Drummer, if we did something like this, Ska, 6-month resub, thanks, man. If we did something like this, how would I attach the shuttle to it? And the wheels keep bouncing, so I couldn't test it. You would need to, Drummer, honestly, I could see the problem. The suspension is too much for this. Same kind of thing as Dart. You'd need to put counterweights on each one of these things to push those wheels into the ground to make sure the suspensions don't fully decompress. Fully decompressing suspension is just as bad as fully compressed suspension in KSP. How about reversing the strong back so it hugs the craft from above and rotates into position? It's easier to push something up in the air, Falcon, than it is to pull it. I could, but that's inviting more robotics into the design. With this pad, I tried to make it as simple with robotics as I possibly could. This has the least amount of robotics that I could possibly muster. So I'm not I'm not 100%. Like, basically it comes down to two things. Do we want to see if we can put a pad on the side of the hill here so we don't have to worry about it? Or do we want to engineer a vehicle that goes up here? You know what? Now that I'm saying that out loud, I want to see if we can put this over there. All right? That's what we're going to try. Not to kick a dead horse, but why not try to build a pad that works at ground level? So you don't need to get the big one up that high. Nulty, leverage is the short story. Is the short answer for that. If I wanted to do something like that, and I've attempted this before. If I wanted to do something like that, I would need to make something like the transporter erector, the TUA from the Buran program. And I've made it, but holy balls is it complicated. Oh god, I can't look at it. Stop, why did I click on that picture? This thing. This is what happens when you don't want to dig down. I'd have to make a mechanism that works like this. And don't get me wrong, I can do it. Sure. I've done it before. Problem is that it's complicated. Finding out the mechanics behind this was not easy to do. That is a twofold... you have to... The short answer for this, right? The short answer for the TUA... Okay. Alright. Here we go. It's a terrible picture. The short answer for the TUA is that you can't use one hydraulic. I can't have one hydraulic here try to push this whole thing up. Basically, they have one big hydraulic here and then another big one right here. The idea is that this pushes up on the center of mass of the stack. Alright, so the center of mass of Buran, when it's unloaded with payload, is right around here because all the heavy engines, right? It pushes it, the thing gets about halfway, and then this thing is no longer pushing against the center of mass because it's like this. You ideally want to push to counter the force of gravity, and so that's where this one comes in. When this hydraulic is fully extended, this one is pointing at the center of mass in the rotated position, and then that pushes it up the rest of the way. That is really complicated to make in KSP. I've done it. I've made that exact thing. That's what I would need to make if I wanted to... here, I'll recover the prototype for now. That's what I would have to make if I wanted to do a ground pad. The problem is that that doesn't scale very well because of how the hydraulics are made in KSP. Don't get me wrong, we can make a telescoping cylinder like the crane's cable that could have a really long reach. But now we add more parts. Now the more robotic parts that you have, the more hydraulic drift that you have. Don't get me wrong, Nulty, it's still an option. I could do it, and I don't like disregarding one option over the other. It's all about application, right? If none of these other things, if like building a transport vehicle up doesn't work how I want it, and then hanging the pad off the side doesn't work how I want it, I'll explore other options. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to balance what's going to take the least amount of time with what's going to take the least amount of engineering. So here's the 5A launch pad, okay? So the first thing that I'm going to test here, I'm going to make a separate file, test. What was I trying to do here? This is a test attempt to have launch pad hanging off of the side of the quote launch pad hex tile. Check this. Great if it's a good use of a crawlerway. That guy watches the stream, lulz. That's cool. I remember talking about that with that dude. Alright, we gotta get the distance right. How far can I gizmo? Oh. I can gizmo this very far. Okay. So, let's just try right there. Let's see what this gets us. The game might not understand this. Let's just see what happens. Well, let me explain. No, I can't dig out any terrain in KSP. The terrain is not movable. It's not Minecraft, dude. But there are slopes and stuff. The hexagonal tiles that each one of the buildings in KSC is on. That's a terrain difference. That's hey. Buran doesn't have any ascent engines on it, Falcon. No. Energia, the core stage, had the shuttle engines attached to it. So think about if you took an SLS core, put a nose cone on the front, and hung a shuttle off the side with no main engines in the back. Buran was pretty crazy, dude. But the lifter, Energia, the Russian word for energy, is that lifter is one of the best launch vehicle designs ever devised by man. Yeah, ever. Energia is right up there with the Saturn V and the space shuttle in terms of awesome engineering. Can you make an elevator? Yeah, I could, Speedy. The problem is the same thing. An elevator works nice when you're moving 45 tons. An elevator that moves 200 tons is a little bit harder to make. I'm trying to come up with simple solutions. All the stuff that you're saying, that chat is saying, accordion, stuff like that, not a bad idea. They're not bad ideas. You guys are, these are good ideas. All right. I got to gizmo it a little bit more, and then we'll see if we can gizmo it down. There's a lot more modular than the shuttle. Yeah, MotoKid, I don't like throwing engines away, especially something as complicated as a shuttle engine. I don't know. You probably do that. Yeah, that's my gripe with Energia. You throw away your core stage just like SLS. That's my gripe with it. Great design though. Seriously. I think the best design that I can think of, MotoKid, would be taking the shuttle and the external tank and putting Zenit boosters on the side. Yeah, putting the RD-170s on the side. So, take the external tank and the shuttle and put the liquid fuel boosters from Buran on the sides of that. That would be the best lifter. I've thought about this, but then again, that would be really hard to put together because Buran is horizontally stacked and the shuttle's vertically stacked. So, which one? You wouldn't be able to hang the. In that regard, the shuttle is a lot simpler, believe it or not. I firmly believe that Buran Energia, because there's 4 boosters instead of 2, is a lot more complicated to put together. But the lifter is some damn good engineering, man. It's damn good. Alright, I'm going to move it out a little more, and then we're going to move it down. This could make things angry. We'll see. You could also try to hang it off the runway. Steiner, I don't want to do that because the runway is where I land. I don't want to land that close to the launch pad, but that's also not a bad idea. That could also work. Alright. So, what happens if I... What happens if we take this and we put it down even more? Let's see what that does. I'm trying to see if I can hang this off the sides of these hex plates. Yeah. Alright. So... It looks like hanging this off the side could be prohibitively difficult. Guys, even though I gizmoed it down even more, it looks like it's not changing it very much. Alright. You see that NSF is interviewing Astra CEO right now? No, but that's cool. Alright. That ain't gonna work. Alright, so building a stronger vehicle. Yeah, Jackie, there you go. But if you load it as much as possible, then build a ramp. So building a ramp like that, Brian, basically makes us run into the same problem. We still have to make a vehicle to... We still have to make a vehicle to go up the thing. So guys, I'm just going to make a vehicle that goes up. That's all. Simple as that. But you can make it a lot less steep. Going up a grade is going up a grade, Pruffles. I'd honestly rather invest the parts that I need to make something go up that ramp right there. I'd honestly rather do that than I'd prefer to make a vehicle that goes up that ramp and invest my part count there if I have to, over trying to make a smaller ramp by myself, and then making a vehicle that can go up that too. I don't want to do that, guys. I'm just gonna make stuff go up and down the ramp. That's all. That's what we should do. Let me see, Kev. Oh wow, that's nice. How much is it? Yeah, it's not bad. Cool. No, Gioni, not yet. I wanted to check some things with the launch pad. And we've since checked those things. Alright. I'm gonna have to remake this plate. The hierarchy that I did for this plate is terrible. But we do know where this thing needs to be. We know where this thing needs to go. Because it's W, you can do brakes with it and suspension. It's amazing. Oh, nice. Yeah, Kev, you could. Yeah, it's small, right? AJ Allmendinger won at Mid-Ohio, and then Nürburgring 24 hours red flag due to fog. Mm-hmm. Hey, Arnock, what's going on? Alright, so what we'll do then, I'll just engineer a vehicle that makes it do. That's all. And that white line basically is, I'm just going to take a screenshot because this is the position where this needs to be. And in order to work on it, I need to bring it into the center of the screen. Alright, so we have to do some work with this pad here. The way I made these plates, I noticed that after a couple of time warps, a couple of docks and undocks, these plates were sagging. So I have to remake this. I have to remake how they're put together. Alright. We also saw that the pad was sagging back and forth. So could you make a crane-like hydraulic arm for the pad that could pull it up the ramp? Yeah, Tylen, sure. I just prefer a small vehicle. I made a vehicle that could do it, but I'll get back to you on that one. Yeah, a little bit. Catch Sing. Yeah, we gotta revision. Let's bring back the revision nomenclature. Let's just go revamped pad there. All right, so I gotta redo these metal plates and get them to not sag as much. Also, there was some sagging with these here. Alright. So, how did I end up doing this? What are these attached to? Is that just attached to root? Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah. I made the pad. I made all the supports. All the supports are attached to the root part. And then it's in series all the way to the end. Okay. That's why we're getting pad sagging. No problem. This should be easy to fix. What I'm going to do is replace I don't like the way these panels are going together. If you look at the hierarchy, the panels are attached going this way. I'm going to attach the panels going this way instead, transverse instead of longitudinal. Yeah, see, we got to make them work like that. They have to be like that instead of like this. The Tetris pieces right there are why the pad was sagging. See that? So we got to fix that. So that's what I'll do now. Get rid of this. Alright, let's get the tunage going. Alright, dudes, I'm going into build mode. What's the best configuration for traction versus friction on the TR2 or rover wheels? Don't know. Never bothered to do load tables, dude. You'd have to test it. One of these days we'll do a dive into the rover wheels so I can understand them a little bit better. I understand them, but not to the detail that like I understand robotics or Kraken Tech or anything else. I know there's a certain amount of load that you can put on a wheel, and the spring rates are very important, but I just don't... Usually, like, I don't know what you should do exact with the spring rates. Like, I don't know how to set the spring rates correctly because the spring rates are just a number. They're not measuring load or anything, drummer. So, I'm sure we could do some math out to figure out what the spring rates are and then figure out how much mass the springs could have. But yeah, that's something I guess that we would want for another day. So what's enough to stop bouncing? Damper is what you need to mess with if the thing is doing this. You got to mess with the damper. Either lower it or increase it. I usually find lowering the damper strength because the shock absorbers on the rover wheels are extraordinarily overpowered. How did the real Venture Star do it? They dug a big hole in the ground, Woodbite. Yeah, they dug a big hole in the ground. So, I can't do that. So, yeah, I got to figure out a little bit of a better way. This is the actual pad. They built it, and then they canned the X37, or the X33, like, shortly after this. This is what my design is based off of. It's not an exact replica, because there's some things that I just can't replicate. But there it is. They were testing the erector system with a load simulator. Those are 2 blocks of concrete right there. The load simulator is still sitting out there in the desert, believe it or not. This is actually not far away from where ABL, a small sat aerospace startup, launches or tests their rockets from. ABL tests their rockets right down the road from the X-33's old pad. The cool thing about it is that the hangar, see the hangar back there? The hangar actually moves. The hangar is on wheels, and the hangar goes over the pad, which is really neat. This is where the X-33 parks. Like, when they're not using it, they would have parked it on the transporter erector and then just made the hangar go over it. The hangar right there is on wheels. So you can see the actuators for the wheels. Well, not actuators. You can see the drives for the wheels right there. I want to do that. I want to do this right here eventually, because that also has a gantry crane. That hangar has a gantry crane in it where they could load payload, or at least that was the plan. There's the flame trench. That hangar in this picture would have been basically right where we're standing. Like Delta 4's VAB? Yeah, Velo, it's kind of like that. Stupid question. Where did the extra 350,000 Flurbos come from? I took a Sentinel asteroid contract that had an advance of 500,000 Panta, and the Sentinel contract pays out 780,000. So I used that to pad my funds a little bit, and also Asteroid Day is coming up, so launching a Sentinel telescope is probably something we'll do very soon. Yeah, this is the real pad, Woodbite. They dug a hole in the ground, and obviously I can't do that. So hanging it off the side of the ramp is the closest thing that I can do. And it works. Like, we proved that it works. So I kind of want to keep going with it. I don't know for sure that this won't scale. I don't know that for sure. But we'll have to test it. All right, so... Alright, so that one is attached via that panel. And that means that these three panels are hanging off the attachment node for that. We shouldn't do that way. How I should make this is like this. Oh, no. I always rotate the panels 90 degrees to make sure that the panels attach on the center node. Because sometimes they attach on the outside nodes on these panels. Like if I just put that here, that looks like that's attached. And that actually did attach on the center node, but sometimes you can attach them on the outer nodes like that. And that, I don't like that. I want the panels attached center to center. I think that looks better. Well, not looks better, it structurally works better. I mean, it's all about application, but in this particular case, attaching them on the center node is, yeah, what I want. Yeah, Panta, that's why I jumped on it. Yeah, it's a good idea. Alright, so now what we need to do is make the panels go out this way. The final version of the pad, I want panels going out this way, right? For reasons. But like I said, instead of stacking the panels this way, see how they're stacked? See how I select one and it selects the other two next to it? I attach the panels going this way. I want to attach the panels going that way. That should make it so the panels don't sag as much. It's some kind of tow vehicle, Woodbite. In the X33 video, they don't show what gets the X33 to the pad. They never showed that. But what they do show is Venture Star. They show Venture Star being recovered. And here. So here it is, coming in for a landing, right? There's the big chunk of SSTO, right? Comes back down, lands, everything's happy. And then they show a track, they show a bit, like basically a vehicle that drives underneath the thing and tows it back to the hangar, right? There it is, wheel stop. See? Whatever that thing is supposed to be. Drives underneath it. Or at least that's what I would assume because it's underneath it right there in that picture. And then that drives it back and reattaches it to the transporter. I want to make something like that. I would like to. Yeah, I'd like to make something that can drive underneath the vehicle and grab the thing. And if that means lifting Venture Star up off the, like, raising its ride height, so be it. It's not impossible. Also, look at the semi truck. You know I'm scale obsessed like that. Look at that semi truck compared to the rest of the vehicle. It's freaking absurd how big this thing would have been. It would have been as big as a Starship. Would have been as big as Starship easily. Yeah, Snackless. At least I think I have a good grasp of it. Alright. I have a good grasp as to why it's happening. Alright, so these panels are attached out here, right? And nothing is attached to this, even though it looks like it. So what we're going to do here is, these are grandparents strutted. And their grandparents strutted, I think, to there. Okay, and it is in symmetry, so it's picking up on the symmetry nodes. So what we should do is something like this. Let me think about this for a moment. What would be the best way to get this done? Okay, I got an idea. Here's what we're gonna do. Instead of these, so like if I make a line of panels here, I only can run struts over where the panels are, like over these beams, right? I need a crossbar that kind of not connects everything here, but it looks like it connects everything here. That way I can strut the crossbars to the crossbars, and then we can strut the panels to the crossbar. So, what is this attached to? That should be attached to that I-beam. Okay, so that's attached to that girder segment right there. Got it. Alright, let's go in here. Take all the fuel out of this thing. Thrust limit it. How long is one of these bad boys? And how many of them would I need to make a crossbar as long as I need? Actually, I don't even need 2 kickbacks. We could use thumpers instead. Venture Star's bay wasn't as long as the space shuttle, but it was a teeny weeny bit wider. It was really optimized for geosynchronous satellites in a transfer stage, if I'm remembering correctly. Could be wrong on that one. All right. 2 of these, actually 2 of these attached like this is not a bad way to get this done. I'm just trying to think of a better way to cut down on parts and not make the pad be as many parts, if not more, than the thing that it actually launches. Sometimes, I mean, guys, the freaking funny thing to understand is that rocket parts are... Sometimes the pads that launch the rockets are more complicated than the freaking rockets that they actually launch, which is funny. Unexpected, but funny. Alright, so now instead of doing this, I could just straight up attach these things to the SRB, the launch clamps, and then if we gizmo them into the same spot, right? Yeah, that'll work. Get rid of that. Something Starship Orbital Launch Tower. Yeah. Case in point, right? Freaking thing's gonna be ridiculous. So we got to gizmo these into a position where they're just peeking out the top just a little bit. Does the bigger landing gear have a higher ride height? Yeah, I don't have bigger landing gear unlocked though, but yes it does. Alright, so I'm going to line this up right here. The reason why I think I'm going to use 2 kickbacks here in this regard, we're not in this regard. The reason why I want to use 2 kickbacks here is because the pad did have problems where it would bend. We saw that when we docked and undocked it, because these girder segments right here that are holding this up, the girder segments would end up clipping through. They would pop out. Can't have that happen. I can't have the pad swirling around like that. That's not good for it. How much does the SSTO weigh? It's 45.9 tons dry with a 2-ton payload, drummer. So just figure 50 tons and see what happens. All right. It's annoying that this panel doesn't line up with the straightness of the launch pad right there, but it's okay. Alright, so the next thing that I want to do with this revision here is, so these things, these are my launch pad posts. I basically copied the hierarchy of Freedom's launch pad just with girder segments instead of SRBs for the launch plate. So what I'm going to do, because, okay, so like this is attached to that and those are attached to that.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
You know who. What's up, man? What is this? How do you feel after your first day of work? Tired and exhausted. Okay. Okay. Right. Thank you, Geeson. I think. All right, so. Man, you really know how to derail this stuff, dude. So, also, the other thing is, guys, I'm trying to give the pad a wide enough berth to maybe down the road be able to scale this for the bigger SSTO. I think that's the best bet. I'm going to go with my gut on this one. My gut's telling me to do that. So, my gut also says sometimes I'm hungry. Just thought I'd let you know. Yeah, somebody asked it before, but am I going to use the... I don't know if somebody asked it before. Somebody may have asked this last night. Am I going to make the panels in the same way that I made Condor's pad to keep them nice and rigid? And the answer is absolutely yes. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to copy that hierarchy design because I know that's the way it stays rigid. My gut tells me plans for world domination. Oh, well, that's good. I'm sure that's important to someone somewhere. Alright. So guys, what I'm doing here is I'm just making some final changes to the pad based off of our integration testing yesterday. This is just going to make the pad stronger. I noticed the pad was flimsy in a couple of areas, and yeah, I'm just going to make sure that it's not. We also need to set that to same vessel collision to make sure that that's nice and strong. And I actually think I might want to redo this a little bit. So I'm going to take the panel off there. And how did I have this set up previously? Yeah, okay. So copy this, attach the SRBs to the side. I'm going to try to move these down a little bit so the SRB isn't peeking out the top of the pad. Okay, make sure that's aligned. And once again, I'm using kickbacks because kickbacks don't bend. It looks like a segmented SRB, right? But this is one piece. My buddy Das Valdez, who's a John over at NASA Spaceflight, he came up with this idea of using SRBs for structure because they don't bend. We call them Valdez conduits. Very good idea. It held 40 tons before, so it needs to hold 200 tons. Karate, I think with this reinforced design, this is an overbuild. I'm overbuilding using these beams like this, but I know this will work. I shouldn't have a problem holding up 200 tons with this. It shouldn't be an issue. So what I'm actually going to do with this SRB is I'm going to node attach it there because node attachment points are stronger. And I'm going to move this back out into position for the maximum width that we have. Money pad. Karate, you're my hero. Did I ever tell you that? Well, hallelujah. You're my savior, man. My own personal Jesus Christ. You get caught using that. Yeah, I know. You don't exist. I can be your hero, baby. Alright, so I'm going to put double the support in here because this is around the launch column. Tunage. He'll be clubbing you till the end of the night. What is he, going to beat you up?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
You hear that? I'll be clubbing you till the end of the night. Alright. Now, I just got to copy the strut work here. Hey, Enroy. Dude, did you see the new log plume in your country, man? Wow. It's really... That looks like a lot of fun. A new water park. Spa opened up a water park, guys. I don't know if you knew that. Spa Francorchamps. Sounds painful. What? No. It's fine. Listen. We can run away, 'cause I'll be clubbing you till the end of the... I don't know if I understand the context of what he's trying to say. He must be talking about something different. Must be talking about clubbing like going to the club, you know, not the club. Funny enough, there's a water park near Spa. Really? I can't believe that, dude. But I guess you guys needed the rain from what I understand. I guess it hasn't rained in a little while. Yeah, it turns out that, you know, water falling from the sky all the time is not the worst thing to happen. Alright, so I'm going to triangulate the struts, because once again, I'll say this till I'm blue in the face. The angle of the strut absolutely matters. If you keep your... Try to put struts at like 45 degree angles is just a good rule of thumb. That keeps them makes them nice and strong. If you have a strut that's doing this, that strut won't hold this in place as well as if it was like that. The reason why is basically because of load transfer under gravitational acceleration. Statics. It's not statics, but you get the idea. I hate water. It's wet, watery, and it gets everywhere. I mean, that's not wrong. Anyway. And Roy, we raced the ring last night. I didn't get my headlights configured correctly, so it looks like I had basically a keychain flashlight attached to the front of my car, and promptly tried to see how well I had the Nürburgring memorized. Yeah, I don't have that track memorized. Yeah, I crashed. Yeah, it was a learning experience. Why would you do that? Well, headlights and stuff, man. Turns out you need those. Wish I could have joined, but read the sub message. Just moved into a new apartment. Right on, man. Hey, congratulations, dude. Hopefully you're moving up in the world. Alright. Now I gotta make sure that these new launch clamps are grandparents strutted. Cool. What I'm going to try to do here, guys, I don't want to replace everything with launch clamps. I'm going to leave those for now, and we'll see how this performs. But I'm kind of like testing to make sure, to see if we can, see how much of this we can replace, you know? Who will win this week? Well, like, you know, not to spoil anything, but old Leclerc's on Actually, spoiler alert for F1. If you haven't watched the qualifying, mute the stream for 15 seconds. I'll give you a thumbs up when we're ready to go. Leclerc, freaking back-to-back poles, man. He's faster than Lewis. It's pretty crazy. No space news on the schedule today. We can discuss space news if we want. We can discuss it while I'm building. Sure, no problem. You want to get into discussions? Well, like I've been trying to do this work and talks because I don't want to not do space news, right? Low speed grip is a thing. Yeah, low speed. Yeah, I got you. All right. Okay, so I noticed that these hydraulics here, I'm gonna get my debug controller out. This is just for testing inside of the VAB or the SPH. So this whole thing does that, right? I'm wondering if we could have like another crossbar right here that this thing could sit up against. But it showed that we didn't really need it. But also, well, I suppose this gives me the area to put one in case we need it. Alright. Okay, so now what we should do is start putting in the panels again. And I'll leave the rest of this.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright, we gotta get rid of that. That's not supposed to be there. And once again, I don't want to make the supports any longer than they already are. We'll keep the same dimensions because that's what we had as tested. If we keep them in the same spot, it should theoretically work the same. Not theoretically, it will work the same because Kerbal is to almost a ridiculous extent consistent with physics. Hey, Sephorian, 16-month resub. Alright. Could you see my last image? That works well. The articulated thing, drummer? Well, articulated in a different way than a steam locomotive, but... Alright, yeah. Drummer, that's... Honestly, it's not a bad idea. That's probably what I'll end up doing. Yeah, the Newtonian physics in KSP are quite good. Yeah, very good. So that's like, I don't know what you'd call that. Transverse articulated, I guess. All right. So let me go in here. All right. So nothing is attached to those. Those are just sitting there. Oh, that's good. All right. That one is a key part because it's holding up the ramp. We got to be careful with that one. I'm not sure how I attached that or what I attached it to. Okay, that's attached. All right, I see what it's attached to now. Got it. Okay. All right, I'm going to get rid of all these panels here for now. Yeah, did you see? I had one panel holding up like 8. No wonder this thing didn't work. Or no wonder it drifted. What's attached to that? Nothing. Okay. So we should be able to get rid of that. We don't necessarily need that there. Because those pieces there were just to hold up the panels. The SRBs will hold the panels up a lot better now. Because they're, once again, one long piece. Instead of a bunch of pieces connected to each other. Over time, that will allow the pad to bend and flex like this. It's only one. So if anything, this pad will do this. Now, but if I strut it correctly, it should be... Well, not should be. It'll be fine. Alright, so let's start laying in our struts here. So this version of the pad before that I made that we tested, that one was more or less just for proving proof of concept. I wasn't sure if I was going to do the big SSTO or use the small SSTO for missions. Now, basically what I've decided that we'll do this test flight today, and even if the small one doesn't work, I think it would be very useful to have a small sat and a big sat launcher. Basically make one vehicle to replace, make an SSTO to replace Freedom 7 and Dart, right, for moving crew and small cargo if needed, right? And then make the big one for just moving straight cargo. So the reason why I thought this would be a good idea, right, is because if you look at if you look at the polls, how we voted with the polls for this mission architecture, it's very clear that a lot of you wanted a constellation style thing. So a way for just, you know, like a big and a small rocket. Constellation lost by 1 vote for with our mission architecture in the chat polls, right? So the way I look at that is, well, with the SSD architecture, as long as I keep the architecture scalable, meaning that the small one is literally a copy of the big one, I should be able to develop 2 vehicles in time, right? So based on these small flight tests today, is basically going to denote how the rest of my week is going to go. For the most part. If this test flight goes, that will basically seal the aerodynamics for the big and the small SSTO. If not, I gotta redesign the small one. Redesigning the small aero shell might mean that we're gonna have a lot of KSP next week. More than this week, believe it or not. But also at the same time, means we're gonna have a lot of KSP. But that should allow me to be able to build the small and the big one relatively quickly. So today is really a big day for this. I really need to get this right. Right now I'm just laying in the foundation struts here for this. Once again, I take my time to position the struts and make try to orient them a little bit nicer than just attaching a strut. The orientation and seeing them all lined up lets me know that I took the time to place it, so that strut should be there. Because sometimes in Kerbal, struts just run all over the place in a bunch of different directions. Did I see that? What's that, human person? Falcon 9 to fly with 10 engines on SXM-8. Is this a joke? Okay. I was gonna say, that's not possible. That is impossible to do. Good Photoshop, though. It fooled me for a second. These are great. The Octaweb can't do that, man. Nice. That's good. I was like, wait, what? What? Wait a minute. It always flies with 10 engines, though. Yeah. More semantics. Nice. Add more boosters. Jokes. You're a joke. Got him. No. Savage drummer. Jesus. All right. So now, I'm not sure how the center foundation piece is going to work. I should probably keep that. We should probably keep this doing what it's doing. This one is, of course, triangulated to hold that booster up, and that's what holds the TE. I'm finding, guys, that using same vessel collision to hold robotic parts in place helps prevent drift a lot, actually. Yeah, that really helps. Like, if you have something to hold it in position, it really makes a difference. So I'm going to rerun those struts. We'll rerun it to the nearest pole so it picks up on it. Apogee report. I was gonna say, wasn't the Apogee report called something else? Alright. So this should be a lot stronger with the launch pad. And then once again, the SSTO will have it on a transporter. It'll back up onto this plate because it'll be hanging off the launch pad over there. See, we drive up that ramp over there, and the ramp is over here, and then we back it up, and we dock it right there, dock the thing, and then this whole thing does this. No, not that. And then the transporter erector will move backwards, back down into its held position right here, and then the fuel tanks are going to go right here in between the two rails, keep them nice and strong. I can't put anything over here because out on the launch pad there's pipes, like in fuel tanks out there. See them out there? I can't put anything over here because some of those fuel tank pipes go right through here. Yeah, JM. Hey, use what you got, man. I don't have I-beams this big. If I had an I-beam this big, I would have just used that. Gotta work with what you got, man. Alright, so I'm going to start up here, and I'll get a new panel out. And we got to remember that some of these panels need to have same vessel interaction on. That's really important. The reason why that's really important is because the landing gear for the shuttle, when it docks, needs to be in the right spot. It needs to be held up. So when this thing docks, the SSDO and the launch pad become technically one vehicle. So the game doesn't know that the landing gear should not go through the ground. So yeah, it went through the ground in the old design. So we gotta fix that. We gotta make sure that doesn't happen. And I have to find the landing gear pickup spots, and we gotta reinforce those. But that's not a problem. So I have this panel attached to the SRB, and now what I'm gonna do is take another panel and attach it like that, and then take two more of the same panel, and then another Lamborghini, and then 47 Lamborghinis later. There we go. I'm gonna try alternating the texture here, rotating the texture 90 degrees, see if it looks nice. So these are all grandparent strutted, and see how it's forming kind of a web here? It's forming a web that picks up in symmetry. There we go. Yeah, Van. I'm environment things. So now what we'll do is we will run a strut here that goes up to this panel, and that will hold it in place. Remember, 45 degrees. And this one is attached to the SRB, right? And actually, hang on, is that a grandparent strut? Yeah, the grandparent strut actually attaches to the SRB anyway. I actually don't need that. That strut is doing exactly what an auto strut is doing. I always try to make sure to not put it in redundancy like this. But now these panels are hanging out over this SRB and they're not connected in any way. So what we'll do here is this. I will have one strut here that attaches like that, and then I'll have another strut basically right here, and that one's going to attach to the inner panel. Now, I've been learning some pretty cool tricks with struts while we've been building this SSTO, because there's, like, I mean, I already take my time and make the struts right? Are you doing the cross strut thing? Yeah, pretty much, Lulz. I'm copying. This is very similar to Condor's pad hierarchy, so I know it's not going to drift. Here's a cool trick. This strut, I ran it. It's attached to that panel, right? Pretty straightforward stuff. That strut, I ran this one. It's attached to that panel. The game understands this, and it understands it even if you do something like this. So that strut now visually looks like it's attached to that panel, but it's not. But it isn't. I like making it, you know, it's a little bit of smoke and mirrors here, but now these things should be tied in, right? And now this thing shouldn't drift at all. It really shouldn't. If I really wanted to be absolutely sure, I'd probably put another set of struts out here. But I'm gonna test it like this to see if it does. So this one right here, this panel, is attached to the SRB. So it's not gonna move. This one with grandparent strut is attached to the panel, but also attached to the SRB because of the grandparent strutting. This one right here is grandparented to that panel. The auto strut skips a part and runs to the next part. It's strutted to there, so that's the struts going this way, right? But now this panel's also strutted to that SRB, and then this panel is grandparented to that panel, which is grandparented to the SRB, and this one is also strutted to the SRB. I probably should do the same thing on the outside here, like I said, but I'm not going to. I'm going to try to see if we can save parts. If I have to do it that way, we have to. I'm not making a new launch pad, Corey. I'm redesigning the SSTO's launch pad. It's actually not actually a redesign. The pad that I had here before that I was testing last night, Corey, and if you weren't here for that, I was testing this pad last night. That was like a first draft. This is a revision. And then we'll have the final draft later after we test this. Why is the outermost pipes lower than the inner? I don't think that they are. They shouldn't be, Cientic. No, they're the same. It's just, I think that's a little bit of an optical illusion. What upgrades to make this SSTO version? I did a bunch of upgrades with the small SSTO yesterday, Lulz. In an attempt to push trying to get it finished. I want the small one working. I've decided. So now here, it's the pleats. Don't act like you're not impressed. I'm basically going to do the same thing, but I have to make this one by hand instead of copying the other one. And the reason why I have to do it is because the pattern is different. But that's fine. It's the same thing. It's just panels are rotated a little bit. So all the grandparent strutting is in position. Dude, we could do checkerboards if we wanted to. That's kind of cool. I'm actually taking this pad back to the store later. Yeah. Yeah. Really? Oh. I don't think we should make a checkerboard, guys. The reason is because I like having the transporter erector highlighted, but then again, we could, yeah, I like having the TE highlighted. But then again, I could do that. That looks terrible. Yeah, nope, I'm not doing that. I mean, it's not that it looks terrible. It's just that the texture is different and it doesn't look right. If we had gold plating, then with that texture on it, it would look good. I'm just going to go with a dark gray. The checkerboard style texture, I think, breaks up the shape a lot. I think this is a little bit harder on the eyes just from a pure aesthetic point of view. It's harder to look at that. It's easier to look at this. Like, seriously, just look at this for a second and your eyes will go, ah. You look at that, it's like, ah. Drake memes. So now let's take this. Hey, Tyler, thanks for the raid, man. What's up? You guys know my buddy Tyler Raz. He streams Kerbal as well. What were you up to, Tyler? Were you playing Kerbal today? And if so, what were you doing? Hey, Arthur. How are you? I'm just... Oh, geez. Big surprise here. I'm working on a launch pad. I'm trying to fix my SSTO's launch pad. Revise it to be a little bit better. I know this looks like a... probably like some kind of trebuchet or something. I mean, that's not far off, but yeah, I assure you it's a launch pad. Yes, testing a Baran in real solar system. Now, Tyler, does it fly? Like, does it, you know, does it land automatically? Did you make it land automatically? If you figured out a way to get a Baran back to the runway remote controlled, you're a legend. You're better than me at this game, dude. Or did you fly it a dead stick? It is currently exploding on re-entry, so no. What's going on with it, Tyler? I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not too incredibly familiar with RO, but if it's more realistic, I should be able to understand. What's going wrong during re-entry, if you don't mind me asking? If you have some time, I don't want to waste your time. Do I know when 1.11 will be released for consoles? No. Loradio, I wish I could get that answer for you, but I don't. Heat tolerances on parts. So Tyler, okay. What I've been coming to figure out, dude, is that how heat gets transferred around a stack, right? I mean, all these parts have heat flux, but they don't tell you what the heat flux is here. They just tell you the maximum skin temperature and the maximum internal temperature. So 200 Kelvin is its critical mass, right? So, like, basically, you can fill up a block of metal, fill up with enough heat energy like you fill up water in a glass, right? It's only so much before the glass starts overflowing with water, right? It can only, a certain chunk of any material can only absorb or fill, you can only fill it with enough heat energy before it hits critical mass and then it melts, right? And, you know, depending on what kind of material it is, how well it can spread the heat around, like, it depends. In Kerbal, it kind of works like that. Kerbal Aero, you know how Kerbal aerodynamics work a little bit differently. How you attach the part makes a difference, right? I'm pretty sure it makes a difference with how heat gets thrown around. I'm pretty sure it makes a difference as well with how heat gets thrown around in KSP. So how you attach your parts, node attach, you know, radial attach, makes a big difference. If I'm understanding this correct, I haven't done like a conclusive test to prove it, but I'm pretty sure that's what's going on. So like, actually, Tyler, what I've been doing with my thermal protection system for this thing that I'm building, and once again, I don't think this might not translate into RO correctly. I get it. I actually stack a bunch of panels. I've been making panel thermal protection systems. And that works because, you know, you have one panel up at the front and that's absorbing a lot of heat. But the panels can flux heat around. They can throw heat around really well. And if you node attach a bunch of panels to it, it works like a cooling vane. Kind of like the tiles on the space shuttle almost. Here, check this out. This is the aero shell for the SSTO that I'm working on. I'm trying to figure out how heat dynamics work in KSP a little bit better. And just like aero, it has everything to do with how you put the shuttle together. Hey, Lin Shen, what's up? So, I don't know if that's going to help or hinder or make things more complicated, or if I'm not even on the right track, but I know that how you put the vessel together has a lot to do with how the heat is moved around. You know what I mean? Anyway, these are modded parts, so all the troubleshooting is being done in the config. Oh, okay. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, so what I said might not be 100% relevant, but you get the idea. Yeah, if you can go screw around with that in the config, then yeah, screw it. Doesn't matter how you attach the parts. Just make the parts that get heat, you know, like make them be able to shed the heat more. But yeah, I mean, more surface area is able, if you have something that's a higher surface area, you can exchange the heat with more surface area, the temperature goes down. That's why radiators are big, and that's why a car has a huge grill in the front, right? Except for a Tesla. But Teslas do have radiators in them, just for the people that don't know that. Yeah, that kind of works in Kerbal, but from what it also kind of doesn't. Why don't you use something like Waterfall or RP? I want people to see the stock game and go, oh my gosh, he's making this in stock. I have the stock game. I could do this. I don't want any strings attached, dude. I think if I used modded parts to make something like this, I don't think it would be as cool. If you're using a modded part, for instance, for like a launch pad, and this is not a jab at the modding community in any way, shape, or form. I just want to be very clear. The modding community is legendary in Kerbal, and I'm friends with a lot of those guys. They're really great at what they do. I mean, and we should be tipping our cap to them for, to be honest with you, because they've been propping up the modding community in Kerbal for almost a decade now. These people help keep the game alive just as much as I do. You know? So, just something to take into account. I play the stock game because I want somebody that hasn't played Kerbal to come in here and be like, oh man, he's playing the stock game. Those are the exact parts that I have in my Kerbal, in my game. Oh wow, that's really cool. And also, I do all the engineering with these parts. If I had a modded version of this launchpad, that means whoever made the mod did all the engineering for me. I don't want to do that. That's all. JM, once again, it's not that I hate mods. I don't hate mods. Mods are cool, and they help keep the game alive. Straight up. But, yeah, I just don't really like using them. Because I want people to see what I'm doing here and be like, oh my gosh, he's playing in the stock game. Now, once again, maybe someday, dude, I would like to try RO, at least at some point. But, who knows? I do have custom flags, and whether you think that's a mod thing or not, I guess that comes down to how you look at it. Just because I have custom flag textures, though, doesn't mean that somebody couldn't take the stock flag textures and do something similar to what I'm doing. It's just, it would look like you sticker bombed your spacecraft if you attached all the flags to the thing. But yeah, that's about it. And I make the flag packs pretty readily available. The whole point is I don't want somebody to sit here and, you know, look at what I do in KSP and say, oh, well, he's using all these damn mods. He's using all these mods, and, you know, like, I don't want to have to download 1,000 mods to do the same thing that he's doing, you know? It's kind of a hook to get more people to play KSP inadvertently, which, you know, works in my benefit if more people buy it, don't you think? Sneaky. Alright, hang on one second, guys. I don't like how the SRB over here is hanging off the end, and then over here the panel's hanging off the end. Let me just see if I spaced it correctly. I'm just going to move them back just a little. Actually, you know what? No, that's not a good idea. Don't save this. Because those posts need to be in a very particular spot. Never mind. Forget what I just did. Those posts need to stay in that spot because they need to be... I want the supports to ideally be in the same spot as tested. So, panel's going to have to hang off the end, dudes. Sorry. Yeah, pretty much, MotoKid. Yep. What is the LV5A? Launch Vehicle 5 is my single stage to orbit project that I'm working on. Here, let me show you. So, It's an SSDO it's a small sat single stage to orbit launcher. It's based off of the X-33, the Lockheed X-33, and the Venture Star program, which was a program in the oh crap, not this again. This is a weird glitch that happens sometimes. Yeah, there. That's what it looks like right there. Basically what I'm trying to do here is make an SSDO that I can launch up into space, deploy a small satellite, come back down, land it on the runway, tow it right back to this pad, load more payload in, attach it, turn it upright, and launch it again. I'm making a reusable launch pad and a reusable launch vehicle. This is I like to make things more difficult for myself because I like to challenge myself in KSP. So, yeah, these rules you don't need to play KSP this way. Like if you're newer to KSP, definitely don't do this. It's very complicated. Only do it unless you're like a mechanical engineer. But even then, Kerbal engineering and real engineering is a little bit different. Anybody that knows a little bit about Kerbal's Arrow knows that. But yeah, it's just a fun way for me to play. Using space shuttle main engines, which are notorious for taking a long time to refurbish. Yeah, that's more out of a precautionary measure, JM. Check this out, dude. Here. There's a program that you should read about from a couple of years ago called the AR-22. And no, I'm not talking about the rifle. The AR-22 is a shuttle engine. It's a close brother of the RS-25 or the shuttle main engine. The AR-22 uses all shuttle components off the shelf from the shuttle program. And it was an RS-25 variant that was extremely reusable. Aerojet Rocketdyne came up with the AR-22 a couple of years ago, and they fired it a bunch of times on the test stand, right? The AR-22 is basically a shuttle engine, taking all the components from the shuttle engine and replacing them with certain components in certain areas. And basically, it was a demonstrator. Nothing ever came of it, unfortunately, and I'll tell why in a second. That basically showed that you can reuse a shuttle engine. Absolutely. You can reuse a shuttle engine on a day-to-day basis. Because what they did, if you notice, ground test demonstrations, 10 tests, 240 hours. They fired it 10 times in 10 days with no refurbishment. Imagine that. Nice, Sam. That being said, it'd be amazing to see it. Yeah, someday, Motorkit, maybe. JM, consider that, dude. It's not an SSME Mini. It's just a shuttle main engine, but they put it in a configuration where they could fire it a bunch of times and not have to refurbish it. Which leads me to believe that NASA took apart those engines every time out of an abundance of caution. Because if you rebuild the engine every time, you can be dang sure that it's not going to break on you. Which is not really what the RS-25 and the SSME was designed to do, right? Another thing that kind of tips me off, that the shuttle engine is reusable, they just never bothered to go and try and pursue it because of safety, right? Which isn't a bad thing. I understand. I mean, when you kill 7 people, it's on a shuttle. Like, I get it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Aerojet designed, or no, Rocketdyne, I think that it was before they merged. Aerojet, I think it was Aerojet, when they made the original RS-25, dude, they designed it to go 55 flights without ever being refurbished. Now, dude, I don't know a lot about engineering, but I know a good amount. I know good and well that if you intend to design an engine that will be able to be flown 55 times without refurbishment, and that ends up getting to the point where one time you have to refurbish it after every flight. No engineer misses the mark by that much. No way. There's no way Aerojet screwed that up. I guarantee you that the shuttle engine can be reused. They just rebuild it. They just rebuilt it every time during the shuttle program out of an abundance of caution. The RS-25 literally has never had any problems on a flight, ever. Except once. There was one. Challenger in 85 had a problem with the RS-25 and it shut one off during ascent. But that was because the sensor was bad and not the rocket engine. But you don't miss the mark by that much, dude. There's no freaking way. And the AR-22 kind of vindicates that. It proves it. To an extent, at least. That AR-22 was supposed to be used for Boeing's Phantom Express. Boeing's Phantom Express was a flyback first stage that they were working on. Basically, it would have been a shuttle-shaped vehicle with one shuttle engine in the back, and that shuttle engine would shoot the thing up, and the second stage would be a solid rocket booster that it carried on its back, piggyback style. The first stage would go up, they would let the solid rocket upper stage go, and it would shoot a small sat off into space, and then the booster would just fly back around, turn around, fly back, and land at the runway. Flyback boosters are cool, man. Yeah, there's also that one with the gold pin, but yeah, I mean, the amount of flight time just faces. How much gimbal and throttle can the shuttle engines do? The shuttles can throttle between 100 and... Shuttle engines now. The SLS engines are a little bit different. The shuttle engines can throttle between 109 and 66% throttle. Maximum thrust output forlorn, I think, was 2,400 kilonewtons. Like, what was it? 700,000 pounds of thrust or something? Which, no, that's not right. That's not right conversion. Somebody would have to convert it for me. I'm thinking of another unit conversion. Which is pretty damn good. That's pretty friggin' good for what it is. Considering it gets over 400 second specific impulse. That's pretty damn good. Yeah, I mean, Rocket Guy, the other thing is, yeah, oh, geez, underfunding development. Rocket Guy, huh? Geez, that's never happened before. It's almost like you learn from these lessons. Almost. Flyback boosters are respectively terrible. Not a fan, huh? I think they're cool. I think it's a good idea. I think for small sat launching, it's a very, very smart way to do things. But yeah, I mean, as you go bigger and bigger, yeah, I think it's a diminishing return, like most engineering things. Yeah, Robert, like I said, talk and work. All right, so. Yeah, it came here, right? Yeah. Interesting. Yeah. Funny how that works. Alright, so that one's attached there. This one is attached here. And then we gizmo them to make them look like they're in the right spot. Make sure... Okay, symmetry is on. So what I'm doing is I'm connecting the struts in here. And these two struts at the end of each kind of line of panels will keep everything nice and straight. It's good, me man. I'm just buttoning up the pad right now. We're just gonna make everything on the pad work here, and then I gotta go retest it. We'll test integration, but this time when we test it, I'll have the fuel depot attached to it. The reason why I didn't launch yesterday is because there was no fuel. I didn't have any fuel. There's no fuel farm. I hadn't installed it yet, so now I'm doing a revision to the launch pad here, and we are basically going to prep for a test flight. This you know, Launchpad re-engineer, I'm just strengthening everything. I'm strengthening all the components that I saw start like moving around during the last during the tests last night, the integration tests. So it's not going to take long to get this back in position and launching things. It's definitely happening this stream. I can say that with absolute certainty. And barring some crazy catastrophic failure, always. It's a development program, guys. You never know what's going to happen. You don't know until you go and try, right? And once again, I know people, you're probably, like, people that don't know me are probably saying, dude, why are you taking the time to line up every strut? That's a little bit obsessive, don't you think? It's just an indicator to show that I took my time and I mean to put that strut there. The reason why is because sometimes struts in KSP go all over the place. And there's a lot to keep track of in this project. So I want to make sure that every strut that I place, I take an extra second here to line it up to show that I intended for it to be there. Where's the music? That strut's gonna be hard to find because it's clipped into a non-collidable part of the booster, and I'm using an SRB as a freaking girder segment. Would you like something like a note feature for every part? I suppose that would be cool. I usually leave notes up here. But, I mean, documentation, Toto, probably with how complicated my stuff is, would definitely... It would help me, but you know what it would help the most? It would help people that download my stuff on KerbalX, because a lot of the times the stuff that people request on KerbalX is a contextual thing. Like my SSTO is up there on KerbalX right now, and it's the version of the SSTO that that doesn't work. So I had to make a big footnote on its page that's saying it doesn't work. Don't use this. It doesn't make it. Let me just make sure that it's coming correctly and in symmetry. Yep. All right, cool. Some notes on each individual part would actually be kind of cool, but I don't know how they would do that. I mean, the first thing I can think of is that if I did that, it would be, if I did that, my craft files would end up being a couple megs worth, a couple extra megabytes worth of documentation. That's for sure, because some of this stuff is a little bit complicated. And whenever I build something, and this is a good thing to do, kind of as a streamer playing sandbox games. Whenever I build something, or whenever I go to engineer anything, it could be something like it could be a piece for my truck, or it could be, you know, whatever. I always try to make it so if I was a stranger, if I didn't know what this was, I could look at it and use it as an opportunity for teaching. That's how I was a long time ago, like back in the Stone Age, I took a Java class in high school, and that's what my teacher said to do. And it's a really good idea. The reason why it's a good idea, and now it's not just software engineering, it's mechanical, it's anything. You know, leaving notes here to show why these struts are here would be useful for future EJ, right? But if I know for a fact, like, I mean, I probably won't forget why this is the way that this is because I designed it, but the reason I try to design, like, whenever I design something, I try to make it look intuitive enough that somebody could look at it and understand what it is. That gets exceedingly hard in KSP sometimes, though, with the builds that we do. But the reason why I do it is because, dude, What if we revisit this a year from now? I'm not gonna know why the heck I ran these struts there for. I know they're there for structure, but I'm not gonna know why. You know, I designed it to make it idiot-proof for myself. And that's why I always try to design it like it would be, like how somebody would if they were using it as a tutorial or whatnot. It's just a good habit to get into. Time for custom flags as notes. Why are you posting this crap that doesn't work? Pretty much, Jason. A year from now, we could have KSP 2. Yeah. But maybe KSP 1 releases a new patch in the future. KSP 2 and KSP 1 are both going to continue development. They're going to update them both over time. There. I'm going to put all the SRBs in a stage by themselves. Because activating the SRBs is just going to make a funny noise. But if I double stage, the pad will fall. I don't want that. So if I fat finger the spacebar, putting these all down here in their own group is not going to change anything on the pad. Hitting the spacebar again 2 times in a row will definitely do that. See? Look at how nice that looks. Oh yeah, baby. So this hierarchy design is not going anywhere. This thing is not going to move. Can you unstage the launch towers? No.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Caviar, 25 months. Press 2 for SRBs. No, Clammy. Sometimes struts end up running in their own direction. Like if you strut to a fairing or something, sometimes when you load up a craft file, the fairing goes into exploded view. So if I have a strut going to it, the game will run the strut and it won't see the fairing there because it's invisible, and it'll just run the strut somewhere else. Yeah. The other thing is that if you transfer a vehicle from the SPH to the VAB, sometimes the struts get screwed up. Because of that has to do with the axis orientation on the VAB versus the SPH. The SPH has the forward axis, the x-axis going this way, the y-axis goes this way, and the z-axis goes this way. In the VAB, because it's the VAB, the x-axis goes this way, the y-axis goes this way, and the z-axis goes this way. So it's a 90-degree offset. So the struts, if you bring a vehicle in and you place it flat, the struts will try to be like, oh, okay, X is this way. Oh, wait, no, it's not. X is this way. And it'll try to run your struts 90 degrees to a different direction. Yeah. It has to do with local node orientation inside of the VAB versus the SPH. That's all. Do you hear Hootie in the DMCA right now? Yes. What the hell is this? Nice, Bray. That's funny. Can you believe that article, dudes? The Space Force is straight up, the Space Force and United States Transportation Command is straight up looking at using Starship to deliver supplies around the world for logistics and humanitarian effort, which is pretty crazy. I'm glad you're not doing something like every stream I spend X Kerbucks to simulate engineers' salaries. I'm the engineer, Pokey, but I understand what you mean. Nah, that's too complicated, man. That would be too complicated for me to keep track, dude. Plausible realism, not 100% realism is what I shoot for. It's good enough to get the point across, good enough for people to see it and understand it. But it also makes it so I don't need a frigging accountant to, I don't need a freaking accountant to run my Kerbal save for me. You know what I mean? I wonder if I could pay my accountant to do that. No, he probably wouldn't. How did you have the platform on the side of the launch pad without new crafts wanting to delete it? There's a little threshold. The collider box, and for, you know, vessel being on the pad is not exactly at the lip right here. So, like, say the X panels right here is the launch pad, right? And then this panel right here represents the slope, right? There's a point right here where there's a little piece right here where it does not, like, where the collider box for being on the pad, say the collider box is represented for the white panel, by the white panel right here. There's a little lip right there where it doesn't count. Yeah, see that? So this is the pad. That's the hitbox for the game detecting that something is on the pad. On the pad. On the pad. These are not quotation marks. Yeah, there's a little section right there. Arr, I know. Yeah, great. You wanted a bigger collider for the front wheel. Yeah. On the pad. Extra quotation mark. I put more quotation marks in there to, like, it's like an ellipsis, right? It's an ellipsis but for quotation mark. That's how that works, right? All the grammar people in here just went, no. No, that's not how that works at all. I know that's not how that works. Shut up. Shut up. Yeah, that's how that works. Sure. All right, so nice, Hokey. What's the max payload for a Falcon 9 and still recover the booster? RTLS or drone ship landing, Caviar? I'll just tell you. RTLS, 10 tons to get back. You could RTLS with a Dragon capsule. SpaceX just, they haven't done it very much because honestly, you could RTLS with your first stage, but that would mean that the Dragon has to do more work to get into orbit. So they've just been drone ship landing. With drone ship landings, you can move. It's over 12 tons, easy. 12. I think it's 12 to 15 with a drone ship landing. That's just a guess, though. Don't quote me on that one. 15 tons to Leo. Yeah, there you go. Okay, would it be reliable to keep cargo attached to the booster and land it? What do you mean? Wait, what? Wait, why would we do this? I'm confused. Why would we do that? I'm super confused. RTLSs are cool. I've seen 2 out of like the maybe 5 RTLSs that they've done. From launch, landed A and B with cargo on top. Well, if you put cargo on your first stage, you are severely impeding your second stage Delta V. It would be like putting wings on the orbiter. You're taking a huge hit to your final mass. You're screwing up the final to initial mass ratio because you're adding things that aren't fuel to your rocket. Less rocket on your rocket and more fuel on your rocket the further it goes, right? So you could do that for cargo. It's possible. It would probably be better to just not have a second stage on top and just put cargo on top of the first stage. Just put your payload attachment fitting on top of a first stage of a Falcon 9 and then just go. It would not be, I mean, Delta V and getting into orbit's a real pain in the butt in that regard, dude. it wouldn't be real preferable to do both of those things at the same time, because the cargo that you attach to your first stage, any dry mass that you attach to your first stage, exponentially impedes the delta V and performance of your second stage. Oh yeah. I'd believe that, Cameron, yeah. Yeah, it's probably closer to, yeah, 16, 17. Falcon 9 expendable can do 22. 22.5. Or no, was it 22.8? So about almost 50,000 pounds to low Earth orbit if you expend a booster. Just pray, it's easier to just keep a fleet of Falcon 9s and just keep rotating them. That's how you increase launch efficiency. Don't have one Falcon 9 that you tow back to the pad and, you know, process in parallel. That's what they tried to do with the shuttle. That's one of the ways that they were trying to get the shuttle cost to come down. Not necessarily because the shuttle was... It wasn't necessarily because... And Pray, I know you know this. And Rocket Guy, you probably know this too. It wasn't necessarily because they were trying to... Because the shuttle is an inexpensive piece of equipment. It's absolutely not. But if you fly it a lot, and you have 4 of them flying all the time, launching once a week, you know, one launches, next one rolls to the pad, that one comes back down, that one launches, the one that came down goes into processing, the other one comes back down, that one goes to the VAB for integration, the other, it's just it's like a rotating assembly line, basically. That's what they were trying to do with the space shuttle. I don't necessarily want to move this, but I don't want to put the panels like that either. I think that looks dumb. That's correct, Karama. What's our part count? 360. We're at 368 already? Yikes. Okay. I gotta be careful here about adding parts all of a sudden. Yeah, pretty much, Rocket Guy. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. But it could have worked, man. It could have. Could have. Alright, let's see. What else could we do here? No, that angle isn't right. Would do better in this day and age. Agreed. As usual. I want to put a flame deflector in here, guys, but... Or at least some kind of flame trench, but... It just really doesn't... I'm not going to say that it doesn't make sense to do it, but... I don't want to sit here playing with the sketty all day, you know? Yeah. Yeah, Drummer, that's... Yeah, that's the right move. So what I'll do for now, and if I want to make it look nicer later, we'll do it, but... Wait, why is the center node on that panel? Why was the center node on that panel not open? There's no center node there. Why? Oh. Okay. see. All right, I see what happened here. It's all right. I mean, it doesn't matter. I prefer to note attach it, but it's really not a problem. It works. What does, Anth? What is that supposed to be? I don't understand. What are you... Yeah, I know it works. I don't... What's the context? Sometimes they do, sometimes... Well, yeah, if struts are attached to your part and you move it, yeah, it will, but it'll try to run it in the way that you had it previously. And that, yeah, the game gets confused. That's another way that, you know, you running struts, or struts just kind of sometimes have a mind of their own. Perfect. It doesn't impede on that strut at all. Nice. So what I'm doing here is I'm just kind of putting in something that basically resembles a visual representation of the flame trench. It gets the idea across. It doesn't look very good. In reality, in real life, from the two engines, you'd have a gigantic bucket and a deflector to take the flames and push them out this way. But, yeah. It didn't work when it was lower. Also, it can put a craft file on top. Oh, I got you. I got you. Neat. Okay, my kind of running limit here for how much parts I want this to be, for how many parts is... I mean, I'm kind of shooting for 400 here, but when you think about it, Freedom's pad has a 250 part crane and a 250 part pad. Each one of them is 255 parts exactly, because that's the limit, old limit that I used to have, right? So... But then again, my SSTO is more parts than a Freedom rocket. There's no way a Freedom rocket with payload inside of it is 400 parts. So I don't really want to go over 400. But if we do just a little bit, it should be okay. Wait, let me just check something. Where does this get... yeah. These panels have to go down a little bit because that gets in the way. Sweet. Do we want to make it so it lines up like that? Where are we going to store the fuel? Basically under where I am right now. The propellant depot is going to be right here. I can't put it on the other side. I can't put it on the other side because those pipes that are coming off the pad go over here. But yeah. What would you say is the best way to learn things like docking ports, same vessel collision? Try it. Screw around, Toto. Be scientific. Figure it out. That's the best way to do it, dude. There's no tricks here. You could just listen to the stream. I talk about this stuff on a fairly frequent basis. But yeah. Yeah, JM, they can't tempt me with a good time, man. Shoot. that's not going to work. History thing. 77 years ago at this time, Pathfinders of the 101st Airborne are now in the air headed to the drop zones to kick off Operation Overlord. Oh, jeez. Bigger balls than me, Hellfish. Jesus. Yeah, no, that's right. On Sunday. Sunday we got, what is it, the 77th, 76th, 77th anniversary? Hang on, I gotta check something. So we had a problem with this thing drifting a little bit. It kind of weeble wobbled on the pad holder a little bit, and I don't really want that to happen. So I'm trying to put I-beams in here to... Oh, I can't. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say I'm trying to put I-beams in here to make this look like, or not make it look like, to have it held up a little. No, that's not going to work. Can't do that. To try and make it look like it, words. Make it look like it's structural and make it look like it's, you know, not just held up, floating in midair by 4 struts. How would we make this not look like it's just floating in midair like that? Am I hope I'm not the only one who has flashbacks when you're making a landing pad, no offense. What? Vertical I-beams? Do we have the height?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
What you building? Launch complex. Continue it down so it touches the ground. You know what? That's not a bad idea. Here's what we'll do. Give me a 1.8 structural. Actually, I got an even better idea. Give me an engine plate. A 1.8 engine plate, right? Who was that subbing in there? Oki gifted a sub to Lego. So these things, right? We've done this before. The engine plates, I usually try to avoid them at all costs because they do weird things. But the engine plates have an attachment node, right? If we gizmo this up, there's a place where we can attach something to this, right? So what I'll do is I'll attach a cubic octave, something I know that's inconsequential, and it'll make a shroud for it, right? That shroud is not collidable. It doesn't collide against anything. So if I take the cubic octave and I just move it up like this, and we extend this down, right? It'll look like it's going into the ground, but it's actually not. And it saves us some parts. It's not collidable. I have flashbacks to the Condor Launchpad Kraken attacks. Oh. Yeah, don't worry about it. It'll be fine. I spent months, Lego, while you weren't here, basically fixing that problem. That's perfect. The notifier didn't work. It worked for me. There we go. Hey, Weiser. Things are going just fine. Does the physics simulation a time interval setting affect how much drift and crack and stuff happens? No, it just basically affects the rate at which you simulate things, Carrier. So if you turn down the physics simulation rate, dude, what's going to happen is your game will look like it's going in slow motion, but it'll look like it's a high shutter speed, like slow-mo guys stuff. It'll look like you have an extremely high, extremely good slow motion capture, and the animations will look right, but it'll look like you're going
Discovery,
slow.
go and throttle up.
Physics delta time, I think is what it's called. Hokey gifted a soda Carrier Aviator. Whatever happened to the Condor pad? I fixed it, and then they added robotics to the game and changed around the docking hierarchy, and it broke it. And I don't want to use it anymore. I don't want to play this game anymore. Get off Mr. EJ's wild ride. Alright. Hey, Brim, 5 bits. Thanks, man. Okay, so, we have pad power right there. I'm just gonna move this up so it's not in the way of anything. Actually, you know what would be a good... Where did I even attach this? Oh, okay. I see what I did. Just gonna attach the freaking probe core here. And I'll just put it right here, kind of make it look like a control box or something. I always try to put certain components that I might need to click on. This is just like KSP Craft Files 101. I might need to select the probe core and do something with it. I don't know what. But I always try to put it in a place where I can easily access it, or put it in a place where I can just click on it through a vehicle or something. It's quite useful. I don't know if that spot's going to particularly be okay, but it might. That would be close to the heat. Well, heat doesn't radiate like that in KSP, but I mean, if we're worried about it, I should just be able to put it right back where it was. I mean, I suppose here is a good enough spot as any, I guess. I just don't like it floating there. It looks stupid, floating it in midair like that. But, hey, it's alright. Would it be worth adding an additional core? I did that on... the other pad has 4 cores just in case. Yeah, maybe. I'm just buttoning up the pad, Velo, just like I said I would. Alright, I mean, we could do redundant. That's fine. I'll just have 2 redundant cores right here. I don't mind doing that way. That's fine. And if we grandparent strut, they'll be stronger. Cool. What does the probe core do for the pad? Well, amongst other things, Karate, I gotta control the cow controller somehow. Just, yeah, gotta control that. That's important. Alright, so we're up to 382. So, let's see now. What do we want here? How many tanks does my SSTO have at this point? So, there's that, and then there's that. And then the aft tanks look like this, right? And then there's 2 tanks here, and those tanks have one of these, and then one of those attached. That's my tank configuration. And oh, no, it's not just that. There's also this, and then there's one of those. That's all the fuel tanks that the SSTO is using. I wouldn't place the critical bits that close to the fiery bits. Right here is protected. There's panels in the way. It's protected, it'll be fine. Or it won't. I mean, Alright, so how much fuel do we have here? Let's take a look. So 1440 times 2. Plus 2880 for the other side. So now we have 727, 27, 27, 20. So that's another 2880. That gives us 8640 thus far. And then we have another 1400 plus, so plus 1440 again. And then we have 540 plus 720. Or 270, 270, 270. So that's 810. Do that twice for both of the nose cone tanks. And now here, 440. And there, plus 220. So somewhere between 12 and 13,000 right there. Oh boy. What is liquid fuel? JM, I guess the closest thing to liquid fuel in terms of the performance that you get out of the engines is either Keralox or hydrazine. UDMH. It's either UDMH or Keralox. Just from all the performance that you see from these engines. How much fuel does one of those things carry? 23. It costs 200,000 to unlock that tank. Right. Hey Adam, what's going on? What's up, Trojan? And it doesn't boil off, so it's got to be hydrazine. That's right. Is there crew access under the pad to get to the top in case you have to do some repair stuff? I could bring a crane out here or something. I'd say in the future, though, Trojan. In the future, though, what I might do is just put some rails down here, like I have on Imahara's pad. Put some rails down here, so I could either A, extend the pad, or B, have like a service structure come up to the vehicle when it's vertical, just like I did with Freedom's pad. The thing could even come in here like this. Or we could just put a tower right here. I could put a fixed service structure with a crew access arm that swings into position if we make a crew variant. I mean, that the pad at that point would be more than the freaking... It would be more than the... It'd be more parts than the SSDO, but yeah. But then again, my other pad was 255, so that's 510 parts, and the Freedom rockets were 210, so yeah, having the pad be more complicated than the vehicle that it launches, and having it be more parts than the vehicle that it launches is, I guess, nothing new. That's actually... Oh, that's oxidizer, so 11,000. One of these tanks is almost enough. Does it fit underneath here? It doesn't. Okay. Yeah, we got a problem. I'm gonna have to use 375 tanks. How long does a craft program last? What do you mean, Kirk? Do you have a plan to unload cargo with this pad? I have an idea, but I'm not exactly sure how it's going to work. I have an idea on what I could do. It's possible. What I was thinking... Alright, I'll just show you. So, for good measure, I'd suppose putting 15,000 units of fuel. Putting 15,000 liquid fuel underneath here, if it has to be a bunch of different tanks, is good. But 15,000 should be enough to fuel it up and then some. So, guys, what I would like is here. I'll save this, right? And just bear with me. This is the only vehicle that I have that's like this in my save right now. So the hangar. Wow, that's actually... That's actually perfect. That's weird. Yeah, this is basically what I wanted to do. So, put rails out here, just like I did for the gantry crane, and then put a panel that fits in the rails, and then basically have the hanger do this. That's it. I don't think this will fit the SSTO underneath it, to be honest with you. Like, the hanger could roll in this direction, right? In which case I'd need to make extenders that go out here, right? Or I could make it roll in this direction and it could just roll onto the pad. I'm not sure the pad's big enough. We could just raise the roof of the hangar. Yeah. See, the reason why I'm like, on this is because the reason why I'd build the hangar in the first place, guys, is to put a gantry crane on it. First of all, I'd need to redesign the hangar. This is not designed to have an overhead crane in it. I would need to make it a little bit bigger. That's not a problem, though. Basically, it wouldn't have a slanted roof. The roof would be like this. It would be a box, which kind of looks like, kind of suck, but... How about you make the roof open like a cargo bay? So, a fixed hangar, and have the roof go like that? I could. A lot of robotics involved with doing that. I could, yeah. I found a really cool show on Motor Trend, Engine Masters. I've been watching Engine Masters for years, Bone Sister. How do you think I know all about motors? I've learned a lot of it from Dulcich and Steve Brule and David Freiberger. I've been watching Engine Masters since like 2014, man. Yeah, great show. Very fun. Very fun show to watch. Dude, I would love to do a Twitch stream, Bone Sister, like that, where we just dyno engines, but I'm not smart enough to figure that one out. I could probably dyno an engine correctly. You know, like I know enough about it. Either that or we'd break something. But yeah, it would be a fun Twitch stream to do. Dulcich and Freiberger, or the Roadkill guy. Well, that's David Freiberger's a Roadkill guy, but Steve Dulcich has been on Roadkill before. Yeah, making the roof do this, guys, would be putting a lot of stress on any type of component. So I saw the Ford, the F-Rod Tars. Yeah, their 32 Deuce is an awesome build. Very cool. Slidey roof. Why, if we're sliding the roof, why don't we just slide the whole building? You know, like. So like, what this thing is, guys, is a hangar that I made, and the parts on the hangar do drift. But see, I made it so I could put jets in it because I didn't want to just store equipment outside. It was one of the rules that I kind of had for mission mode. Don't, like, if you have a plane, build the hangar for it. Planes need maintenance too, and you definitely don't leave planes outside unless they're on the flight line, you know. And you could leave them overnight, but for long-term storage, yeah, definitely don't. They need to be inside. What about a foldable roof? It puts less stress on the hinges. Second prototype, more wheels, was more stable, you found. Okay, drummer. Yeah, I like where you're going with it. I'll probably make mine articulated like that. Wouldn't this be cool, though? If we can... This thing just... You know? And then the whole hangar moves. It's crazy that this thing ended up just being the exact same size. That's just a weird coincidence. So I guess test flight tomorrow. Thanks, man. Thanks for that. No, Going to test fly it very soon. So, no, Berg, I'm changing the pad around. I'm revising the pad to get it to work better because the old pad didn't have, for instance, a fuel depot on it. You kind of need that. It depends, Velo. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that question. You'd have to ask Elon. Mysterious Hooded Figure. Hi, everyone. I found your Twitch channel on YouTube, and your content is amazing. Lurking in your chat for a while now, and your community gifted me a sub already. I'm into KSP lately, and I know there are VODs about what I'm going to ask in a second, but would you consider making a short series, like a basic tutorial tips and tricks for newcomers? Actually, Hooded, yeah. A lot of people have told me to do that. I have a lot of stuff on my plate right now, but when I have a little more time, I'll start drafting up a script for a good tutorial video on how to build. In the meantime, what I try to do is mention as many of the tips and tricks as I'm using, so they end up in the VODs. But yeah, I know what you're talking about, more genuine tutorial. I gotcha. Genuine apologize for the text fault. Don't worry about it, man. As long as you're contributing, I don't care. Yeah, people have been, dude, Hooded, people have been talking to me about doing updated tutorials. You should do it. Because KSP's changed a lot. I mean, the fundamentals are still there. Like, Scott's videos can teach you all this stuff. But it's, you know, it'd be better to, you know, have an updated tutorial. Like, the last time Scott did anything Kerbal tutorial was like 5 years ago. No, John, nothing right now. It's hard because I have to find public archive, and this DMCA nonsense makes it really difficult to make. I gotta like be sure, and yeah, it's a lot of work. All right. So I would want to build a hangar like this, but once again, that's a project for another day. Fuel. So these have 3240. I want 15,000 units of fuel in this thing. What I've been trying to do with fuel is take the amount that I need. The final calculation is between somewhere like 12 and 13. I like rounding. Round numbers is easy. So 13. So in case I static fire it or I need to scrub a launch after engine ignition, I always try to put a little bit of extra fuel in there just in case, so I don't have to go get another fuel truck and stop the launch and everything. It's a pain in the butt. So I'm going to say 15,000 units of fuel capacity. The 5-meter tanks don't fit underneath here. Well, unless I put that one that way. Ooh, hold on a second, chat. Hang on a minute. Yeah, that's good. That carries 7,000. 7,000, 7,000. If I put 3 of these tanks in here, it will... That gets me what I want, I think. And once again, I have to put them on this side. Yeah, 7,000 will get me 21. That's way over what I'll ever need. But if I find a way to get this pad to work with the big SSTO somehow, I wouldn't need to change the fuel depot. And also, with this, if I put 4 tanks in, we could build a bigger fuel truck and we wouldn't have to fuel up as much. We'll start, you know what, just because I've never stored fuel this way, we'll start with 7.7's 14. Oh no, liquid fuel. That's these tanks put oxidizer first. Some of the older tanks, all the older tanks have liquid fuel first, so I always look at the top number, and that's not right. This carries 7,000 oxidizer, but 5,700 liquid fuel. So we would need 3 tanks. 3 tanks would get me to a little over 15,000. Yeah, okay, so we need 3. Where do we want to place these? I can't place anything over here because the pipes from the launch pad are here. So they got to go over here somehow. It's annoying, Tars. But hey, whatever. You know, it's not like I can't be bothered with doing stuff like reading, right? Like I can read. All right, so we need something that's going to hold this tank off the ground. The tanks don't have very good collision rate, right? It's 10-meter impact tolerance, right? So that means if this thing registers a hit above 10 meters a second, it's going to blow up, right? What I like to do whenever I build a pad like this is make sure that the tank is being held up by something that has a very high collision rate, very high collision tolerance. So the girder segment can take 80. So I like using the girder segments. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a girder segment here, and we're going to move it up here like this, right? And I'm going to move the girder segment down and make sure that it's at the same height as the rest of the other girder segments. It is. And now take the tank and just move the tank down. Can I get it below those struts without it hitting anything? No, I cannot. What happens if I move it this way a little bit? I ideally want the tank right there, and that will cause problems with those struts. So for just this area right here, I might need to move my awesome strut work, which would be unfortunate. And now I know what you're going to say. You're going to put that, all the weight of that tank's going to be on that one girder segment? Yes and no. For what it's worth. Yeah, yes, but actually no. Just put a row of them on their sides. Can't do it, man. We'll just move the struts, dude. It's fine. I'll just move the struts around just a little bit. You're not... If I put the tank like this, you're not going to be able to see it anyway. If we just move the tank up high enough, you're not going to be able to see that that's a straight line of struts. And yeah, yeah, these ones, I could just put the struts on the outside, or we could just move them this way. I actually like them moving it inside a little bit. That's probably what I'm going to end up doing. Let me just find a spot where it's not colliding with anything. See, right here I can move it in a little bit, right? We move it in a little bit so it doesn't even have to. Doesn't even have to collide with anything. Perfect. Sitting on the girder segment, just fine. And then I can move this down just a little ways so you can still see the uninterrupted chain of awesome. Alright, so that's going to be grandparent strutted, and that's going to be grandparent strutted, and that will run a grandparent strut from the fuel tank to my launch plate, which is the root part. Good. I could use smaller tanks, Clammy, but it's easier to use one big tank and just hit the out button on that one big tank. Yeah, it's less operations on the pad when I go to fuel the vehicle, because I don't want to fuel it when it's sideways. You want to fuel it when it's vertical, because it's harder to move it when it's full, when it has a full tank of gas, right? Because rockets, a lot of rockets are fuel, you know? There. So, that's one. Generally, with real-life rocket launch pads, you don't really want your fuel near the rocket until you want to put fuel in the rocket. That's, yeah, kind of the rule of thumb there. Is the Falcon 9 payload Starlink today? Is it a ride share? I don't know. I forget. Maybe. So, now what we'll do is I'll take a strut here. And we'll strut to there. I'll be honest with you, I hate that tank is off-centered. I hate it. I can't stand it. Center the damn thing. It'll be better for the supports. And yeah, so what? These struts get kind of cluttered up a little bit. Because I manually moved them, they should run right through the tank. And if I make them run like this, yeah, those struts won't get obstructed. It'll still run them because the SRB is clipping into the tank, and where the strut is run from is inside of the tank, and it'll run through it because it doesn't see it because it's inside of the tank. So that will work. Good. Now what we'll do is get another one. Another Lamborghini. And 14 Lamborghinis later, I ran into one Lamborghini and another Lamborghini. And 14 Lamborghinis later, I have a Lamborghini in my Lamborghini account. Oh, also, these don't need fuel in them to start. Has it flown yet? I'm just getting the fuel depot for the pad figured out, Trimix, and then we should be good, man. I just got to get the fuel tank storage figured out. I have to make sure that the fuel crossfeed works correctly. And then, yeah, we should be good, man. We'll use 3 of these. So that one, oh, that one isn't centered. I got it. That one needs to be right there. And then this one, so now I need the panels, I need the panel struts to make sure that they're going right through the center of the tank, or else it's not going to clip correctly. Yeah, see, that one is, so that one's open, that one's through, the other one's open. Yeah, so these tanks need to be close to each other. Perfect. You're in local. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I was wondering why that was messing up. That's the reason. Thanks, bud. I noticed that the tank spacing wasn't exactly right. I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Alright, so These are all just sitting on one I-beam. Don't want that necessarily, right? So, what I'll do is, obviously we're going to need some struts here. I know, big surprise. Basically, put this in 4x symmetry and strut them to the SRBs for structural purposes. You guys know about those dang structural dolphins, right? Dolphins are porpoises. Shh, don't tell nobody. Covering the launch later? Yeah, I gotta figure out how that's gonna work with racing, because the launch is basically right when racing starts. So, yeah, I'm not sure how that's gonna work, but we'll figure out something. And now, if I did this right, all these other struts should just be directly in line with the panometric fan. Is that not centered? It should be. Yeah, it is centered. That's weird. Launch is greater than racing. I understand that. But I also said I'd be here for racing. But I also said I'd be here for launch. So it's not always that simple. Look, man, there's guys that show up every night, every Saturday night, and they've been doing it for 5 years. And I know they do it because they like the community, like having fun. But also, we shouldn't forget that we shouldn't forget that, and we also shouldn't take that for granted either. Yes, I said granted on purpose, just in case. Hey, you said granted. I know. So, yeah, dude, I really should show up. We might just start racing later. Heck, I might start racing earlier. You know, we'll figure something out. Guessing there's a Slim J. Drummer, why do you always want to chat on the weekends, dude? The weekends are literally the worst time for me to do that. Like, I'm just to be very candid, I guess. It's literally the worst time for me to do that. Because I have a day job. Well, I have a night job. Shoot. You can't come to my birthday party. You're on the stream at like 5 a.m. for me. We'll find a time. Drummer, relax. Just relax. We'll find a time. Okay. Tanks are in position. They are strutted, but we also should probably do something like this. Actually, Yeah, see, if I attach these girders in 4x symmetry, they'll auto strut to that. That should keep this nice and strong. Hey, Nutbuster, what's up, man? Yeah, the bigger girder segments will run an auto strut at a better angle. Like that. Actually, no, the strut would run diagonally with the smaller segments. Yeah, I'm gonna use the smaller ones. Well, this should be better. Because with these, the grandparent strut is at an angle. Yeah, see, and it props it up. That's a good idea. Yeah, we should do that. Good idea, EJ. Oh, thanks, EJ. Flash Wolf, I'll figure something out. I find it's best to play it by ear, dude. Every you know, keep plans pretty general. It's just easier, and because every freaking plan out there, what is it? No good plan survive, or no plan survives contact with the enemy. Chad, you're the enemy. Do you hear that? No. Streaming is such a dynamic environment, dude, that it's best to just keep plans pretty general. Figure out a good idea what you're going to do, and then go from there. The reason is because it's just dynamic. There's a lot of stuff going on during a stream. The stream can take a turn. You could have something blow up in your face and just be really annoyed and not want to play KSP anymore. Like, it's just best to keep plans open. With me, at least. T-Man, thank you for the raid. Now, I'll set this up for the same fuel truck that we've been using. But I'm wondering how many... Oh shoot, how many fuel trucks are we gonna need? How much fuel do we have? 5,700 times 3? 5,760 times 3. We have 17,000 liquid fuel, and my fuel trucks right now from Freedom's Pad have 3 of these Rocco Max tanks on them. So that's no. I did the math. So 17,280 divided by 4320. 4 fuel trucks. Guys, yeah, drummer, we'll figure it out. Stop talking about that. Can engineers construct fuel lines in with then building stuff? Yes. So what I'm going to do here, real quick, is I'm going to put an engine right there. And then I'm going to go in here and put in fuel delivery overlay. Okay, cool. My fuel lines are working. I don't have... I make the pad in such a way that we can cross feed and the fuel lines are buried. They're buried. I do that to save part count. Now, yeah, okay. So we're gonna need minimum of 3 fuel trucks. And then we should be good to go. Alright, 430 is the end, what we ended up getting to. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. This pad is super durable and it won't break, or at least well, I won't say that it won't break. It might. We got to test it, but prospects are looking good. Can you please explain what you're building? It's a launch pad for my SSTO. Now the real question is, do we want to go and re-engineer these? What about making a bigger fuel truck? I could, strange, but that would require more time to re-engineer it. I'll just use something that works, and I'm pretty sure the amount of time it takes for me to fill up 4 of these things is a lot less than the time it would take for me to engineer a new truck. Straight up. So, yeah, don't worry about it. Did you fix the raise speed issue? I did not. I have not fixed that. That actually reminds me that these need to be set to 322. Thank you for reminding me. No, I have not messed with that yet. It would be nice if we had individual traverse speeds, but also these need to be set to 322. I'll set them both to 326, just in case I need to overextend for whatever reason. Just give it a little more leeway. There. Why did I think you were building a Baran launch pad? I don't know. I don't have the answer to that question. Yes? This flame trench isn't as creative, I guess, as the other one. The other one that I made, but we're pretty. I really don't want this pad to go over the part count that we're currently at. Did I miss the flight? Nope. Just finishing up some revisions to the pad, and then we should be good to go. Like, I hate that it just looks like a bunch of panels floating in midair. What did I do for the other one? For the one that I used to actually launch stuff? This one right here. Oh. I just put panels and grip pads on it. Oh. It's not that bad. So, give me those. And then I put some crossbars in there. Alright, cool. Bill, what's going on, man? There, that'll work. I gotta replace this X brace here. Believe it or not, I can actually get rid of this I-beam. We do not need this. I was trying to use this as a way to keep these two things together, but there's auto struts now that'll basically do the exact same thing for me, for that. So we don't need those. Almost done. Cool. How did you build the pads before the DLCs came out? I used a lot of air brakes and control surfaces and I used rocket engines to articulate them. Good system, but a pain in the butt because I have to refuel the pad and the rocket and the pad again to refuel the rockets. This is much nicer. Pain. Yeah, pain. I mean, that's not a lie. It's a lot of work, man. Dude, engineering pads used to take months. I don't know why I bother to even do it, but yeah. It was, yeah, used to take a long time. Not anymore, though. It's easy nowadays. Really not that bad. Like, I want to make this look nicer, but honestly, this is really all we really need. Like, I don't like that going on right there. That's annoying. What charges the batteries on this? These? The launch clamps can generate power. See? Electrical charge, 0 a second. See that? Does it even need batteries? Well, I need to have some battery reserve because I don't think all of these generating power at the same time is enough to keep the hydraulics going. I'd rather have some reserve than not. In case the power grid goes out, I guess. Does that happen in KSP Lego? Is there something you're not telling me, or what? You never know with KSP. I mean, I guess, yeah. Alright. I don't really have anything else. Like, I don't... We could sit here and fiddle with this all day and, you know, make it look a little bit nicer here, make it look a little bit nicer there, but... Like, I'm not sure what else we want to, I mean, I guess it'll come with time. We'll figure something out, you know? Kraken may get hungry for the grid's energy. I mean, it's possible. The question is, do you think it'll work reliably at this stage? I don't have any reason to think it won't. Seriously. Oh, that actually reminds me. Thank you. I gotta go in here, and then I got to configure the vessel name, and we have to set this to LC1C. Set it as a lander. Perfect. Cool. If I set it as a lander, it'll basically use the same vessel hierarchy as the truck, as the other pad. So yeah, we should be good to attach vehicles to it and whatnot. Cradle is good, same vessel collision is on there. This editor needs to be set to like 30 seconds or something. But I do have another way that might be able to get around the weird timing issues that the cow controller has. It's if I take the cow, right, and I bind it to an axis group. Binding it to an axis group might do it. If we bind it to H and N, that should make it work. I don't see why it wouldn't. Because you can set play position, and then you could set your response speed in an incremental change. I should be able to change that over time. So as long as I set it to H and N, that should sync it up, because I'm inputting control on the thing. Do you have a spot to attach fuel tanks? The fuel truck will attach here, and I'll use the same truck that I was using for the Freedom rocket's launch pad. It's the same fuel umbilical. And it has a docking port in the exact same spot. And the docking port is attached in the exact same way. Never had a problem with those things. Alright. Yeah, I just kind of tucked it underneath. The fuel farm is underneath on this. And Toothless, I think it looks slick, dude. That's really cool. I think this pad is neat. But yeah. Yeah, pretty happy with this the way it is. I think we're good, guys. Anything I'm forgetting? I'm serious. Taking a page out of the Russians' playbook, it's kind of because I have to. Nope, don't want that. Sorry, just talking to my buddy. Light towers. Okay. Yeah, here, let's see. Oh yeah, same vessel collision, that's right. So let me get the prototype in here. when it does this. Game gets confused and thinks radially attaching something is an automatic attachment. It's really annoying. See? Why? That is a glitch, I think. Yep. Okay. We have enough wiggle room. We're approaching Condor size and complexity. Not even close. Condor's pad, just the pad without the rocket, was 1,600 parts. With the rocket, it was 2,000. We're not even close. But it's definitely more complicated than the previous pads that I've had with Mopoko. Fuel discharge vent. Yeah, the fuel discharge vent is right there. I could put one in, but I'm not gonna. I mean, good. So. Alright, the other thing is that these need struts, right? See, the thing is, I made this... See, I know this part works, so I'm hesitant to change it. So, I guess here's what we'll do. That should hold all this in place. And it should prevent these things from drifting too much. Okay. So we need same vessel collision. I need it on that one right there, because that's where the landing gear ends up, right? We need it on that one right there, and we need it on this one right here. But we should put a better collider in there. So... this, I want this thing anchored into here, like that, so it doesn't move. Can't see you when it moves. Where'd you go? Alright. That'll work. We need something with a bigger collider underneath that. Ideally something with... I need something that won't move. And something that will hold that landing gear in position. A girder segment should do it. But see, I don't want to just leave this floating right here like this. Because if we do... If we just leave it floating right there, it's going to bend down and it could eventually drift out of position. Even if I do a grandparent strut, it's strutting that way and it's not going to do much. So SVI should be on that one. We could take it off on the panel now. Kerbal question I never thought of before. If you deployed a fairing in space, does it cause debris? Nah, fairing debris is not persistent, Astro. So no. It does not. We'll put this dead center on the panel. And even though the landing gear... no, we should put it where the landing gear... We should put it where the landing gear is. So it's pushing right down on it. And this piece will be impacting the ground. then what I'll do is I'll take a structural fuselage and just put it here to make it look like it connects all back together. And that will hold our front landing gear in position. And then to make sure that that stays centered, we just take a strut in mirror symmetry and put it over here like this. All right, guys. Light towers is the last one, huh? Anything else? Oh, shoot. I don't know if that's... if there's something in the way there. Damn it. I don't know if there's any debris or anything. Hang on. You know what? You know what? I'm just going to look straight up at a picture. There it is in Minecraft. That's cool. So the fuel lines are right there, and that's on the right bank of the pad. My 3 fuel tanks would be right here. And there's nothing in the center. There's a ramp right there. So cars could, I suppose, drive underneath the pad. Is there a greater risk of crack and strike with this pad being part of the in-game pad? I don't know, Unstoppable. Maybe. You know what? Let's save some part. Save some part count. Save some part count. Leave that piece right where it needs to be, right? And then we'll try to strut it in position. Because I don't know if I'm ever going to need to drive underneath the pad, but just in case. You know, the pad rats might want to, you know, hang out under here. So we'll just hold this up with basically a strut equivalent of a space frame here. I mean, that strut is awfully long. You know what? It would be better to just do this. That should more or less triangulate this. Sweet. Can I crash out your pad? Sure. Wait, are you a pad rat? Because if you're not a pad rat, then we'll know. Okay. That's just going to hold the landing gear up. And then I never had really any problems from the back ones here. But I suppose, just in case... And this, because it's right next to the SRB, I don't think it's going to need any struts or anything. Just grandparent, just a grandparent strut should be fine. Turn on SVI. Turn off SVI on the panel. That should keep that thing from moving around. And it shouldn't drift, because once again, it's really close. It's really close to the SRB. All right, guys. Light towers. So the light towers. Huh. if we put it further away, if we put these further away, they'll be able to cast more light. But also, if we put them further away, well, yeah, you know what? Yeah, let's do it. And you know what? You know what even more? You know what times 2? I already have a light tower engineered. I'm not gonna engineer another one. We don't need to do that. I already made one. So, what we will do is go. Where are my light towers? This is an old pad. Where's the light towers? There they are. Give me this. Light tower on a stick. Oh, that's what the old lights. Dang it. Out of all the padcraft files that I had to choose, I chose the old one. Here. This is the new one. Right here. Gimme! Mine. Yes! Yo, Dex, what's up, man? How you doing? How you doing? Okay, so take these, rotate them in a little bit. Now, what does the light casting look like? Oh, no. What are you doing? No. And EJ said, let there be light. And there was light. And it was good. And then EJ said, let there be a flame trench. And there was. And let us divide the flame trench from the ground with diverters. And he called the diverters flame buckets. No flags on the vessel? I actually haven't done that. There. Yeah, Elro. Yes. Yeah, we should test fly this sucker all the way into orbit. At least I'm going to attempt it. And on the 7th day, a Sunday, he said, let there be Guinness. And there was Guinness. And let the Guinness be divided from the Guinness with foam. ETA to launch. Yes. Sure. Just want to make sure we're not getting too much washout there. By spreading the lights on a corkscrew like this, it makes it a little bit easier. There we go. Because if you focus too many lights, too many of these spotlights in one place, it doesn't like it. Nice, Tech. There you go. Alright, cool. Now there's the lights for when it's in the upright position. Now let's boink. Now, I just want to light shooting at it from this direction so we can light the whole thing up on the pad. It'll look really cool. So these lights are going to need to be rotated a little bit in different directions. I want the whole vehicle lit up, because at night, if we go to do a night launch, it's going to look ridiculous. So this light... This light I kind of want going this way, I guess. Something like that, so we can light up the nose. Actually, you know what would be good? Having a light shine on the crawlerway here. Or, well, not our crawlerway, but you get the idea. And then the last one, I'll have it shine on the belly of the vehicle when we go to launch. So it lights up that side. We're getting some washout there. So I'll have that one shining up that way. Oh, that looks ridiculous. Yeah, how about we don't do that? That looks stupid. How about we just keep that light off? Just pretend it's not there. It'll be great. Excuse me, chat. One hop. Chat, excuse me. Please, at what time, please, to hop? Give them a tiny bit of blue hue. No, I don't want to sit there and tweak it, man. As cool as that would be. All right. The hinges drift, RB, so I'll just I have them in a fixed position. I have a fuel truck set up for it right now, JuiceBot, to save time, but I could make it ISOU if I needed to. All right. How many parts are we at total? 841? Not bad. That's not bad at all. All right, let's get the vehicle off of here. Or, you know, just add 1,000 of them because of this radial attachment glitch. That's good. Yeah, lovely. Yeah, I just needed 30,000 more of these. I mean, Kerbal isn't wrong, but also, no, I think I'm good. For right now. Why does it do that, man? That's a weird one. It only will bug out a craft file if you save it like that, so... Yeah, Ernock, exactly. They don't... Sometimes, guys, they don't think it be like it is. But it do. Okay? You don't understand. No. You don't understand. Sometimes it do be like that. Are we there yet? No! No, you know what? I was just trying to put these in here to make them make it look nicer. I don't like how this looks, but yeah, I don't like how it looks, and that's pretty much the end of that. And that one is too small. Great. Great. Yep, that looks terrible. I promptly won't be doing any of this. Let's just leave it. Screw it. There's not much we can do. I just hate that this looks like a piece of paper. It needs to look not like that. But I'll figure out another way to make it nicer over time. Okay, I think we're good. What about just 2 panels thick? Nah, drummer, it's fine. It's fine. This is functional enough. These are the parts that we absolutely need to make it work. So, the other thing I kind of would want is maybe another hard attachment point, like another same vessel collision piece down here. But if I lock these in place, it should be fine. Not should be. It'll be okay. Alright. Alright, guys. Now we really just need to, what's left? Thanks, Tex. Right on. Did you thicken the panels under where the wheels sit so they don't clip through? Yes. Yes, I did. I put girders under there, Jocko, with same vessel collision.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Hey, Dex Boy, 5-month resub. Hey, yo! What up, man? Yeah. Basically, now we just need to make the transport vehicle. That's it. I think we're good, dudes. Like, I think we're fine here. Anything else? Like, you're in mission mode, right? Oh, yeah. I've had engineering mode open for the past fucking how long? Yeah. Thanks, Farzium. Flags? Alright. I'm trying to make them put them into position. Oh, you can't even see it. Now screw that. I'll just do this way. Sick. The flag should be above it. All right. I mean, I'm not going to disagree with you. All right, that looks good. Yeah, I think I'm good. I think we got everything we wanted. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's all I had on the gantry crane was Old Glory in my logo, and that's it. You know what? Maybe if we just made that. Nah, I like the large with no background. Looks fine. The red on the gray though is kind of hard on the eyes, but whatever. If you have a minute, highlights from the San Diego Air and Space Museum. Oh yeah, you told me you were going. There's the Apollo 9 capsule. Wow. Oh, an RL-10. Wow, there's a lot of good stuff in here. Nice. Yes, this is an Apollo capsule. Pretty awesome. Look at it scorch the paint on one side a little bit. There's the hatch. Yep. Honeycombed heat shield. Yep. Each one of those little points right there was individually injected by hand. There's like 150,000 of, well, actually, just, I don't even know how many there are. There's millions. Gotta be millions. Mercury mock-up. There's the RL-10. Yep. That's an old RL-10A. 8.2 or 8th. Well, it says 3 on it, so I'm going to guess 3. Yeah, it's Apollo 9. Very nice. You know, I get it. It's a rocket engine. There's a lot of pipes going around, but, you know, for a rocket engine, there isn't that many. RL-10s are pretty damn simple. I love it. That's a Complex 34 or 37. Bay. Shuttle tire. Curiosity mock-up. Crazy how big it is, huh? What was they on? What was what on? Hey, a freaking tri-motor, dude. Bird! Last, can you mirror the flag or put it on the other side? I can mirror the flag, yes. AH-1 Cobra, F-4... Oh, Bay. MiG-17. A mock-up of a Horton, it ain't real. Mocked up of a 109. There's a P-51. Spitfire. Oh, tri-motor flight deck. Or no, DC-3? This is DC-3. Where's the DC-3? It didn't show a DC-3. A4. X-15? Or SR-71. Huh. Oh, yes. Look at that. J58 has more pipes on it than the RL-10 does. Nice. Very nice. Look at the size of the pistons on that damn V8. Jeez, crazy. Oh, is that a Umo? That's a Umo engine from a Messerschmitt. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, dude. Roll it, turn it, dive, doing it again. Fire, slam it, fire. Roll it, turn, dive. Run, live to fly to win. That's awesome. What a great engine. It belongs in a plane or in a hot rod. Yeah. There's the crappy engine, the Allison engine, the 1710 that it replaced. It's a P40 motor right there. Oh, a radial. Right radial right there. That looks like a TBM Avenger engine. It's definitely Navy because that's an F4. That's an F4U behind them. Ooh. Yeah, so it's definitely from a Navy plane. So what Navy planes had a radial engine like this? The F4U does. TBM Avenger. F6 the F6F Hellcat, that does. That's a R1820 Cyclone right there. Jeez, look at the planetary gear. Hip, these are great, man. Oh, a Rado engine. Yep. So, Walter RI-202B. This is a rocket-assisted takeoff motor for an Arado 234. Yeah, German. I'm not sure, Hellfish. For you, who's World War II best engine? The Merlin, by far. The Merlin or the Wright 4630 is my two big engines. Or the Junkers Umo, I guess, if you want to count that. The Umo, which is up here. That's probably one of the better ones because the ME262 had that. It had two BMW Junkers Umo 004s. Yeah, first widely mass-produced turbojet. I also like the Focke-Wulf 190s motor. I forget what it is though. And then the Messerschmitt 109 also has a pretty good motor. But the Merlin is the best. Merlin's the best by far. BMW ones, I bet the indicators don't work. Who cares? It's not like they're going to use them anyway. Yeah, that's cool. Freaking V12. What is it? What is it, like 20 liters displacement or something? It's something ridiculous. Freaking old. Yeah, look at that. They have a parasitic supercharger in the back. 27 on the Merlin. There you go. Can you imagine if there had been enough rare metal resources to produce the Umo 004 properly and not have to replace it every 10 hours? I don't want... I mean, Man in the High Castle? Maybe. So, this thing is really cool. It's an engine. You know, you have 6 cylinders on either side. It's a V12, right? 27-liter supercharged V12, right? And then off the flywheel on the back, you have a reduction gear going to the propeller up front. And then on the back, you have a flywheel. And that flywheel is bolted to a turbine. Yeah, you heard that. A turbine. Well, compressor, to be technical. It's a compressor back here. That's the supercharger. It's a supercharged V12. that's where turbocharging and forced induction comes from. It comes from the aviation industry. Because in World War II, if your plane is going up to high altitude, you run out of air and you ruin the air-to-fuel ratio on the engine. You ruin the mixture. So, engineers at Rolls-Royce attached a freaking supercharger to the back. That's basically the equivalent on a car of a ProCharger or a twin screw. It's the same concept. This is actually more like a ProCharger than anything. But yeah, right there, and then there's another input. There's the intake for the engine, and then there's, well, the intake for the engine, the intake manifold's up top. But the intake for this is somewhere, I forget where they put it. Here, hold on. The intake for the engine's in a weird, yeah, see, it's under there. Yeah, it's underneath the motor. See right there? If you look at the front of a Spitfire, there's your engine intake. The air goes in, and it goes into the supercharger, and then it does a 180 back into the engine, and then out the exhaust, so it does a little loop-de-loop. I know all about the Dornier and Ennis. The DO335, one engine in the front, one engine in the back. Yeah, I've seen it. The real one. There's only one left. It's in Washington, D.C. Well, Dulles, if you want to be really technical. You want to get into crazy plane designs here, and this is, we got to get back to the pad. So, but here, check this out. There was a little engineer, not very well-known engineer, a young guy at the time, that came up with this plane right here. That's a P-38. The P-38 has those Allison 1710 engines in them. Not a very good engine. The Merlin replaced it. And it's not that the Allison engine wasn't good, it just didn't perform very well. It was basically naturally aspirated in a high altitude. You had some pretty bad problems with that because the 1710 engine was from the 30s, right? That didn't deter this young engineer from putting these on this plane and then developing a way to make up for the fact that they were naturally aspirated. The guy that engineered this plane came up with the idea of taking that same supercharger design, right? That the not the P-51, that the Merlin engine has, right? But taking it one step further in putting it into a staged setup. The P-51's Allison 1710 engines are turbo supercharged. Yeah, turbocharger for low RPM, supercharger for low RPM, turbos for high RPM. That basically bumped the performance of the engine by like 20 to 30%. And two of them inside of a P-51 made it one of the literal best fighters of the entire war. You guys know who engineered this plane? Kelly Johnson. When he was 27, engineered the P-38. And then went on to make such planes as the, in no particular order, Lockheed Constellation, F-104 Starfighter, U-2, SR-71. Yeah, he engineered the P-38 when he was 27. Okay. Yeah, well, I had a really successful Twitch stream when I was 27, Kelly. Screw you, man. Yeah, he also worked on the C-130 as well, Kickning, that's right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
He was Lockheed's chief designer. He was like, Kelly Johnson to Lockheed was like what Elon Musk is to SpaceX back in the day. Oh yeah. He's one of the best aerospace engineers ever. Ever. You're doing great, sweetie. Thank you. Anyway. Yeah, pretty cool, huh? Anyway, let's finish this up here. Whoop. That's a weak resume, yeah, I know, right? Oh my god, I called it. See last. Oh my god, see last. And that engine is King Melon Farm and Kelly John. Yeah, that's good. You knew the answer. Good job. Would you like a gold star? It's happening, okay. Nice. Loopy, I got it to 4,000. It has, with 2.25 tons of payload, it is 4,000 on the button atmospheric specific impulse. It's 4,300 vacuum. So, I'm gonna send it, dude. If it doesn't work, I'll redesign. But even if I redesigned it, the pad should still work correctly no matter what. Just like how the other pad worked with Freedom 10 and Freedom 7, even though they were two different rockets, right? So, we should be good. I'm just buttoning up the last bits on the flag, or last bits on the pad here. People were making a big deal about the flag. These are designed to... I have the flag in the correct position when the thing is like this. With the stars on the top left, just as intended. It's supposed to be right like that, not like this. That's correct, Loopy. Yep. That's crazy, T-Man. If this does work, then the big one works for sure. Pretty much, AL. Yeah, for the most part. Any last particular thing that I want to add? A holder for this thing when it's in the horizontal position would be nice. Does the real one have anything like that? No, it doesn't look like it. It's just being held up by the I-beams on the hinge. I can't believe they made the stupid pad for this thing, and the vehicle was like 90% completed, and they were just like, nah, never mind. Nice truck. Just send it and see what happens. Yep. Because that's how you test things, right? I'll send it when I'm ready, guys. And the more people ask, the more time gets delayed because I have to explain and do stuff like this that I'm going to send it when I'm ready. So just bear with me. Be patient. It's launching today. You have my word. Just got to make sure that I don't have a catastrophic Kraken strike. This is 78 Gs. And the SSDO is 100. I don't want anything to break. How many fuel trucks does it take to load up the fuel farm? 4, Loopy. But the fuel farm is over-engineered. So three would fill up the SSDO correctly. No, I'm not eating today, Jaka. Today's a fasting day. Oh, that's why that I-beam was there, to hold it in position. Ah, that's why I put that there. I was thinking like, oh, this could do with a holder. That's why that was there. Yeah, that's gonna... So this thing isn't really for any particular purpose during, like, when we're integrating, but this holds the front of this thing up so it doesn't sag. I can't have it sagging when I go to attach the SSDO to it. That's all it's there for. So what stopped them from finishing it on their own? The launch market crashed, Owens. The launch market took a dump in 1997, or 1998, 99, and 2000 because, the dot-com bubble burst. Yeah, the dot-com bubble screwed the space industry, particularly for commercial market demand. Yeah, badly. That's why that's part of the reason why ULA exists, because they consolidated everything. Every small sat provider went belly up for the most part. That's not the direction that I said to do this, but all right. All right, let's put the pad out and let's see if it survives. This should be a much better pad hierarchy, and the panels should. The panels shouldn't move around as much. I'm beginning to wonder if he drags these builds out on purpose. Because, you know, rocket science is something that I can just crap out. Same with mechanical engineering, right? You know, that's just something I can crap out. Yeah, I dragged this on. Yeah. Yep, that's what's going on, Clammy. Dude, I don't drag this out on purpose, man. Why would I do that? To jerk all you off so you get mad at me? To waste your time so you get mad at me and don't watch the stream more? That's dumb. I'm not a freaking YouTuber, man. I have to sit here and I have to make sure everything works. I'm engineering the entire pad from the ground up. In a real space program, I'm doing the job of like probably 200 people. Easy. And I'm engineering the vehicle, so there's another 200 people. And I know it's Kerbal. I get it. Kerbal isn't real life. I understand. But communicating with chat, talking with you guys, going back and forth, and developing this at the same time makes it very difficult. I have to... It's a really, really a good exercise in multitasking. So, like, no. I don't drag these builds out on purpose. I'm not trying to do that. I don't want to waste people's time. What I will do is show the entire process and explain everything. And if it bores you, sorry, man. I don't know what to tell you. Everything in the right position here. Oh. What the hell was that about? Oh dear. I'm confused. So that one being in the pipes is causing a big problem. Everything else looks to be alright here. I put all the supports... Oh no, this is longer. The old pad used to end right here. That's why that's doing that. Okay. The panel is where it needs to be. Everything is good there. Everything's good over here. None of that's getting in the way. Nothing's getting in the way down here. Everything seems to be raised off of the ground a little bit, but I'm pretty sure that's happening because of that. So I gotta move that support a little bit. I see a pad. Does this mean the small SSTO is done? Would I be working on the pad if it wasn't? Yeah, it should be good to go. I'm going to test it. I'm not sure if it's going to make it. It might not. It probably won't. Because I don't have the ascent profile optimized. I don't know the right... It's really hard to know the right way to do that, like right off the bat with a brand new vehicle. But, it might. Loopy, I'll just gizmo the piece out because the launch clamp is an L shape. That should fix that problem, and it won't look the worst. How much RAM is KSP using right now? Oh, 12 gigs. Okay. And if I saw everything right there, the thing had to go down just one tick. Just like that. So save this, make sure the craft files are correct. Yep. Switch it back over here. What does fangirling over a World War II engineer for 40 minutes have anything to do with getting this launched? Hey, Clammy, the real question here is, if you think I'm wasting your time, why the hell are you still here? I mean, like, if you're gonna be like that, if you're gonna be a piece of shit about it, like, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. So, either be patient, enjoy the stream, or if you think I'm wasting your time, shut the fuck up and leave. It's pretty straightforward shit, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, what do you want? Shit takes time. Excuse my language, chat. Like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. I'm just gonna go back to engineering my pad now, okay? Alright. There we go. That's perfect. How about this? Yep. Good. Let me just do a time warp here, make sure nothing's moving around. Nope. These are still up in the air a little bit. So it looks like we need to go down one more tick. But also at the same time, that might just be because, yeah, the panels are a little bit down. All right. So oh, I saw something moving over there. Hold on. Okay, that's just from the hinges. Everything looks fine here, but none of this stuff is touching the ground. So I think I might need to... I'm not sure if I have to put everything down one tick more or not. Because right now, all the tanks are hanging. See how if I put my mouse right here, it's not selecting anything as opposed to there? I think I just got to put it down one tick and then we're good. Max is showing off yet again. Is that the one of pad 40, Phil? Nice. Oh, these are different pictures than the ones yesterday. Root part one tick, John. Thanks, Mammon. I appreciate it, dude. Let's see what we got here. Alright, so we got to go down one tick, and then I think I need to pull it back just a couple. We need to go one or two more away from the main pad plate. And once this thing is out, then I just got to make the carrier vehicle, and then we should be good. Shouldn't be any problems, I don't think. Yeah, Loopy, it might be. That's why I'll put it down and we'll see. You just like watching things being built. No, guys, I get it. I get it, but like I don't, dude. I'm trying not to waste your time. At least so much so, like as much as I possibly can, dude. Like not trying to, you know. Like, it's easy to criticize, and that's annoying. All right. We should be good. Yeah, it was just one tick too far up in the craft file comparatively to the ground, guys. We should be good. And I wanted to move it back because I thought the plate was overlapping a little too much. So I think we're all set. And then also, yeah, no, I think it needs to go back one more. There. Perfect. All right. Let's go. I don't like the streams where you kill Jeb. Well, that means the vast majority of the streams you like, K3, so there you go. No, guys, I'm not trying to center out one viewer in the damn chat, dude. I'm not trying to do that. It's just, like, I read chat, but I can read a lot faster than I can respond. I mean, guy's been in here for, like, the past 5 hours, like, oh, what is he doing? What is he doing? What is he doing? And then I even went so far to acknowledge it and explain it, and then claiming you gave me more crap, dude. I'm done with you. I'm done with it. Like, if you're gonna sit there and say, oh, you're wasting our time, I don't know why he just doesn't do this. Look, I said what I said when I swore a little while ago, and that's it. That's all I wanted to tell you. All right. That was too far. I gotta go back one more. Just one more tick forward and we're good. Spooky, I'm just doing intermittent fasting. I'm just trying to lose weight, that's all. And no, I know everyone's going to use this as an opportunity to weigh in on their diet. Dude, that's what works for me. I sit here all day. And unfortunately, using your, like, you don't burn calories using, like, thinking like crazy, you know? Like, as opposed to going and doing physical activity. So, eating one big meal a day is working for me. That's fine. You here for the stash? Right on. That's cool, Gujar. Neat. I just started doing it like a month ago. Down, not much, because I freaking eat like a freaking bear. I think I'm down, like, I'm under 250, which is good. I think when I started, I was 257, something like that. I don't pay attention to it, dude. Like, I've lost weight before. And what I find that, if you're losing weight, I don't weigh myself. Don't do it for, like, a week. Don't weigh yourself every day, because you won't be happy with how, even if you're on a good diet, you won't be happy with how the rate at which you lose weight. So, I don't bother checking. I just make sure, one meal a day, cook yourself some good food, and kind of go from there. Or just go get McDonald's. Yeah, I've been doing that too. Oops. Sorry, those damn chicken nuggets, man. Snacky's Neck, 10-month resub. Librio, 24-month resub. Thanks, guys. Two ticks forward should be good. And then, yeah. Okay. Good, 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 good. Alright, let's do this. This should be the one. Should try being a trucker at all. And all. Dude, I love to eat, man. I could eat like 4 or 5 burgers every day. No problem. I've done it before. I did it. That was around the time where I would drink like 4 or 5 energy drinks a day. I wasn't having 4 or 5 burgers, but like 4 or 5. Well, no, it was 2 huge freaking meals. One before stream and one after, and then like 4 Red Bulls throughout the day. Like, that's just not good for you. If I did that now, I'd freaking. I mean, that was like 5 years ago, man. I mean, Mason, the idea is that you can go back to eating, you can go back to your regular diet eventually, dude, as long as you lower your caloric intake, right? Like, there we go. Perfect. 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 You win. Excellent. All right, what's the alignment here? This should be close to 0. It's 0.4, but when the thing attaches, it should be fine. Okay. All right. That's in position. The fuel trucks should be able to just dock to that. That's not a problem. All the struts came in correctly over here. Yeah, everything looks good. I don't like how the panels overlap the SRBs so much. I should move this SRB out here, and also I hate how the SRB is just floating there, but whatever, you wouldn't see that otherwise. And even if I did move this out, I think then it would it would interfere with the pipes. All right. So, another thing to just kind of take into account here, I suppose, is even if I ran all the panels here, I wonder if I could run like a 90-degree panel and bridge that, or a 45 and bridge that gap, so we could have the entire width of this thing. But then again, maximum width is really right here because of, see that piece right there? I wouldn't want something going out here because then it'll get stuck in that channel and then get stuck right there. So I'm just thinking about how this is going to work with like a hanger if I move a hanger around. Yeah, that's pretty much maximum. This is, yeah, that's pretty much the maximum. All right. Okay. Let's get the engineered. Let's engineer the vehicle real quick. This shouldn't take very long. Okay, we can leave the pad there. We're good. Yeah, Lemmy, pretty much, dude. But see, Lemmy, every time I go and say that on stream, somebody says, "Well, no, that's not true. Everybody's different." And it's like, all right, sure. You know, at the end of the day, you just find what works for you and go with that. It could be anything. It doesn't have to be a diet that everybody else is doing. Me, I do not eat healthy foods. I'm dead serious. It's meat, potatoes, burgers, stuff like that. I mean, meat and potatoes is pretty good. Meat, potatoes, burgers, you know, pasta and stuff with meat sauce. Like, it's not healthy food. You know, as long as you're getting all your vitamins and stuff. Take vitamins every day too, you know. Should be fine. It can, Mammon. Yeah, that's why I needed to make sure that that panel was close enough to the pad to be just over it, but not too far, because if it's too far, it won't let you launch. Anyway. Yeah, there you go. Dick Lesky, you got it. All right. So, let's load up the prototype and let's figure out a... Here we go. This is the final version. 45.4. This is the final bit for at least testing here. We might lose it. It might not get it back. That would really suck. But, well, it's true. Yeah, Hellbore, if we lose it, we lose it. Yeah, I have to if we don't get it back and I have to redesign it, oh well. That sucks. Basically, if this test flight doesn't meet my criteria, basically having enough with some ample fuel to get up there and get back down, re-enter, have fuel for RCS during re-entry, and get back to the runway, that's pretty much going to constitute a redesign. But I want to know how close I am with this so I can, you know, if this doesn't do what I want it to do to my liking, I'm going to have to redesign it. You know? I hope that overestimation in that 4,000 Delta V is what I'm looking for. Yeah. Thanks, Renok. Are you naming the test article Enterprise? I don't know. It doesn't really have a name. We can just...
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Who's that? 7. London Monarch, 5-month resub. Thank you. Cool. Flags are physicsless parts. Yep. All right, dudes. I think we're good. Let's, so this design is pretty much good to go. Now, the vehicle. The vehicle needs to be, like, U-shaped almost. The reason is because, here. I need to be able to get it out of the way of... I need to be able to drive it away while this thing is attached to the pad. So that means I'd have to kind of make it like this. I can't make it go underneath the whole thing, you know? This one might actually do it. And this doesn't get in the way of the gear, you know? Are the engines overclocked? Yes. Yeah, they are. I mean, this one that we made is actually not too incredibly bad here. What I would do with this thing, because it's non-articulated, is put some more of these up at the front so it can rotate, and then take that spring force and put it all the way to full. I mean, but then again, I still don't know if this is going to have problems. Not going to go with the airport tug idea. I can't because I can, but I can't tow it up the ramp, Hellfish. That's the problem. Can't get the thing up the damn ramp. So, this is going to have to be what kind of works with this for the time being. The other thing is that this vehicle needs to be able to get underneath the, needs to be able to get underneath the damn landing gear. I could use the tug and we could just put jet engines on it. Here, I can get us some funny numbers here. Let's take a look. What is it gonna take to get this thing? So we know that 1 TWR, right? If I give this a jet engine that has 1 TWR, it's going to be able to push that up that hill, no problem, right? So let's put a jet engine on here and see what our TWR is. The most powerful jet engine I have is a Panther on Afterburner. No. 3689. Oh. 0.18. So the grade, more or less, I mean, it's about 30 degrees. It's a 30 degree, no, maybe 20. Let's say 20. So, we could get the number by doing this. Let's... I was thinking something like this. Yeah, drummer, that would be great. But I can't have... Literally, it's hard to make the thing go underneath. Let me think. Gizmo. What? Oh, okay. I was like, right. We could do some quick trig. See last. Okay, what's up? Do you have rules for how much you allow yourself to overclock engines? It's one of those in good faith things, banana time. Yeah. Just don't get carried away. Shuttle engines in real life can have their performance wrung out. That happens. That can be a thing. So, like that, because of that, I don't mind, you know, coming in here and doing stuff like that. That's okay. This looks like one of those Soviet jet trains. Am I right? So stupid. Oh my goodness. Is that enough? 0.31 with the motors, 0.31 might be enough. I mean, once again, it ain't the prettiest way, guys. What a stupid truck. Oh my god. Could you make something with pistons and grip pads? Loopy, we talked about using a tracked vehicle to move it. I just don't have that much experience making treads. And because I don't have that much experience making treads, I'm gonna have a hard time making tracks. But I could. We could do it. I've done it before. This should work. Should. I don't see why it wouldn't. Oh no, not toggle engine. I need the switch mode right there. There we go. I mean, this might do it. You know what? For this test, guys, I'm just gonna go ahead and put a probe core in the cab instead. Yeah, let's just do that. Yeah, that'd probably be a good idea. Why does this song remain in your normal hours playlist? Here you go. I'll just switch songs. There you go. Are you happy? This thing is so stupid. Okay, that should be good. Now, when we go up the slope, we don't have an articulated piece right here, so that could be a problem. Have you listened to the words? John, man, you're really all about asking stupid questions today, aren't you? Like, yeah, I get it. I know. I know what the song talks about. I listen to it every day. Yeah. I'd leave it on because I'm honestly not focusing on the music, man. Like, I don't know what to tell you, bud. Like, I'm not trying to be freaking a jerk. I know I'm coming off as a jerk today. I get it. I'm sorry. But I'm trying to focus on this, man. I need to get this done. That should work. I mean, I don't know if that it might not be enough, guys. It might not be enough power.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Miff, 30-month resub. Thanks, bud. What's that? I don't want those staged. The only part that I'm kind of like wondering about is when we tilt up the ramp. I mean, there's no pivot point right here. We might have a little bit of issues, but you know what? Let's go. Let's just try it. Might as well. Mazel. Let's go. Move this over here like that, and then move this down, and just... We'll just pretend that we towed it back from the runway, okay? I don't want people anywhere near this when we go to do this test. Why is it reading 6045? Do we have fuel on board? If I do, it ain't in those tanks. Oh, that's the Delta V for the jet engines. Derp. The official drink of me. Yeah, B0 compressing the suspension in KSP doesn't like that. Landing gear doesn't like being picked up. The same thing will happen to it as what happened with Dart when I freaking killed Jeb. Yeah, it'll freak out and it'll flip the thing over. Trust me. Yeah, it's just something about the landing gear colliders in KSP, dude. If not, try hinging the port. Yeah, that could work. This is how I used to move stuff around, Sean. Long time ago, like 5 years ago. If I wanted to make something like rotate, there's no pistons in the game, so just put a rocket engine on the end and move it up into position, you're good to go. Nowadays, because of the robotics and stuff, I can make pads a little bit better. Okay, so let's just, yeah, we just picked this thing back up from the runway after a successful mission, you know, and now we gotta get it up there. So we know this ain't gonna be enough. We won't be able to get this up the ramp with the wheels. We know that. So we must fall back on superior firepower. I don't want to get a running start, because that's not a good test to see if this actually works. Because I'm not going to yeet this thing at this ramp, right, in, like, during operational missions. I don't want to mess around with an orbiter that's flown like 20 times without being recovered and scratch the paint, so to speak, you know what I mean? Please tell me that Mark II stuff on the top is temporary. Nope. Okay, I think it's enough. Jeez. Man, those engines are powerful. Wow. Okay. We're good, guys. Jeez. Alright, so let's pay attention here. Dude, I don't think we need to. Kyron, 5 subs. Thanks, man. Merci beaucoup. It's like 2 to 3 times the size here. Okay. That worked good with the gear. Let me just... I gotta set the dampers on this thing, guys. And it's probably important that we do it before it hits the edge. Sweet. Excellent. Man, I can't believe those jet engines. I thought we would have trouble with these jet engines, but very clearly not the case there. I didn't even throttle them. We didn't even use the burner. Did anybody see where the max throttle went? I didn't even check. Okay, something that I have to do with this. Here, we have to go in and I have to configure the vessel naming and we have to set this to ship. This will make it so it docks correctly. We were not lined up. So much easier than the crane. Well, that's the beauty of the SSTO. You gotta make it quick. You gotta make it be able to be quickly reintegrated. There we go. Yep. Yeah, I thought that might happen. That's alright. I forgot to set the truck's wheels to SVI. A quick time warp should fix that. Ooh, it Kraken struck these parts. I mean, it looks like they're bent. It's okay. Alright, deploy the front gear. Yeah, some of the panels got bent because they had a part phase through them. It's not that big of a deal. So, decouple the node. Turns out those wheels up front braking were not ideal. Because, yeah, all the mass is up there. That's good. What the heck's going on over here? Wait, why do those have same vessel interaction on? Okay. Alright, let's flip back over here. Perfect. Does the gear on this have same vessel on? It does not. Now it does. Wow, it's almost like I don't need that. Okay. Cool. All right. Well, let's test the reintegration or the integration system here. I can't tow the thing off the pad because I don't have any engineers out here. We'll get another tug out, though. Okay. Let's put the gear up. Yeah, I gotta mess with that. We gotta mess with the play speed here. Because that's gonna happen. Yeah, we're gonna need to figure that one out. How did you fix the low TWR overclocking? That should fix it. I'm gonna bring it down again, guys. I don't like that this doesn't move with it. It's very annoying. Yeah, we just gotta make them go at different speeds, dudes. That's all. I can adjust the play speed. Shouldn't be an issue. It's just because the amount of time it takes this thing to get to full extension and the amount of time it takes the other piston to get to full extension are different. They're not that far off, but they're enough to notice. So basically, I need these both bound to two different cal controllers. One cal controller needs to control the erector pistons, and the other one needs to control the launch frame, right? And then I can parent both of those to a master cal controller. And if each one of them has the correct time scale, right, it should work correctly. They'll move in unison for the most part. I mean, this works. It doesn't work particularly right, but it does work. And I just like making sure that this goes slow. That thing is holding that whole thing up. I'll be damned. And it looks like that thing kind of was getting hung up somewhere, and that's part of the reason why they were apart. Interesting. Yeah, you could adjust the curves, Loop. That works too. Cold. Always cold, Dan. Yes, the hydraulics like going slow. It's good. All right. Well, the next thing I would be doing now, if we were doing integration, right, would be to pull this thing off, roll it over here, roll it back, integrate it again, bring it up, bring it down, right, like what we did the other day. But these systems, honestly, look good. They look fine. I'm pretty... I can say that with pretty good confidence that this is working, for the most part, exactly like the other one was. So, are these two separate operating systems? What do you mean? I'm okay. Guys, I think we're ready to bring the fuel truck out. There's not much I can do with this right now, so I guess the best I can do is kind of hope that it doesn't, Oh, no, I could still drive it. I lowered the spring rate on this. If we increase the spring rate over here, those wheels should push into the ground a little bit better. If I get the fuel truck out here, I can get an engineer to repair this thing. I should have repair kits aboard. I have struts and a docking port. Okay. It should be fine right here. We should be able to time warp this, no problem. What's the pitch angle on this thing? Hold on a second. 6 degrees pitch up. Now it's negative. Okay. I can't help but notice how this thing is attached. It's definitely crooked. They can work independently, I'm okay. Yeah. Yeah, they can work independently. Yeah, this is crooked. We attached it crooked. It bent something somewhere. Yeah, it's definitely bent. Yeah, it's a weird dock, and I think the reason why it weird docked is because of the wheels. What happened with the wheels? I think we bent everything out of shape because we bent the panels too. So honestly, what I'll do is we'll disconnect the vehicle. Disconnect the vehicle. And recover it and the tug. Yeah, see how much it... Yeah, that's no good. Okay. But the cubic octag holding the connectors straight is connected to both of them. Isn't that a problem with clipping? A little bit. Question about your piston and hinges that raise the vehicle. How are they attached? They're attached to the root part, which is the plate that the whole pad sits on, MGB. and then I gizmo them out so they're touching the ground. It helps prevent drift. Can't drift into the ground, right? It's some wonky stuff happening with same vessel interaction, AL, yeah. I'll get it. In fact, we know that the tug works. Just remind me when I go put the tug. Actually, you know what I should do? I should give Kerbal a quick restart. The load times are getting pretty bad. We'll get the fuel truck out. Yeah, we'll do that. But I gotta restart KSP. That's correct, MGB. All of them are. What's up, John? Will this thing fly into orbit upside down? Upside down, yeah, yeah. Part of the reason why I wanted the pad right there. Yeah, it's just the way the wings are set up. It wants to nose up, so flying it upside down into space will make it do a nice, easy grab turn. All the hinges, MGB, are attached to... It's hard to explain. The master hinge. There's one hinge holding the erector, and there's one hinge holding the launch plate, right? The other hinges are connected to girder segments, and then everything is strutted to everything else to make it kind of work like one hinge. I hit it with 2 branches from the hierarchy, and that helps prevent the drift from happening. Guys, how much RAM is Kerbal using right now? 13 gigs. I'm going to just give KSP an old restart, okay? And then, while it's restarting, we'll get going. KSP's taking forever to close. It's the direction of gravity, Ed, when you're down on Kerbin. Man, this week's been tough, dudes. Banana. That's right. Not for you, Karate. Shoot. You made my week better, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. You had to commit a family member to a psych facility last week. Yeah, you've had a worse week than me. Yeah. Yeah, okay, you win. Yeah. Yeah, I got you, Karate. Yeah, it's tough. One of my relatives, dude, has, one of my uncles has Alzheimer's. We had to put him in a home last week, dude. That sucked. It's not a mental institution, but... So, dude, I'm with you on that one. No, I know what you mean, dude. I don't like talking about this stuff unless it comes up, but yeah. Lost Your Mind by Robert Parker. Yeah, Karate, that's kind of where I'm at. You gotta do what you gotta do, man. It's just life, man. It's not, you know, it's not like there's no crazy, like, forces conspiring, you know. It's just stuff you gotta deal with. That's all. That explains your mood the past week. Well, there's the deadline and everything, guys, but dudes, I don't tell you about my personal problems. I don't tell you what happens with my family. But you know, it ain't just happy-go-lucky gumdrop smiles for EJ over here, you know? And I'm not trying. I am not one to ever try to play the sympathy card on the internet. I don't believe in doing that. I hate doing that. So, yeah, I mean, it is what it is, dude. I just, you know, it's just important, I guess, to mention that I have freaking problems just like everybody else does. What has Bremo gone rogue? Bremo played Kerbal for me one time when I was, when I had other things to do. But anyway, you know, it is what it be, so it do. Hey, look, fuel truck next to fuel tanks. I kind of like how the pipes are going underneath the pad. It kind of looks like it's part of the infrastructure, which is pretty cool. I mean, IQ2 Gamer, the other thing is that, you know, look, I don't like getting distracted from my work. That's how I am in real life. I don't like getting distracted. I spent an entire high school career getting distracted and not caring, you know, so I mean, I play off chat, right? And that's fine. So it might seem like I go on tangents like crazy on chat, but you know, I'm just playing along with you guys. You guys have good questions, and if it's something cool to talk about, I'll talk about it. It's something cool that I know, you know. But if I go into crunch mode, what you're seeing here, from like me over the past like week and a half, because this deadline's crunching, is how I get when, like, this is how I kind of work in real life. I don't like distractions. I just want to get the work done. I just want to get it done. If I get it done now, I'll get it done now faster. You know what I mean? I just want to get it done and off my plate. You know. So, like, if I've been like bitchy over the past week, that's why. I have a lot on my plate right now. You know. That's all. Oh, I wasn't talking to you, Clammy. I meant what I said. No, not you, though. No. Yeah, no, I'm just... Dude, like, I got it. I gotta work. I gotta get this done, dude. Because, look, it is... I have to manage the freaking chat, and it gets to be a lot, especially when I'm trying to do, like, if I'm trying to do, like, calculus, or, not calc, it's trig, figuring out the geometry for this to get that thing to work correctly. Like, I'm trying to do trig in my head on stream. It's freaking, oh my god. Somebody's like, hey, is it gonna launch? I'm like, yes, it will launch. It'll launch in a sec. I lost my train of thought. Gotta do it again, you know. The good thing is that because we're feeding smaller tanks into big tanks, fueling trucks don't take as long. And there's so many damn things in this game that'll just make your spaceship explode. I'm pretty sure the Kerbals make, like, fuel tanks and stuff and girder segments out of fireworks. You know? I'll probably end up rolling out with a bigger fuel truck, guys, but yeah. Well, now we do have fireworks, so, I mean, that kind of proves it. What type of grass? Kentucky blue grass, if you really want to know. That's weird. I know it's a joke, but also, I think it's called Kentucky blue. Huh.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Boris! Forgot to sub, sorry for the link. Oh god! Oh gosh. See what I mean? You saw nothing. It's fine. Everything is totally fine. See, now I am wasting your time. Alright, Tex, see you, buddy. Favorite Motown song? Nowhere to Run by Martha Reeves and the Vandellas. If we're gonna talk Motown. Either that or Sam and Dave. Does Sam and Dave count? Is that Motown? Nowhere to run to, baby.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Neo, 41 month resub. See, KSP is loading real quick now because I restarted, so it's not that big of a deal. Supposed to pump the clutch and counter steer. Herbal, you okay? Yeah, he's fine. Hey, Neo, 41 month resub. Thanks, man. Hi from Poland. Jeg samaj. I can't speak Polish. Sorry. Pilak, how are you? Okay. E for effort. I'll take it. I'll take it. You know what? I'll take it. That's fine. That's fine with me. I'll take the E or the L. It's 2:20 a.m. Why are you on the computer, bro? Go to sleep. Jeez. I mean,
Discovery, go at throttle up.
when it flips over and becomes 2 a.m. my time, I'm not gonna lie, I'll probably still be here. But you though.
Discovery,
Sunday.
go at throttle up.
Hey, Tig. 29 month resub. And then Sean gifted a sub to Pilak. Hey, there you go. Dobre. Dobre. Time do you go to bed and time do you wake up? Velo, I usually wake up around noontime. And I usually go to bed at 6 in the morning. That's my schedule right now. It's been a little hectic from this. I was gonna say you're one to talk. Yeah, well you're one to shut up. Got him. Sleeping is a waste of a good weekend. A fellow degen. Copper, I want to be very clear. That's because of my schedule. That's because of the schedule for this stream, dude. I have to stream during prime time, man. I can't get up at 9 in the morning and stream. Everybody's asleep or working. You know, I gotta work nights, dude. I'm working the 12 to 8 shift, not the freaking 9 to 5 one, you know what I'm saying? Anybody that works retail will understand what that means. Yeah, Hero, you know exactly what, no, it's not the 9 to 5, not the 10 to 6. 12 to 8, 1 to 9, 2 to 10. I hated those shifts so much, but you know, the funny thing is that's what I do here, which is weird. It's almost like working retail makes you want to headbutt a brick wall sometimes. But I'm not gonna sit here and tell you I ain't wiser for the experience. Am I happy that I worked retail? Yeah, absolutely. Would I work it now? No. No, I'm good. I paid my dues there, man. You love the streams? Thanks, man. Not a brick wall. It makes you want to headbutt a belt sander. I'm using that, Winner. I'm using that one. That's funny as hell. That's because brick walls are smarter than some customers. No, that's not true. Customers are smart. Everyone's smart. Some people will act stupid to get what they want. That's the hustle. That's the bargaining. Well, not really bargaining, but people act stupid to get what they want, especially in a retail environment. That doesn't mean they're stupid. Some people, though, yeah. There are jobs with set hours out there? I don't know. Hey, Scorp, what's going on? It just sucks because my after work time is at 2 in the morning, and like I can't like go to the doctor's office at 2 a.m. Oh boy, 3 a.m. I can't do that, you know? It's really annoying. Like, you know, all the errands that you would do after work, right? Nope. I have to either try to fall asleep right after work, which is also a thing that doesn't happen. Or, I don't know, freaking get up early, which is really difficult. Me getting up early, you know, me getting up at 9 a.m., it would be like a person that, you know, person that's on a regular sleep schedule waking up at like 2 in the morning and expecting to be competent in anything. Darksea, did you see what someone did to your crane? Yeah, it's pretty awesome. I forget who that was. I forget what their name is in here. Darksea, you just watch the R8? Cool. I work an ID and you can't convince me that a lot of people aren't stupid. Alright, one more truck, guys, and we should be good. Yeah, John, that's kind of the reason why I wanted the bigger tanks. I should be able to just hit the out button, but it's going to get a little more complicated because I have 3 of them, but yeah. Zalizator, my boss is the worst. Dude, it's different when someone else is your boss. When you're your own boss, man, oh, dude, you will find yourself guilt-tripping yourself into doing more work. Just like your boss guilt-trips you into doing more work all the time, right? Like with me, I'm like, yeah, I could bust out a 12-hour stream today. Yeah, that'd be fine. We could do that. Let's do it. Let's do it, team. Like, oh, I give myself my own pep talks. It's so stupid. Ugh. But, you know, you remind yourself you love what you do, and you're like, oh, okay, that's fine. I don't know if a locked out tank prevents fuel flow, John. I'm not sure. We'll have to check. Yeah, same with me, Boris, right? The weather looks bad for the launch. I've been looking at the model. It's supposed to rain right at lunchtime. If it gets scrubbed, that would probably work in my favor. Because racing, the launch is happening right during racing. %, of employees agree that you're a great boss. Well, yes. Yeah, whatever they do, just make sure they wash their hands, okay? Split screen it? Yeah, I'll probably do it. Last truck. Here, let's see if we transfer fuel through locked tanks. Ready? Yeah, see, locking out the tanks doesn't do anything. It's still susceptible to fuel flow. So I'll have to do the fuel flow manually, but it's alright. As the boss, Alizator, I do lead by example. Yes. And I expect my employees to give at least the same amount of effort that I'm giving. Okie dokie. Pad's fueled. I mean, maybe Jackal, yeah. Thanks, Hero. Can't you just leave the pad full and then due out from the trucks from the craft? What? Yes. I don't... What do you... Brain. Do what more like how... Chicken. I don't know, weather might be okay. There's still storms over Central Florida Panhandle, but they don't look to be moving over the Cape. Also somewhat dissipating, so there's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance. Alright, so same vessel collision, same vessel collision, same vessel collision, same vessel collision. Spring rates need to go down, or damper rates need to go down to 0.5. That's what I found is a nice round number. Those ones, okay, that one was already manually controlled. There we go, perfect. Good. Jet engines are good. Just in case something like what happens last time happens this time, I'm just gonna move these forward a little bit. Yeah, we're just gonna, you just move that forward, that would be great. Yeah. And I don't think we need as many fuel tanks this time around, just for the strict reason that, you know, the fuel cells aren't the only thing that generate electricity here anymore. So, yeah, there we go. Oh yeah, load down some repair kits. That's a good idea, just in case.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Can you come here just for a second? Do you have architecture beyond LKO? I did, JM, but chat canceled my lunar
Discovery,
program.
go at throttle
because
up.
the launch vehicles that launch people into space weren't safe enough. So I made new launch vehicles, and we'll continue it when that happens. Airborne, 33-month resub. Tech, 23-month resub. Thanks, guys. All right, so I'm going to test this again without a Kerbal aboard, just to see what happens. I think we're good. How's your night? I'm good. I'm good. Isn't Bremo your real boss? No. But my boss is calling me. I'll be right back. Can't confirm the weather or not? Nice. What does same vessel collision do? It allows two parts on a vessel to collide even though they're a part of the same vessel. Same vessel collision. It's right in the name. So, Velo, basically, if I docked this and I didn't have same vessel collision on the wheels, the game wouldn't know that the wheels are sitting on, are trying to be on the platform, right? So it'll just fall through because they don't, same vessels don't collide here. For real though, I have questions about tomorrow. Oh. Alright. Give me 1 second, okay? Reed, let me get this up onto the pad, and we'll go from there. If you don't mind me asking, how long have you been doing this? I joined the party pretty late. Hero, I started playing KSP in August of 2012. I started streaming KSP in late December 2012. Yeah, that's when I started streaming it. I've about, it's somewhere around 15,000 hours in KSP. Somewhere around there. I don't know. I don't keep track. Chat does. Yeah, I've been streaming since December of 2012. I started doing it 3 nights a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and then by 2015, I was streaming 40 hours a week and working at Best Buy at a job for 40 hours a week. And then I went full-time streaming on September 22nd, 2015. So I've been streaming for almost a decade. I've been doing it professionally for, well, in September, 6 years. Nice, Plums. There you go. Yeah, I just wanted to see what would happen, Prey. Wow, I'm so late. I've heard about you a bunch, just never came by until like April. That's fine, Hero. I don't advertise. I have one shirt for merch. I don't like doing stuff like that. The streaming hustle, kind of stereotypical hustle game, like putting sub counts and all that other stuff that people do to get people. I don't do any of that. I focus purely on this. I focus on the content first and foremost. That is my priority, nothing else. I literally invented mission mode to get you guys better Kerbal content. Not because I was running out of ideas, but this is a much more regimented thing. It's very easy to follow the course of the development through the day, especially when we understand that we have a deadline and whatnot. Airborne, I saw your message, but what did you say? I have a really hard question. Clammy, you see what I'm talking about? I'm being honest. I have to ask this because I'm not seeing what others see. I have an art piece that I'm working on, and it's a different concept than you may think. I showed said art to my soldiers at work, and then a few others in my building. They all said if I made prints, they would buy them. Is my art really that good? Look at it upside down. Let me see a picture. What's wrong with this? What's wrong with this? You tell me. Looks fine to me. I don't know why they're French. I mean, they should all be white. They should all be white. So technically, it would still be French. Got him. What's wrong with this? It's not bad. If people and Airborne, you know what, dude? At the end of the day, who gives a crap? If people want to buy them, if people want to pay you for them, do it. Because that, you know what that does? That gets money in your pocket. We want that, right? Who cares? If people think it's beauty's in the eyes of the beholder, if people like it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Dick. Love you, buddy. Elro, KTR. Gift us sub to KTR. Thank you. The mouse will find you. I mean, yeah, it is Disney, so something copyright, something. You know. Alright. I just want to see something. How far does this thing actually get with just the wheels? Oh, the answer is nothing. Okay, cool. Thank you for being honest. I mean, Airborne is not bad. If people want to pay you for it, don't question it, dude. Actually, I'll be honest with you. I should learn to heed my own advice because that's what people do here, and it does feel weird. I know exactly what you're talking about, but I don't say don't do that. You know. All right, 33% throttle. Where does that get us? Nope. All right, goose it. That's enough. Half throttle really gets it up there, yeah. You know what? I think I'll just keep these jet engines. That's fine. I could make a truck. Or we could just use this because it works. It looks like one of those Soviet or the Russian trucks. Former Soviet Russian trucks that they used to blow off runways. Or that T-34 tank that they used to blow out oil wells because it has a freaking jet engine on the top. All right. I'm gonna do my due diligence this time around and make sure we're very lined up here. Yeah, the jet trains, right? We might need some kind of guide rail mechanism here to get this thing right. But then again, most of the times I've went to dock this thing, it worked just fine. Most of the times. Oh yeah, set the vessel. Set the vessel. That's something I gotta do in the craft file. That would have ended very, very, very badly. Thank you. Thanks, Toma. Yeah, that would have sucked. That would not have ended well at all. That would not have been fun. What the hell? What's going on? Are we out of EC? No. Are we stuck? Help! Help me, I'm stuck. Yeah, we were. It's because the thing is skitching to one side for whatever reason. Why is it so sluggish all of a sudden? Yeah, the truck wheels are set to SVI. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Could use flags as markers. Yeah. I don't understand why this is giving me so much trouble all of a sudden. The wheels feel like they're in molasses. Alright, hang on. I think one of the wheels is in the seam right there. Noted, Sean. Thank you. She definitely went for a ride there. Yeah, okay. We need to set the prototype as a ship, and then I need to set the wheels to have SVI on the start, because that's what screwed up there. Alright. So the thing did bounce a little bit, but that was because of the landing gear. Alright, so just iron out the procedure here. I'm gonna leave the jet truck on here. I'm gonna leave it here. I'm gonna see what it does. Oh, it's doing a steamboat Willie. It's just... Alright. Switching back over to the pad. Fuel is good. Let's just test to make sure we can transfer. Fuel transfer is good. Okay. Time warp. Make sure time warp is good. Time warp is gravy. I'm going to turn off same vessel interaction on that piece just to see what happens this time around. Verification process is started. Yeah, Airborne, just be careful about copyright, man. Take it from somebody where you have copyright people up your butt all the time. Well, that's...
Discovery,
yeah,
go at throttle up.
okay. That's something that we should probably be cognizant of. Fairlight, 3 years, man. Thank you. Yeah, I just got to get these to move a little bit faster. Move a little bit faster during this part. A little bit of a far cry from the crane, huh? Okay. Cool. That looks good, dudes. Hey, Blackbird, the ship looks great. Thanks, man. You've played this way more than you think. According to Twitch Tracker, you have streamed 5791 hours of Kerbal. I predate Twitch Tracker. I predate most social media things. Been doing this longer than that. But yeah. Alright. Okay. Lock him out. Move the erector down. Well, you know, that's pretty friggin' cool. What's going on right here? That's pretty damn cool. I'm sorry. Was this worth the wait? This was worth it, right? Now you gonna get it, Bobby. I don't want a piece of you. I want the whole thing. Worth every second. Sorry, Caps.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Predominant, 29-month reset. 40 more until the other number. Yeah, 29 plus 40. Brimo's still waiting. I know. I said let me get it up on the pad and we'll go from there.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, sister. Gifted a sub to Marasimus. Mike, 70-month
Discovery,
resub.
go
Oh,
at throttle
shoot, I
up.
missed the number. Okay, this is a little bit gratuitous. How about we just... No, that one stays on. Turn that one off. There we go. Gotta light up those logos, baby. Okay. Let's do a time warp. Everything is in position. Antenna in position. Alright. I gotta go talk to Brimo real quick when I get back. When I get back, we'll fly her. Alright, I'll be right back 1 second. Yeah, Jim, it's pretty cool. I hope it works with the big one. I'll be right back 1 second. Dude, that lens flare, though. Oh, no, that's not a lens flare. That's a moon. But also a lens flare. All right. Noted, builder. Hey, Nagua. All right. Let's bring up the alignment menu. $89.9 on the vehicle. Don't know how it's going to be when it's under fuel load, but it is lined up. All right. What do I think? 50-50?
Discovery,
I don't know,
go at
dude.
throttle up.
Rent went down so I can do this easier now. Thanks, man. All right, so let's so alignment check is good. Let me bring up the hierarchy. Let's do a hierarchy check. I'll set these things to root. Oh no, I can't do those ones. It has to be above the hydraulics. So we need to set these guys right here. Yep. All right. Hierarchy check has passed. Okay. Set the staging. Not really that it matters. Freaking pad staging is more than the freaking rockets. All right. Cycle the throttle. Let's see what we got. I might lose this thing, guys, which would really suck. It would have to be redesigned. Well, no. Second, revised orbiter flight test. This has a 2.25 ton mass simulator in the payload bay to evaluate payload capacity. This is LV5 version 93 because that was with prototype 10. We're with prototype 12, so it's actually 94. I'm shooting for an 80 by 80. What's the launch day? Year 4, day 80. Man, okay. I'll give this 8 minutes, so we'll go 00:40:00. Payload mass is 2.25 T. This is not launching from Complex 1A. This is Complex 1C. First launch. First total. This is the amount of times I can get a use out of a pad. This one right here denotes the total amount of launches. The vehicle is serial number 5. This is not its third flight. Oh. Booster first stage serial number. That's just 5. That's not applicable. It's an SSTO. Okay. Hold on to your butts. Aptly named after the best pad. Yeah. It does kind of look like a parking lot, though. All right, so hierarchy check and alignment check has passed. Let's make sure the payload bay is open. Payload bay is open. Okay. Engine thrust is nominal. All right. I've never launched anything off of this, dudes. I don't know what's going to happen. Okay, we should begin our fueling procedures now. So what I'm going to do, we're going to pull up liquid fuel. We're going to pull up oxidizer. And I'm going to... Basically, I mean, Shady, I've done this before. We don't need to pin that one. Pin every window but the 3 fuel tanks on the, Pin every window but the 3 fuel tanks on the fuel farm. And obviously the payload. I don't need that. These are all the different fuel tanks aboard. We will go through our fueling procedures now. This is the first time I've tanked this vehicle on this pad, so we don't need that fuel tank, so I can shut these off. Hello? Okay. Begin the fueling procedures now. Fuel transfer has begun. There's a lot of fuel tanks here, man. Damn. We are beginning the fuel up procedure here. All fuel tanks are accepting fuel nominally. Everything looks completely normal with the vehicle. Body flap check? What about it? Body flap's fine. Starting to look like, yeah, I know, Snake, right? Yeah, Jack, I know. Crazy, huh? In a second, ma'am. If you set the pad tank's priority to negative, can you then just hit the out button? That's not how fuel flow priority works. Fuel flow priority doesn't work when you're pumping fuel around like this. It's for consumption of fuel when a rocket engine is on, Glitchhound. If I could use the rocket as a pump and pump fuel, yeah, sure, that'd be cool. Rockets have pumps on them already, but you get the idea. I don't want to time warp here because we're shifting a lot of mass, and I don't want to basically shock load the launch pad. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Could always negatively overclock the engine. Yeah, we could.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Gilmere, 16-month resub. Hope your weekend's going all right. It's going okay thus far, man. Guys, I'm so stressed out about this. I don't think it's gonna make it. I really don't. If it does, I'll be really surprised. I don't think we gave it enough margin. But I'm still going to try my best. Yeah, Mab, this is the second orbital test. I revised this thing on purpose and gave it just a little bit more fuel. It has about 100 meters a second more delta V at sea level than the previous one, the one that we flew without the payload bay on the back. I'm going to try to, Hellfish. I got to remember what a good ascent profile is for this thing. Negative overclocking generates fuel and creates inverse thrust prey. Yeah, not ideal. Total vacuum delta V was 4280, I think, Anth, if I'm remembering off the top of my head. Assuming this test is successful, well, Amson, what I'll do is if this test is successful, I'm probably gonna. If I get this thing up into space and we re-enter it, and I land it on the runway, which I've never done before, I've never flown this thing through re-entry correctly. If I can do it, I will literally get that tug, drive over to the runway, tow this thing back here, put it back on the pad, fuel it up again, and fly it. Probably not just with a mass simulator payload. Just provided the payload survives, you know? I'm gonna fly it again. I think you're gonna have to alter the launch time to 20. Yeah. Yeah, the fueling procedure takes a long time, dude. I think you did your best. Here's some inspiration. The best, the best, the best, the best, the best of poo. Well, yeah, the karate, the big one's gonna take forever to freaking fuel. Literally fueling, bringing out the fuel trucks and fueling this takes longer than putting it on the pad. Yeah, Jocko, we'll go for it. Hey, Truid, what's up? Down mass capability, same as the up mass. Actually, Snake, the down mass capability is more than the up mass. Whatever I can fit in the payload bay, I can bring down because the payload bay is centered over the vehicle center of mass. So yeah, I can. It actually has more down mass capability than up, if I can even get the thing up into space. Yeah, I'm hoping, Jacka. Yeah. I'm hoping. I mean, the other thing, Snake, is I could probably just put, like, a docking port on the top of this and attach something and it could piggyback it. Like, this could piggyback Dart back down. No problem. It's not going to affect the vehicle. Dart's wings won't affect it. The wings on the actual vehicle and the RCS and everything have way more effect. This thing, Dart could ride piggyback on this thing back down. It shouldn't be an issue. I mean, I gotta test, I would like to test that, but, yeah. So, right now I'm fueling it, guys. The problem is when you have big fuel tanks going to small fuel tanks, your flow rate takes a dump, which is really annoying, but I don't really have another way to do this. No way, this thing's way too big to fit Dart on the back. Oh, I'm not talking about in the payload bay, Mammon. I'm talking about putting an adapter back here. Like having an adapter that folds out of the payload bay with a Dart docking port, and then locking that in place, strutting it in construction, and putting Dart on the back of this. Oh yeah, that'll work. Sure. I'm not talking piggyback like riding in the payload bay. I'm talking piggyback like 747 with the shuttle on the back. Yeah, we could do that. That shouldn't be an issue. How long did you use Dart before it retired? Dart basically went from November of 2020, basically until April of... Actually, May of 2021. Yeah. November 2020, May of 2021. I used it for a good while. It flew a lot of successful missions. It's just not successful enough. Excited for Baku tomorrow. Hell yeah. My boy Leglurg on pole. Probably want Dart closer to the nose, though. Not when you're coming down, Demo. On the way up, yeah, probably. That's what I mean. It can't launch with Dart on the back. No, not even close. Not enough. Wiser, I think that's what... Crew and small sats, I think, is what we need. Wait, when was the crash? I don't remember, Tars. Sometime in the beginning of May. I want this pad in my backyard. No problem, Builder. Oh, Nulty. Jeez. Yeah, passing, you might be right here. I'm watching that timer and see what it does. Yeah, Just Space. That's when I was pressing to do those operational lunar missions. This should be a little bit easier nowadays with this thing and the big one if they work. Yeah, Nagwal, that sounds about right. Yeah, it does, Doodles. It's possible. Does it take less time if you fuel? No, as far as it takes the same amount of time to fuel all the tanks. It's just big fuel tank into small fuel tank, dudes. There's nothing you can do about it. That's just a gameplay mechanic of KSP. Yeah, Sparrow, of course you can. Drummer, can you give Sparrow Jet link perms, please? What year, Sparrow? Now down to 89.0 from 89.8. Yeah, oh crap. She's tilting. Yeah, this, yeah, oh, okay. We're inside of 2 minutes, but we're in a planned hold here. So 3 tanks was the right bet. How'd you calculate the delta V you needed to get into orbit with this rocket? I've always had a hard time. Well, what I do, Canadian, what I do, and I'll talk and work, is I know that the maximum amount of delta V you really kind of need to get into space, flying a decent enough ascent profile, is about 4,000. About 4,000 meters a second delta V, right? So what I do is I take if I'm building an SSTO like this, I took the sea level specific impulse of the shuttle engines and do my entire calculation off of that. Because the sea level impulse on this is 295, vacuum impulse is 315. All right, vehicle is fully fueled, right? So by that logic, if it could get into space on paper via being in the atmosphere the entire time, which is not how that works, then it should be fine. All right, we're gonna want a 9-minute sequencer in the future for this. 9-minute sequencer on this, but she is tilting like crazy. The gimbals, oh geez, what's going on with this stuff down here? Yikes. Yeah, it's bending a little bit under load because the pivot point isn't lined up. I have to move the fairing down a little bit. Got to move the fairing down. Vehicle needs to sit a little bit lower in relation. Oh, I can't do that. I got to move root part up. Oh, crap. That's going to suck. That's going to suck getting that right. Oh, well. All right. Let's do this. We are go for auto sequencer start. I mean, the tilt is pretty bad. But this should be fine. It should be okay. That's the body flap is clipping a little bit. But when we launch, the thrust it shouldn't get hung up. I know it won't get hung up. Make sure the control surfaces are locked out. I'm just gonna push it forward, push this time to 41 here. All right, let's begin engine chill down here. Cycle the throttle. Throttle is cycled on the engines. We've gone through thermal conditioning. Let's lock it out. Okay. Vehicle is pressed for flight. We're sitting at T-minus 1 minute and counting. We got to be careful about the tilted launch pad. I'll send it. It might end poorly. It might blow up, guys. If this was any other occasion, I wouldn't do it. But since I'm already prepared that I might lose this vehicle, it's fine. And there's no Kerbals around, so whatever happens, happens. I have a contract to do stuff with the shuttle engines. Thrust vector control checkout is complete. T-minus 45 seconds and counting. I'm going to start the grab turn at about 7,000. We'll pitch over just a little bit. And then we'll go from there. Ground pyrotechnic system is armed. Rock, report range status. Status check. Go LV5. Go OFT2. Vehicle's now pressing for flight. Terminal count sequence has begun. T-minus 20 seconds. Here we go. See what it does. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep. Alright, she's flying. I thought we were gonna die, but she's flying. No, keep it as tested. Alright, vehicle's pitching downrange. Here we go. She slewed off the pad a little bit, but it didn't destroy anything, so we're all good. Gimbal is too much. We're grab turning too much. Oh man, this thing's tough to fly. The SAS is overcompensating. This happens if you have too much gimbal control, it'll overcompensate. It'll make the SAS PID controllers go insane. It's not fighting me. It's wherever I command the vehicle, it's going because of the crazy gimbal. But it grab turns a little too much. That slew off the pad did not do me any favors. Okay, vehicle's transonic now. Alright, now we should really start pitching over. RTLS is an option. I'm going to pause it. What do you guys think? We're at 400 meters a second. We got 1,700 left. You think we'll make it? I'm ready to send it. That's fine. Throttling down. Yeah, I got it, drummer. Okay, we're throttling back the engines. We need to deep throttle these engines to keep the TWR down. Yeah, I'll switch it to find control. Alright, we're gonna throttle back. Man, she's really getting out of whack here. Alright, just give me 100 gimbal, whatever.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Alright, we'll coast. We'll coast for a second. We have temporary engine cutoff. Alright, let's see. We'll know pretty much right now. Huh. Let me just check something here, okay? Hang on. If I flip this open, right, shut the RCS. If I flip that open, does the Delta V go up? Yep, okay. Stand by for an engine relight, reorienting the vehicle. We gotta do something about the crazy wiggles. I might need to give this SAS a stability assist just to compensate. Alright, here we go. Stand by for engine relight. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. How long did it take to build that? I don't want to talk about it. She made it. She's there. The Delta V margin is so ridiculously low. I'm still not happy with this margin, but maybe with a better ascent profile, we'll get it.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I mean, we wouldn't, Loopy. The Delta V in the SPH doesn't lie. Belt box, 56-month reset, but we got it, guys. We're there. I don't think I have enough fuel to come back down. So let's just shut down that. I mean, yeah, maybe, Loopy, maybe, dude, maybe, I don't know. $278, we had 180 in there, so yeah, we're... I'm not sure I'm happy with these margins, guys. Like, it'll work, but I have to make sure that the ascent profile is perfect. It has to be perfect every time. Did you ditch the ends? Yeah, Loopy, but the mass, dude, the mass margin is so low that I don't know if, I mean, maybe it might, it might be a good idea. Yeah, we could have a cow controller launch. That could work. I just gotta... I really want it to get to 100 by 100. That's the thing. We're not in the best orbit here. Let me just... 90 by 93, and we have 55 meters a second delta V left. Nah, Spot US, I'm alright. I really want this thing to be in 100 by 100, guys. Yeah, the payload fuel is there for that reason, Van. That's why I use fuel as payload. What I didn't want to do is that, but push it past 100, but that's okay. I mean, it's not the biggest problem here, to be real. Loopy, you know, I wanted to use the vernier engines for on orbit, but an ohms, you know, like, I don't know. I think, yeah, I mean, we definitely could benefit it. Did you ditch the ohms engines? No, I didn't ditch them. I just never added them because I wasn't sure if we'd make it. I wasn't sure if this would get us there, but trying to do course maneuver or find maneuvers with the damn shuttle engines is really difficult. And I don't want to activate the verniers right now because, here, I'll open the payload bay. I don't want to activate the verniers right now because, it'll use up the fuel. Can it get to the station? No. It could not get to the station. Well, if we were close, then maybe. It couldn't get to the station without using that as fuel. How much LTV do you think you lost due to the bad ascent profile? At least 100 meters a second, Ando, at the very least. Dude, we could install an autopilot system in this. Like, if we're just using crew, the mass doesn't change. The mass won't change. It's 3 crew. Kerbals all weigh exactly the same. So an autopilot, an automatic ascent system might be better. The thing is that I need a hex probe core for that, or I need an Octo 2 to do that. All right, Laserman, off to bed. Okay, buddy. How do you autopilot in KSP? There's ways. Here, I'm gonna time warp around here. It's hard to explain. It's basically like a mechanical flight computer. Yeah, it's a little bit on the weird side to explain it, but it can be done. But the cool thing is that she's on orbit. That's pretty cool, man. That's pretty neat. Yeah, Jaka, you're right. I was worried about the added mass. The margins here are so slim that a bad ascent profile will mean the difference between us getting there and not getting there, you know? I gotta be careful with this stuff. I gotta get it back to the runway, Just Space. Okay, we're in 100 by 100 and we have 39 meters a second left of fuel. Oh god, no. 37 seconds meters a second. Why no SAS? Mass, dude. The mass, man, I didn't have to. We can't. We're gonna have to with this high gimbal authority. The stability assist on this is not enough. What if a small sat weighs 2 tons, though? Reagan, that's what I'm talking about. This doesn't have the margins that I really want. It's not. I'm not sure a better ascent profile will compensate for the fact that, I won't be able to use payload fuel every time, dude. Send up fuel? No, this is enough for deorbit and re-entry, guys. This is an evaluation flight, guys. It's an evaluation. I want to see. I had enough fuel. We have enough fuel to get where we need to be. 37 is not enough to deorbit from this altitude, though, on the ascent profile that I want. We need about 60 to 70, if I'm remembering right. So I am going to have to tap into the payload fuel for the deorbit burn. However, that ascent profile was poo-poo, and if I got a better ascent profile, we put an SAS on this and maybe an orbiter maneuvering engine. I'm willing to try the orbiter maneuvering engine. I'm willing to try it. It could work. Oh, more fuel squeezed, Van. Dude, this thing is just fuel tanks on the inside, man. It's literally a flying fuel tank. I think his set needs another go before any assumptions. Yeah, Jeff, probably. That's not a bad thing to surmise, I suppose. All right, so let's just lock the gimbal, shut down the engine, lock the gimbal. There we go. Oh, man. It made it. It's here. It's freaking here. Wow. Thanks, Trig. Congrats on the orbit. Thanks, man. Thank you. Keep an eye on the EC. Yeah, we basically can only do like 1 to 2 orbits, and yeah, then let's see if I can use the little probe core torque that I have to get that solar panel into the light. What's this thing's max wet mass at launch? Oh, I forget. I wrote it down somewhere, Rocket Guy. It's like, I think it's 180. I think. 45.5 dry, 180.5 wet. But that was from yesterday. I'd have to go look. Is there any power generation on board? Got a solar panel in there. Yeah, see? A solar panel in there. Did you use the payload fuel? No, I haven't used the payload fuel. That's the good news. It can get here by itself. It just can't get back down. But a better ascent profile would probably make it work. The ascent profile sucked. It was terrible. I had to fight it. So I went over too much, and then I went back up, and then we curved. Okay, Luke. We can try. I'll let it go next time. I'll let it do its thing. See what it does. All right. Yeah, Flash Wolf, it's possible. 1.22 TWR off the pad. They're already overclocked, Van. Yeah, it's already overclocked. We were way past that, Jerry. Then this thing is right in line with in real life SSTO capacity. Payload mass of 1 to 2% total wet mass. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Is there any reason you chose panels instead of wings? Well, wings cause lift in this game, Metal. Right? This thing would be very, very susceptible to side slip if wings were going all the way to the front. The other thing is that panels are here to counterbalance the fact that I have 2 Mack trucks worth of shuttle engine hanging off the back of this thing. So yeah, this... I know people say like, oh, you don't need all the panels. Yeah, you do. It won't fly correctly without them. It won't fly at all without them. It'd get up into space, no problem. You would need, like, to compensate for that, you'd need like a Starship flappy wing up here to get it to work right. Yeah, all these panels are up front to prevent the side slip problems from happening if I made these things out of wings. And they're there to counterbalance the shuttle motors, dude. Yeah, no problem. The real X-33 did something like that. They made the front fuel tanks on the X-33 out of aluminum, and they made the middle fuel tanks out of composite for that same exact problem. Because if you have a Mack truck's worth of motors sitting off the back, well, that thing isn't going to fly too well. Optimal on Kerbin is 45 at 10 kilometers. Yeah, I haven't flown a normal ascent profile prey in a long time because all the rockets that I used, they're reusable, you know. So, but we don't have to worry about that. I can fly the most I can fly the most optimized one. Optimal on Kerbin is 45 at 10 kilometers, then gentle from there. With this, I would be 45 at 12 to 13. Yeah. No, Jockey, you need to have a nice parabolic curve. Anyway, all right, guys. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to open up this fuel, and let me just make sure that. Yep. Okay. Cool. Yep. We're using the payload fuel. That's fine. All right. We're 100 by 101. That's more or less right. Where's KSC? KSC is right there. 154. It's a sign, man. We're also inclined by a couple of degrees, I think. Yeah. Yeah, okay. I eyeballed that pretty well. Nice. Would you have enough to deorbit if you toss the payload? It'd be close, John. It would be close. All right. I'm going to fly this thing on Dart's re-entry trajectory. And I know what everybody's saying. Oh my god, Dart's re-entry trajectory. I flew my shuttle, which flies correctly through the atmosphere, on Dart's re-entry trajectory just to see if it would work. Yeah, it works. It works, so that tells me that I can fly on Dart's re-entry trajectory, and if this thing does what I think it's going to do during re-entry, I should have no problem just finding the runway. Seriously, I should be able to fly this thing through the fire and the flames to carry on to the runway. I know, carrier. I know. All right. All right. Hey, we might not get it back. It might crash into a mountain. Chances are it's gonna be a mountain. What's more stressful as a pilot? First launch or first re-entry? Well, re-entry, because that's closing the mission. Launch is a pain in the butt. But if you get here, you're like, oh gosh, there's a moment of relief, but you ain't done. That's right, Greer. 100 by 100 orbit, but the problem is I used up all the fuel. Now I'm, well, not all the fuel. I used up a good deal of it. Now I'm tapping into the payload fuel. I mean, John, you might be right. If I jettison that payload, it might have enough, but it might have enough to deorbit. I don't think it would have enough to use the RCS through reentry, which you absolutely need to. I know, Prey. Yep. It does look pretty fine, though. Look at that. It's pretty cool. It has 200 fuel, all dog. That's more than enough. No, we're using verniers, dude. Verniers use liquid fuel and oxygen. They're more powerful. Yeah, Nolte, I know what you mean. Here, let me get rid of that for a second. Take a nice picture. Could you transfer the fuel, then dump the tank? No, the tank is actually fixed in there, dude. So I noticed something. These thrusters are apparently being occluded by the fairing. Just for future reference, they're being occluded. That's why this thing was a little shaky with the RCS. Note that those thrusters aren't firing no matter what I do. Alright, before we run out of EC, let's go. 26-171 over the coast right here. Here we go. Priming the engine. Oh crap. I didn't turn the gimbals back on. Okay. Don't panic. We're too low and too short. Let me modify the maneuver a little bit.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Good enough. Alright, reorient the vehicle. Shutting the engines off. We should not need those anymore. And you know what? I'm gonna lock out the, not lock out the gimbal that way, but lock out with the gimbal limiter. Okay. Can you use Kerbals and put Separatrons on it and use them for deorbit? No?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
It's not ballistic, Green. I don't know if I may have misspoke if you heard me say that previously. Alright, let's test out the body flap controls. Pitch actuators are working. Roll actuators are on. Speed brake. Tactical, thanks for the sub, man. Alright. Body flap. Body flap is working. Speed brake. Alright, here we go. Let's see what it does. Is the comms working in the fairing? I hope so. It's not. Blocked by arrow shielding. Can't deploy well stowed. Yeah, that could be a problem. I hope my new comm network is enough. Right-click the probe core to see for sure. Uh-oh. This might be ballistic. Yeah, I closed it, Loop. I may have just doomed the vehicle by doing that. It didn't... Yeah, no, it didn't give me signal. It said blocked by arrow. How's your day going? I hope my tracking network might be... The KDRS that we put in might be enough. The Kerbal tracking and relay system. It could be enough. It's possible. It may have been fine, but you closed it. Yeah, no, I know. Well, we'll put the tracking network to the test. Whatever happens, happens. I mean, we're definitely not gonna make it home if I lose communications. It does look cool, though. The re-entry plasma could cause blackout. But, Loopy, it said the antenna was blocked by arrow anyway, so... Yeah. Stand by for entry interface. Yeah, I've never done it before, Loop. That was an experimental thing, so... Alright. Let's go. We have EI over... Actually, over the desert. Desert runway's down there somewhere. Are we over the desert? Yeah, directly south. Oh, there it is. I see it down there. Alright, I gotta bring up these controls. It's important to watch this. If this arrow over here gets too far in one or the other direction, we're gonna really have to start doing a lot of... Hey! Calm down. I'm gonna have to compensate with the body flap. Trajectory is still looking good. I switched it to fine control. My roll thrusters are way too high. Okay, we should be able to take it off fine control. It should be okay. Oh, crap. Here's the hope in chat. I'll put the body flap down, try to get it into a configuration that'll work. Here comes the fire. We're screwed. Yeah, we're not going to make it through this. Oh, damn. Well, I'll control it all the way down and see what happens. I'll turn on the control surfaces. We'll see what it does. It might compensate. It's possible. Oh, no. Yep. We're screwed. It looks awesome, though. I think I slowed down too much. Desert runway landing? You mean the desert runway that's 1,000 kilometers over there? Yeah, no. It's probably not going to happen. Well, if I skip, this might work. Oh, that looks amazing, though. Look at that, dude! Oh, that's so cool! Look at how stable this is! Oh, man. Did I screenshot this? No, but I will. We're... Wait a minute. We're... Maybe. It's possible. If we skip, this might happen. Yeah, guys, look at SAS is barely compensating. That's really good news. That means the aeroshell is doing exactly what I designed it to do, man. What's this look like? Yep, perfect. Lots of drag over the top of the vehicle. Oh, that's legit, man. What did you mean by skipping? Bouncing off the atmosphere, going up, and then going back down. We'd be lucky if we made the shoreline. I should have signal. We should be getting signal back very soon. I sank too far into the atmosphere too fast. Come on, give me the signal. Give me the signal, boss. Hey, there we go. And we're out of RCS. I'm out of RCS. If RCS had lasted like 5 or 6 more seconds, we would have been fine. But it was right between 30 kilometers and 25 kilometers is when stuff freaks out. I told you you'd jinx it. You jinx what? Shut up, Sneaky. You stank sneaky ninja. Alright. Let's go. Come on. Find it. Find it. Fine. We really want to make drag? Let's do it. Oh boy. Well, at least I found a really nice, fun way to replicate a flat spin. Man, I think if I think closing that antenna screwed me. I'm pretty sure I would have made this all the way. I could have gotten this all the way back if I could control it during re-entry. It would have been fine. Do I have roll control on, or we do? All right. Yep. It's the deflection here. There we go. Cool. Everything's compensating just fine. Look, it wants to live. It wants to. It wants to live. Sink rate. Sink rate. Oh yeah, you can flare like a champion with this thing. Oh, that's so legit. That's a shame. Yep. 5's gonna get a Viking funeral, guys. That's it. Perfect water landing? Yeah, but what happens if it survives? What do I do? This has no docking ports on it. I don't have anything that could fish this out of the water. No, no, no. We have deadlines. No, we have deadlines. We gotta nose it just like 4. Sorry, guys. Godspeed, 5. Thank you for your test. Loopy, deploying that damn antenna screwed me. We have lost a signal on the vehicle as expected. Good flight. It's not Loopy's fault. I did it, not his. It's not his fault. Well, I did Lunprod, yeah. It was alright. Not the worst test. Certainly went better than the last one. Honestly, fellas, did you see the arrow shell? Guys, that thing has no SAS on it. There's no stability assist. There's just a probe core, and that has some probe core torque, right? That with the RCS just kept that thing nice on an even keel. That was probably one of the smoothest re-entry vehicles I've ever made. If it didn't plasma blackout, I could have gotten it right back to the pad. I can fly it. You can fly it through re-entry. It proved it. I saw what I wanted to see. Yeah, John, something like that. I got it right. Nah, it's like 500 kilometers west of KSP. I closed the antenna in the fairing like a moron. Plasma blackout. 8 vehicle. Alright, so what's the good news? What's the bad news? Fish and mail. We'll get them next time. A little bit of SAS in the ohms. Yeah. We used all the payload fuel through re-entry though. We gotta test it again, Trafalgar. We gotta put another one out. I don't think we need a tiny bit more fuel. I think 2 ohms engines would do the trick, guys. Seriously. Tried to tell you during descent to pull up the flaps. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, Jacket, don't take this the wrong way. I'm not watching you during the re-entry. I'm watching the vehicle, so. Hot take, use 1 ohms engine. The antenna's fine, Jonathan. I'll try this again with it open and not hitting it like an idiot. Losing the RCS, Squishin did that. Losing the RCS. Yeah. If the RCS was keeping me nice and stable, and if I... What are we, underwater? No, I know what that did. The cow controller has, because it's controlling this, that cow controller, the main sequence controller is in the zeroed position. What does that mean in plain English? This needs to be, no. Yeah. Yeah, the game got confused. No problem. Also, we did see some problems with this. The vehicle was sagging at liftoff, and it caused a nice slew off the pad, which is not ideal, but... Yeah, thanks, Demo. Yeah. I have an HD55 in... I have an HD55 in the nose of the vehicle, and it survived re-entry on the first suborbital flight. And we were pretty much damn near at re-entry velocity. So me closing that antenna screwed that mission. Do you think the COL is in the right place here? No. It's too far back. Your shuttle will nose down like Dart. Yeah, Loopy, I suppose. I think we're okay, to be honest with you. Now, other than all this thing, how's the rest of the pad looking? Other than that little dancy pad, I gotta redo some of the cow controllers, but this thing for the most part performed real well. I didn't see anything break on it. So let me unlock this, and then now we'll bring the whole thing down. But the sag was in the other direction. I think the slew was from the torque created by the engines and the looseness of the robotics. What do you think I should do? Yeah. It could have been the SAS overcompensating. Horace, what's that? Would you install a counterweight on the dorsal side of the launch umbilical to counter the mass of the vehicle when fueled? We could do that. Oh, that's cool, Boris. Nice. Ha! I wish I had that. That'd be really useful. Yeah, the cow controller. The locking these hydraulics confused the cow. That's what happened. That's why it danced around when we came back to the pad. But I locked everything back into position, and this thing is working just fine. Can same vessel collision be used to stop that rotation? SVC, Rocket Guy, is what's here. But the hydraulics don't hold that thing out there. No, hell no. The root part holds it out there. It's similar type of structural tube. I could put a docking port down here. We could put a docking port down there. That's possible. Oh. Well, that's not right. I could put a docking port down there to lock it in position. But I did have these locked out when we went to launch, but it looks like it looks like that didn't matter, and it still pushed it a little bit, which is all right. Other than that, any drift going on down here? Let's take a look. Yeah, there was a little bit. Those two should be clipped inside of each other, and they're not. Still good to launch though. What's the orientation on this thing? 0.5. Okay. What happens if we go here? That's 0.2. Much better. So 313 is a better combination here. Just need something to stop the rotation in that direction. Those engines, when started causing the pad to flex. Yeah, I didn't see it, but I believe you if you said it. Kyron's right. We could counterweight it. I could put an ore tank in here. I could put an ore tank to keep it down. Hey, little jet truck. You did good today. Good job, jet truck. We got some sag on the panels right there. I think that sag is probably coming from the jet truck sitting on here. Did we launch it yet? Yeah, we launched it and I screwed it. I screwed the pooch. Lost 100 G's because of that. I could have a Kerbal come out here, Rocket Guy, and run a strut. We could strut it in the vertical position. A Kerbal could come out here and just strut it. Usually the struts that I run in Kerbal construction, if I reload the scene, they detach anyway. So what happened to the big one? The big one is $500,000 a pop, Yarg. We estimated its cost with a pretty good amount of accuracy. It's $500,000 a pop. If I lose it, I'm screwed. Yeah, that one is $100,000. If I lose that, that's not as big of a deal. So I decided to greenlight the small one for operations, and we went back to testing it. As long as the aeroshell stays the same, the big one should act exactly the same. So I should be able to get all my aerodynamic research done on the big one by using the small one. So that's what we're doing. Is that a perfect center of mass of left? Put RCS up at the front, you should be fine. I thought the small one couldn't make orbit. I modified it. And we just launched it into orbit, Yarg. You just missed it. You should probably go back at the VOD. I screwed the pooch, though. I really screwed up bad. It's the 11th, Yarg? Yeah, no, you're all screwed up. No, the 11th is the deadline. Yeah. I got a week. For the most part. No, I saw, but I didn't hear what you changed. Reconfigured the fuel tanks, reconfigured the strut work to be a lot less mass. I reconfigured not much of the aeroshell, but just a little bit of it. What else? We did a bunch of things, man. I added a payload bay on the top. I added more fuel tanks on the top. We overclocked the shuttle engines a little bit, and I think we're gonna add ohms to this one as well. Dude, did you see on autopilot how nice that thing went through re-entry? That's really cool. That shows that this will make it through re-entry. It's pretty good at it. The aeroshell worked exactly as I intended. I'm really happy with that. Oh, we got to make sure that we keep the RCS on, basically until, what do you guys think? Yeah. On until 30? Yeah, predominant, definitely. Are you going to upload this version to Kerbal X? Yeah, Brain, sure. Sometime. Alright, just leave that stuff there. Let's go over here like this. For the most part, Rocket Guy, kind of an internal deadline, but yeah. Realistically, guys, how much Delta V do you think we could squeeze out of that thing from a good ascent profile? I was thinking 100. 100, 200. All right. All right, so it registered those as being in the fairing, so that's not going to work. Man, that looks terrible. If those get in the fairing, I'd be really surprised. Not enough to be comfortable. Yeah. I suppose. Show actuation toggles. So these struts here are the roll struts, or the roll RCS. Those are way too powerful. Even 50 was a little too much. I'm gonna bring these down to... Let's try 25. 25 should be enough. Just needs to keep it roll. Keep the roll in... Not crazy. So those are pitch. I don't actually have roll thrusters up front. We only have roll thrusters out back. That's yaw, that's pitch. That's pitch as well. Oh. Huh. It's Vernier's predominant. It uses liquid fuel. How about less of them at 100? Yeah, they don't... The pitch ones are the ones that I'm worried about, Doom. The roll thrusters are out back. Those... Yeah, I want to keep those kind of high. This performed real well. I mean, we flew back with payload in the payload bay, too, which is pretty damn cool. Excuse me. So the roll thrusters needed to be changed. What else? Those right there are pretty useless for roll. What's the end of that sentence? The antenna's fine. I undeployed it. That should work. Guys, that antenna should work. The first orbital flight test, I had connection through re-entry the entire time. And we were going 2,000. So slightly faster than, or slightly slower than what we just went at. It works. I just am an idiot and thought that, you know, it was a glitch in KSP, and I shouldn't have even touched it. I shouldn't have touched the antenna. If I didn't do that, if I didn't retract that damn antenna, it would have been fine. Did you change the wheels and set it to ship? No. Set it as a ship. There we go. Thank you. The wheels need to have same vessel collision on from the start. Thank you. 140 metric ton wet mass. Expected mass to orbit is 1.4 to 2.8 metric tons. Closer to 1.4. Well, Rocket Guy, I just put this thing into space with 2.2, and it got into space with 2.2 tons. I only needed to use that fuel. I even got it to the station's orbit, and I still had Delta V left over. I had 30 meters a second Delta V left over. Um, yeah, that. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it didn't have enough to come back down. I had to. If you're taking into yeah, okay, 1.4. It's not good, man. It's not good. Why don't you do anything with the naming priority? I literally just clicked on it, Kyle, and what do you mean? What, like that? You mean naming priority is what makes the whole pad work? I don't understand the question. Like with the slider and having the truck maintain its name. Because that's honestly not high up on my radar. I'll be real with you. I don't really care. It's the truck. I know it's the truck. Even though it has the LV5 Prototype 12's name, LV5 Prototype 12 is not 20 parts. It's 365. I know the difference. I mean, I could probably configure it if it's bothering you later. I mean, how much ohms engine do you need? I don't know. Yeah, you don't really care. Okay, cool. I was wondering, like, I usually save that stuff till the end, Kyle. Like, if we're gonna do it, you know? We could try one Terrier center mounted on the dorsal thing attached to the node on the cargo bay, and then maybe even add a torque wheel for good measure. I want the TWR, Loopy. I mean, if we want the TWR, we should go with that, but... Guys! Stop it. Please. I wonder how much this is going to throw off my mass. Rocket Guy Loopy's saying, and I'm starting to get a little bit tired, fellas, so you're gonna have to bear with me. Loopy's saying that if I switch these over up into the vacuum, that higher specific impulse would work. Like, I don't know, man, maybe. $315 Sea Dragon versus $345. Oh gosh, $345 on these. They're very, very light. They're very, very light. They don't provide the most thrust, but they're pretty damn good. Poodles are only 1 more ton per engine. Doom, I can't spare that mass, and I don't want a lot of thrust here. Ohms thrusters don't need to be high powered. They, like, think Centaur, right? 100 kilonewtons of thrust. It's nothing. The Centaur, though, like, the RL-10s make 450-second specific impulse, right? Can you check the center of mass and docking port used on the pad? Are they aligned when fully fueled? They should be. Yeah, Jackal, I know what you mean. But Centaur is the second stage, not orbiter maneuvering. I mean, JM, so you're telling me you don't want your vacuum engines to be as efficient? Is that, we're going to take less efficiency now? Is that what you're saying? What is the specific impulse for the Cheetah engine? 355. It's one of the highest specific impulse engines in the game. It's because of the hinges, Toma. I'm all for efficiency, but efficiency doesn't matter if you can't get into orbit. Yeah, but in this scenario, the efficiency offered by these could get me to orbit better. Hey, Everest. Right? Like, I don't know, man. That's going to screw up my delta V calculations. Like, I guarantee you it's going to mess it up. But it's already been... Ooh. Excuse me. It's already been done. Bon, I already lowered it. Excuse me. A single Cheetah high center mounted. I hate that. Yeah, I hate that. Yeah, I hate that a lot. Yeah. No, I hate it. I mean, if we weren't using this as a fuel tank, I would do that, but I also hate it. Alright, hold on. Speaking of that, we have some extra space out here. I know I do. There's some extra space here, okay? So, how about we do this? But, see, this is the thing. I don't want the thrust. I don't need it. I don't need the thrust. I need efficiency. I don't want these. I mean, well, no. Alright, let's... Okay. We'll find out. The dumps would be on the outside. You wouldn't want to dump the exhaust into a shuttle engine. Grav losses will be minimal when you're using them. You're going to lose more carrying them as payload for most of the ascent. I understand that, Prey. Yeah, no, I know that part. I'm wondering if it'll pay off. The higher specific impulse will pay off. Let's test it. Let's fill up the tanks, see what it does. I mean, dude. Oh. Man, you know what? I screwed that flight up. I probably could have gotten that thing home. But I'll tell you, freaking... seeing that thing sail through re-entry with nobody flying it and be completely stable really made me happy. It basically validated all the hard work that I've been doing to shape the aeroshell. This isn't just there to look nice, guys. The aeroshell is there to get it to do what you saw. Just nice coast right through re-entry. Nice and easy. I mean, it was perfect. The thing didn't deviate at all. This thing has no SAS on it. There's no stability assist. Nothing. There's just RCS and a probe core. That's it. And it, you saw how, just perfect. Well, that's stability assist, not gyroscopes, right? Like, when I say stability assist, I mean these things. Those components. The inline reaction wheels. There's no reaction wheels on this. There's no gyros. It's just the stability assist from the probe, which does have a little bit of torque, just a little bit. But 0.5 torque is not enough to keep this vehicle on an even keel. No way. I already messed with the nose RCS. Yeah. I'll just set this to also roll. Well, yeah, that's how I set it on the shuttle. On Collins, I did that. So, yeah, set those to roll and set those to pitch and roll. That should be fine. I just need forward and back thrusters with this thing, but I'm not sure where we're going to put those. Alright, is it full of fuel? Alright, drummer. See you, buddy. It might, Yarg. Which is the other reason why I didn't want an engine that was too heavy. And I trimmed the body flap out. What the hell? Wait a minute. Why is this thing so forward heavy? Oh, it's because it has fuel in it, idiot. I'm like, that's not good. Hold on. So this has 4,500 delta V. $4,500. What are these? What will this offer me? Just out of curiosity. 4613. These have more delta V because they're not as efficient, but they're light. They're very light. So 345 specific impulse as compared to 355, this thing is double the mass and double the thrust. So double the thrust, double the mass, 10 more specific impulse. In this scenario, that's more efficient. I'm gonna do it. Mass comes first on SSTOs. Yep, that's right, man. Okay. The advantage of the Cheetah is the extra thrust. That means you can swap it over from the vectors earlier. That's its real gain over the Terrier. We want to add a torque wheel. Yeah, I guess, man. You could use 4 of the smaller ones if they're half the mass. Yeah, that means I'm paying for the same amount of mass, the same amount of thrust, but 10 seconds less specific impulse through it. The benefit is the lightness. We need. James Studios was right. Mass is the name of the game here. I mean, I'm not gonna know if this is gonna work until we go and fly it. Well, estimate how much fuel 70% of the Ascent is going to use and take that much out. Alright, Loopy. Well, how about I just leave these tanks here? I'll drain everything else. See what it does. Or how about I just leave the 2 tanks on the top? I'll drain everything down here in the body of the vehicle. Bruins lost 4-1, but the Red Sox beat the Yankees. Yeah, hey, I'll take it. 4-1, Leaf. $10.43. There's no way. One of these tanks has to still be full. $334. 409. Oh, okay, I was reading them backwards. 409. It'd give me an extra 50 meters a second delta V. And that would be useful, to say the least. Hey, Nazlik. If you lock these tanks, then fuel the rest of the vehicle? Oh. Well, okay. Just make chat. I have to get rid of the overclock to get the right delta V numbers, so let me just make sure the cal controller is still working. Yep. Okay. 2.1 seconds, so let me just set those to 100, and that'll give me the right delta V numbers. So let's start at the front, and let's fill it up, and let's see how much delta V it gives me. Loopy, I'll bet you it's like 3,600. That's really, really high. It's 38? Yeah, okay. 36 altitude. Okay. All right. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's, yeah, see, I guess 3,600. All right, cool. All right, how much delta V do we have if we do this, though? So 3,600, give or take, up to 3,900, right? So that's about 350 meters a second delta V, right? And those ones would give us 400 if I looked at that correctly. So it gives us, we'd gain an extra 50 meters a second delta V. You're going to launch it again before racing. $50 meters a second is, that's, I mean, that's, I don't think I would have to tap into the payload bay fuel at that point. Let's at least get it out on the pad. I'm willing to try it. This time, guys, I'm going to go to here and go to Action Group 1. Toggle engine, toggle gimbal. Yeah. Yeah. Action Group 2. Toggle engine, toggle gimbal. Toggle engine, toggle gimbal. Okie dokie. There. Yeah, Kyron, exactly. I think we might be in the ballpark here. Should I limit the shuttle's gimbal? Should we limit those engines? What do you think, 50? 50 should be... You know what? We'll go to 8. No, I set it to 7. 7 was fine. Alright, not on those. That should be fine. Let me just make sure those are grandparents threaded. Those might cause drag. No, hired. The gimbal did. Oh, fix the overclock. I'm starting to get tired. All right. Let's see what this does. Oh, we need to get the fuel out of it. Overclock, I reset it, and now I just got to get the fuel out of the thing. What happened? I'm dumb and took a 4-hour nap. I've got it into space, but I screwed up the re-entry because I broke my communications array during re-entry, and it went ballistic, and it sailed through re-entry just fine, automatically. It did it by itself, but where it came down was not at the runway. That was not the right time for autopilot. It was actually really good. I suggest watching the VOD. That was really fun. Guys, I don't have enough fuel in the pad 2. See, here's the thing, fellas. We have a Falcon 9 launch. SXM-8 is happening. And I don't know. Should I wait until after for GTA racing? Should we wait until after the launch? Or I think I might simultaneously cover it. I think I might have it on in another window. Fix the dish in the fairing. It's an hour 45 away. Yeah, Jackal, people will be asking questions about the rocket. I don't want to do that. I mean, okay. All right. The HG55 is the biggest one that I have unlocked. Is this thing susceptible to aero? 3 kilopascal dynamic pressure. Ah, crap. Nice, T-Man. Yeah, that booster launched Crew 1 and Crew 2. Well, that's pretty neat. What about an RA-15? I don't want a relay in this thing, dude. I don't want a relay inside of the ship. It's not a relay, it's a ship. It needs to just, it shouldn't relay, it should be a direct connection. Dude, but that's the thing. Hold on a second. I got this thing through the first flight where I tested 4, right? Where I tested SN4. I got it through re-entry. I mean, it was flipping end over end and it made it through. I don't know if, I forget if we lost connection though. That's the thing. I totally forget. Yeah, it's not TT, man. The thing is, I can't just tell people that show up for GTA Racing to wait an extra hour. I've done that before. It's messed up. We did. We did have a loss of signal. Okay. All right. Well, then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. So, which how can you tell if it's stackable again? I forget. Oh, combinable. None of these are combinable. That probe core is going to have a connection anywhere inside of Kerbin's SOI if you have any relays up. Should we tell him? Yeah, Jason, I just did an orbital test. We lost connection. That's plasma blackout, that's different. Well, that's what we're talking about, man. That's what we're talking about right now, dude. Yeah, that's the whole subject of this conversation. Rocketology said that you could throw these in here, and I believed him. But I guess you can't. I think, but he specifically said the DTSM-1. There must be something with the colliders on that thing. What does my probe core have? We were just on probe core power. It's yeah, all right. All right. All right. I'll put the RA2 in the nose cone. It's fine. There, that fits. Sorry, I got home a little late from a poker game. Nice. Wait, will that work in there? That won't work in there, will it? That's kind of the reason why I wanted it in there. I thought it'd be cool. It will work? So relays work inside of fairings, but antennas don't? Is that... Am I drunk? They're fixed antennas. I do it all the time. Oh, okay. Alright, well, I believe you then. Alright. Freaking... That's cool. We actually have a radome. Nice stash. Thank you, Mario. Okay. Anything else? What's the mass on the HG55? 75 kilos. We doubled it. I hate Delta V. Shut up, Delta V. RCS tanks. It's using vernier thrusters. Vernier thrusters are the RCS tanks, dude. Want to assign an AG to the body flap? No, I need to manually control it, dude. Yeah, I need to manually control that thing. Map it to the throttle. What happens when I go on the way up, Goose? You know, like what happens on the way up? I don't need it deploying. This thing is already super inefficient. I do have the engines on action groups, yes. All right, so here's how we're gonna do this. These tanks right here, guys. No, that's not good enough. I'm starting to get tired. We'll do it. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Yeah, Mr. Vaughn, we could. I'm gonna sleep. I'm starting to get tired. I don't play Kerbal very well when I'm tired. So we need to make some changes to the pad as well to get the thing to not tilt and to get the thing to not pivot under thrust like that. So I gotta make some changes to that. So what I'm gonna do is, I don't know. See, okay. Honest DJ time. I've been trying to win a stupid GTA racing. I've been trying to win a GTA racing thing for a good while now. Yeah, Hired. Just remember that for Monday. I want to win a GTA racing playlist. I haven't been able to win one. I've come in like 3rd and 4th and like 5th and I think 7th last week or something. Hey, Crawdad, what's going on? So what I want to do, like I want to start GTA racing. Like I'd love to start GTA racing right now, but by the time we start racing, that's going to conflict with the launch. That means I have to sit one to two races out. So I might double box the Falcon 9 launch if you. But also, I really want to watch a Falcon 9 launch. I don't use a wheel in GTA. What time is the launch? 2 race playlist. Do it? No. I'm gonna double box it. The launch is in about an hour and a half. Yeah, of course, Phone Sister. I mean 2 playlists. All right, so we'll do another test flight. Let me just. So where are we at? We'll do another test flight with the ohms thrusters. If the ohms thrusters give me the margin that I want, what should we do? If it gives me what I'm looking for, and I can iron out this ascent profile, then what? I might still need to redesign it. But if it works and we're good with it, that means we can work on the SSTO. No, Racing Pro, I don't want to do that. Looks like there's rain at the Cape. Okay. Yeah, Loopy, yeah. I would rather have one totally operational SSTO if I'm going to miss the deadline. I would rather have one SSTO operational and the other one kind of operational. So I have something to show for it, you know? So, yeah, we'll continue. We'll continue on Monday. We'll continue on Monday. All right, so if you're leaving, I'll see you guys on Monday. If not, you want to try to see me win this and you want to watch a Falcon 9 launch, which I will double box. I'll double box it. I'll basically have it up in the background. But I'm going to watch it. I'm probably going to crash my race car while I'm doing it. Yeah, stick around. I'm going to try to win this damn playlist. I want to win the frickin' thing. And I don't want to get screwed. Also, which it's still a little ways out. We got about 9 hours to the Formula 1 race. Should be good. All right. So, fellas, that's going to do it for KSP. I hope you enjoyed the test flight. Learned a lot more about that vehicle today. Sucks that we lost one, but it's all right. It's okay. It's okay. We're getting close to the deadline. I don't know if I'm going to make it, but I'm sure going to try. Next week's going to be nuts. I'm going to turn up the heat again. It's going to be crazier than this week. Like a lot crazier. I'm going to put as much as I can into KSP. And hope we come out okay on the other side. Will you be covering the Minotaur launch Tuesday the 15th? I'm on vacation. That's Primo's parents are here. Probably not. I'll try. Of course, John, you know, Primo's parents come here and there's like 4 rocket launches that week. I mean, but then again, when isn't there 4 rocket launches? There's Launcher 1, there's Minotaur, there's Falcon 9, and then there's another Falcon 9. Yep. All right. What is considered meeting the deadline? If I have 2 operational vehicles by midnight on next Friday, that's it. Yeah. gonna try. If I don't get it, I just take a 20 rep hit, but I don't think anybody in chat can deny I haven't been giving it my all. Giving it my best. Let's play some GT.